5th of April 1915, Mudros. 3rd Brigade to have their mates' backs. You bloody beauty! It is all very top secret and must not be discussed, but on this Easter Monday, the 3rd Brigade, who have been training at Lemnos for the last few weeks, receive official intimation that they will be the first troops to secure a beachhead on the Gallipoli Peninsula and provide cover for those who are to follow. As recorded at the time, this wonderful bit of information is received by the troops like a bit of roast meat to a starving man. They jump upon it and now begin to practice, full kit on their backs, disembarking, discarding the kit and charging forward to get to whatever defenders there might be. And, from the beginning, they are expecting plenty. 10th to the 12th of April 1915, into Lemnos, a gathering of the faithful fleet. What a pleasure it is! After 2 days steaming in cramped conditions across 570 nautical miles of the Mediterranean, on this day dozens of troopships from Alexandria carefully make their way through the pale blue waters of the Aegean Sea, amid the islands famed in Grecian history. The sun is shining benignly, the air is fragrant, and off to the east on the 2nd day they can see the peaks of the island of Rhodes, whose historical glory they can contemplate for a couple of hours before they finally come to the minefields that guard the entrance to the glorious and protected Mudros harbour on Lemnos. One man sitting on deck notes in his diary as they approach, "The haystacks and medieval-looking windmills all look so peaceful and remote from the world that it gave one's eye a shock to look upon the line of huge battleships stretched across the harbour mouth." On the wider arms of the harbour, the soldiers can see beautiful farms dotting the foreshores, boasting cows and sheep on lush pastures, thick with little red flowers and yellow flowers and some sort of blue lupin, rising up to distant, towering green hills that come complete with snowy peaks. It is all such a visual relief after so many long months in the desert. And yes, there by the shore are a few fetching peasant girls too, with the most wondrous olive skin imaginable. The first European women many of the soldiers have seen for months, at least outside the Wazza. And yet, as the soldiers' ships continue steaming up the harbour, soon enough the men see them. Hundreds of transports, warships, torpedo craft, trawlers, and white hospital ships with green bands around them, with lighter craft buzzing around on the translucent waters. Most ships flutter the flags of France, Russia, and Britain. The scene is colourful. A regatta with soldiers on passing ships cheering each other, ships' horns going off and people on shore waving. Higher up they can see the picturesque villages of Lemnos winking down upon them from the surrounding hills. This, then, is apparently to be the staging point. Everyone is saying their destination seems likely to be the Dardanelles, some 60 miles away, and hopefully they'll launch in just a few days. Apparently there will be as many as 80,000 gathered here within a day or two. In the meantime, it is for the lucky ones to get ashore and stretch their legs, do some training exercises as tents around the foreshore rapidly turn the harbour into a small town of hospitals, administrative centres and recreational facilities. And here, now, on the 12th of April, the Atlantic liner SS Minnewaska, bearing the commanders and senior officers of the Anzacs, led by Generals William Birdwood and Harold Walker. Wonderfully for Charles Bean, he is accompanying them, by the skin of his teeth only, due to the loyal support of General Bridges, who had intervened at the last minute to secure permission for the Australian correspondent to cover the Australian landing. Yes, he will still have to wait for permission to file like the sniff already accredited British journalists, but it is victory enough just to be here. And Bean has had an amazing trip, appreciating, like few others, the glory of the waters they have traversed, made famous by Homer's epic poems The Iliad on the Trojan War and the Odyssey about Ulysses' voyage home following the fall of Troy. Gazing westward, Bean can even see the island of Patmos, where the Book of Revelations is said to have been written, the white town capping the hill like snow, and the great 1,000-year-old monastery crowning all. Within an hour of Minnewaska anchoring at Mudros, a boat is sent for the generals, and they are being welcomed onto the one-time passenger liner HMT Arcadian, where they meet General Sir Ian Hamilton and his rather prickly Chief of Staff, General Walter Braithwaite. Braithwaite has nearly finished his operation order for the landing and now gives Birdwood and his senior officers their first look at this detailed plan. Hamilton's vision is for a multi-pronged attack, aiming his sharpest prong, the 29th Division, which has arrived in Port Mudros just the day before, at the southern tip of the peninsula at Cape Helles. This will give the Brits the best chance of retaining naval gunfire support, as it can fire on that tip from 3 sides. On the first day, 12 battalions, comprising 14,000 soldiers, will land across 5 beaches, codenamed S, V, W, X and Y beaches, with the first and last beaches protecting the flanks of V, W and X, where the main thrust would come at 5:30 a.m., following a half-hour bombardment from the fleet. The key attack point will be V Beach, and it is here that approximately 2,800 troops of the 29th Division will be unleashed. How to get so many soldiers ashore quickly? This too has been worked out. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When just across the waters from the plains of Troy, do as the Trojans had done. Not with a massive hollow horse filled with soldiers, but with SS River Clyde, an old steam collier that can beach itself and have 2,000 British soldiers pour out specially cut sally ports in its side. Meanwhile, a small steam hopper, Argyle, would position itself parallel to the shore between the collier and the beach to make a bridge for those soldiers to pour across and be into the battle in a matter of minutes. The job of all soldiers so landed, in full daylight, to avoid confusion with the admittedly difficult exercise and allow time for naval gunfire, which would be impossible in the dark, will be to quickly work their way up the peninsula. Their first day objective will be to take the hill of Archibaba, which overlooks the peninsula tip and is 6 miles from V Beach. The French, meanwhile, are to make a diversionary landing at Kumkale on the Asian shore before re-embarking to hold the eastern area of the Helles sector. Hints have been thrown out that we are asking the French cat to pull the hottest chestnut out of the fire, Hamilton would note. Not at all. At Kumkale, with their own ships at their back and the deep Mendris River to their front, Damard's men should easily be able to hold their own for a day or two, all that we ask of them. Meanwhile, transports containing the naval division will make a demonstration off Bulair, high in the Gulf of Saros, where their aim will be to make as much splash as they can with their small boats and try to provide matter for alarm wires to Constantinople and the enemy's chief. As to the Anzac landing, that, in the thinking of General Hamilton, will be of the nature of a strong feint, an attack secondary to the main one, designed to confuse the enemy as to where to place his precious defensive resources, though, if all goes well, it might even develop into the real thing. Where, precisely? Having examined the coast from the Bridge of Phaeton, Hamilton's views have already been confided to his diary, and are substantially unchanged now. From Bulair down to Suvla Bay, the coastline is precipitous, high cliffs and no sort of creeks or beaches, meaning that a landing there would be impracticable. As to Suvla Bay, it does boast a fine harbour, but too far north, were the aim to combine a landing there together with an attack on the southern end of the peninsula. Were we, on the other hand, to try to work the whole force ashore from Suvla Bay, the country is too big. It is the broadest part of the peninsula. Also, we should be too far from its waist and from the narrows we wish to dominate. All things considered, it is a spot on the western coast of the European arm of the Gallipoli Peninsula, Caba Tepe, just south of Suvla Bay, that seems best. I mean, we could get ashore on a calm day if there was no enemy. Caba Tepe itself would be ideal, but, alas, the Turks are not blind. It is a mass of trenches and wire. Between Caba Tepe and Cape Helles, the coast consists of cliffs from 100 to 300 feet high, though here and there Hamilton could see sandy strips at their base. There is much discussion about whether it would be even possible to land men, but his view is clear. I believe myself, he would confide to his diary, the cliffs are not unclimbable. I thoroughly believe also in going for at least one spot that seems impracticable. Caba Tepe is that. In the darkness just before dawn, it will be the job of the first troops of the 3rd Brigade ashore to push forward and capture all ground between the shore and the 3rd Ridge, about a mile inland, so securing a large beachhead on which the other brigades can securely land. It may even be possible to push right across that backbone of the peninsula and make it the 4 miles to the Narrows, But that would be a bonus. The key thing remains to keep the Turks guessing where the main thrust will be, so that the 29th Division on Cape Helles will have the best chance of winning the day. Once the 29th Division occupies Achibaba, the Turkish forces on the plateau can be squeezed into submission from the Anzacs to the north and the 29th to the south. Will their landing be a surprise? Unlikely. Just a day after General Hamilton and his staff arrive in Mudros harbour, a German spy plane, a Taube, had flown over them at a great height, clearly examining this large fleet assembling just 60 miles from the Dardanelles. But that can't be helped, what? As to the local inhabitants of Port Mudros, they include, records Charles Bean, some of the quaintest-looking old Turks I ever saw. Regular Sinbad the sailors. Every third man was the pirate of the fairy books. And yet they say they are most very kindly, good-natured old folk. All the Europeans who live amongst them seem to like the Turks. What chance that it will be kept from the Turks themselves that just off their shores one of the greatest armadas ever formed is gathering for an invasion? Buckley's and none. Particularly when all through Alexandria and Port Said the comings and goings of all the ships and their destinations are covered in the Egyptian press, when all of the procurement of the massive amounts of supplies needed is impossible to keep secret, when, as Hamilton's General Staff Officer, Captain Cecil Aspinall, would later report, one of Sir Ian Hamilton's staff received an official letter from London sent through the ordinary post and addressed to the Constantinople Field Force. It gets worse. Hamilton is somewhat startled in his Cairo hotel to read in the Egyptian Gazette over breakfast an article naming the Gallipoli Peninsula as the landing site. So it would seem, frankly, highly unlikely that the Turks don't know they are coming. All they can do now is hope for the best and rely on the fact that the Turks won't know specifically where they are to land. General Birdwood makes his headquarters aboard Queen and wastes no time in briefing his two divisional commanders. General William Bridges, in turn, is quick to assign the key role of being the first force to storm the beaches to the 3rd Brigade under Colonel Maclagan. Bridges has total faith in Maclagan and his men. Even if there are some Turkish trenches providing resistance in parts, they should still be able to penetrate and occupy most of the key high ground on the ridge that descends from Chanak Bear to Kaba Tepe. Afternoon, 13th of April, 1915. A first look at the fatal shore. It is time to actually have a look at the coast they must storm. And on this sunny morning, General Birdwood and Admiral Cecil Thursby, the man charged with getting the Anzacs ashore, are aboard Queen, looking closely at the strange shoreline just a mile and a half off their port bow as they steam south. With them is the commanding officer of the 3rd Brigade, Colonel Maclagan, and, like them, he is not only disguised in blue dungarees and appropriate headgear to make it appear that they are no more than simple sailors, but he is also peering intently at the coast through his glasses. At one point, the spies can see the white houses and minarets of 2 villages on the Suvla plain. But, for the most part, all they can see are unfriendly hills rising sharply from the shore, covered with dark scrub, but crisscrossed by freshly dug trenches. They can even spy some barbed wire on the shoreline, glistening in the sun. After looking at this same area a month earlier, General Hamilton had cabled Lord Kitchener that this place looks a much tougher nut to crack than it did over the map, and they feel much the same now. Colonel Maclagan examines it closely through his glasses. It is a spot just north of Kaba Tepe which they know contains 3 manned Turkish trenches, although they can see no sign of the soldiers yet. Much worse, though, is the other thing they know from their reconnaissance, which is that there is a huge body of Turks just behind the ridges. All up, it does not take Maclagan long to reach his conclusions. Certainly it is a supreme honour that it is his 3rd Brigade, judged to be the best of the lot, that has been given the task of hitting the enemy shores first, to provide covering fire for the battalions to follow. But it is Maclagan's strong view from the first, and he says so, that against a heavily entrenched enemy the task is simply too big for a brigade. Nonsense, Birdwood and Thursby assure him. They have every confidence in the capacity of him and his men. Colonel Maclagan is simply being pessimistic. But Maclagan is not swayed. Privately, he is already forming the view that it will be more advisable to secure tactical points much closer to the beach than the unrealistic objectives further inland on the plan that has been handed down to him from on high. Once returned from their reconnaissance trip, the key officers get down to tin tacks on the actual specifics of the landing, and the wardroom of Minnewaska is soon filled with large vertical maps upon which white discs on pegs, each representing a ship, are moved around. Which ships carrying which things, be they soldiers, artillery, horses, ammunition or supplies, are put in the right order until some rough semblance of organisation is imposed. 16th of April, 1915. Port Mudros. Just to see her once. Like many of the men, Captain Gordon Carter of the 1st Battalion is excited and a bit fearful all at once. Your object, Birdwood has told them and his men directly a few days ago, is first to force a landing on the Gallipoli Peninsula and help the Navy to force the Dardanelles, after which our mission is Constantinople, and then perhaps on to the German flank through Austria. Sounds very nice, but will take some doing, Carter had sagely noted in his diary afterwards. Over the last few days, he has been training his men hard in getting from ship to boat to shore with themselves and their gear intact. The oarsmen were rather crude at first, but soon settled down to it, including doing night drill. In the course of it, he had even met General Sir Ian Hamilton, who spoke very nicely and encouragingly. What he most wants to do now, however, before the attack begins, is to see Nurse King, who has sent him a lovely note via a launch from her newly arrived hospital ship SS Cecilia, which you can see over yonder, about 2 miles away. Unfortunately, by the time he manages to get permission to leave his own ship and hitch a ride to hers, he has missed her. She and other nurses had been invited for a tour of the Agamemnon. Devastated, he returns to his own ship. If only he could see her once. Lydia King feels the same upon her return. 17th of April, 1915. By the Dardanelles. From out of the clouds. Lieutenant Commander Charles Brodie has never felt worse. His friend, Lieutenant Commander Dacre Stoker, had suggested to Commodore Roger Keyes that the Dardanelles could be forced, and the Sea of Marmara exploited, by a courageous commander in a submarine. Such an attempt had been made the previous night by the only available commander courageous enough to try, Brodie's identical twin brother Theodore, in his sub E-15. There has been no communication since. And now Charles Brodie is on a reconnaissance flight in a Farman 2-seater biplane above the Dardanelles, looking for a sign, with a terrible sense of foreboding. He and Theodore have always had an almost telepathic sense of how the other is faring, and he strongly senses disaster before he sees something. Just inside the mouth of the Dardanelles, he sees on the Asian shore at Kefek's Point what appears to be a grey straw lying at right angles to a small beach with a curious black line. Oh, God, no! It is billowing black smoke. It is, of course, the E-15, and it has been beached. His twin brother is surely dead, just as he had felt. And, in fact, after the war, he would learn that Theodore had indeed been lying dead in the conning tower, cut in half by a Turkish shell. God. Following Stoker's plan, Theodore had taken the E-15 as far as possible in the darkness before diving. Somehow, however, when surfacing again, the E-15 had been caught by the treacherous currents, causing it to beach right 'neath the guns of Fort Dardanos, which had finished it off, and Theodore Brodie with it. 6 of his crew have also been killed. Oh, God. Lieutenant Commander Dacre Stoker hears the news on the day the AE-2 is to set sail from Malta, where the submarine is undergoing repairs after losing an argument with a large ship. He is shattered. 17th of April, 1915, Gallipoli Peninsula. Dear Mother, I do not need new underwear. The soldiers of the Ottoman 19th Division, stationed in reserve at Buhala on the Gallipoli Peninsula, have been training and conducting endless manoeuvres under their severe commander, Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal. Though they are weary, their morale is high, and the men often take time to enjoy the beautiful spring days and the crops of yellow and pink wildflowers that are springing up by the slowly trickling streams that mark the depth of the gullies. On this day, a bright young soldier, Hussein Etem, who has left his last year of law school in Constantinople to fulfill his duty to country and Allah, writes a letter to his beloved mother. Glorious Turkish mother, who gave birth to 4 soldiers, I have received your letter while I was sitting under a pear tree in a greenish meadow. I felt the joy to be in a holy mission here. My God, the only intention of those soldiers is to prove your glorious name to the British and the French. Bless this honourable intention. Sharpen our bayonets and destroy our enemies. This is the most beautiful place of the earth. Dear Mother, I do not need new underwear. I still have my money. God bless you, your son, Hussein Etem. 17th of April, 1915. 18th of April, 1915, Lemnos. Movement in the harbour. Something is going on, and there are eyes everywhere, watching. The local residents of Mudras Harbour are not told what, but their port is busy as never before. Hour after hour, day after day, more troop ships arrive, filled with soldiers, and the ships have no sooner dropped anchor than the training begins. Time and again a whistle blows, and then the soldiers are seen, in full kit, carrying their rifles, swarming down the ship's sides on wildly swinging rope ladders, and then rowing to the shore and scrambling out. Others do the same, while also bringing artillery and horses, and again and again and again. One keen observer is General Hamilton, who, after watching the Australians in action, is quick to record his thoughts. These Australians, he writes, are shaping into Marines in double quick time, and Cairo hijinks are wild oats sown and buried. The men are so good that General Hamilton gives the order for the training to stop. With good weather, allowing all the supply boats to get about their business in the harbour, they can leave within 2 days. True, medical arrangements to get wounded men back off the beaches have not yet been organised, but his staff will hopefully be getting to that shortly. 19th of April, 1915. Lemnos. Can he be serious? Charles Bean is becoming anxious, and it has nothing to do with the prospect of being under fire, but rather the likelihood that he won't be in the thick of it. Still, he has received no permission to accompany the troops when they go. All he has is a letter from General Bridges' General Staff Officer, Major Thomas Blamey, requesting that the English officers grant that permission. Grasping that letter, Bean now boards Acadian, looking for General Hamilton's Chief of Staff, Major General Walter Braithwaite, whose every utterance to underlings, like a certain P.G. Woodhouse character, has an impatient "What is it?" about it. "I'm rather surprised, Bean," says Braithwaite, "that Blaney has asked for you to have the same facilities as the English pressmen. It was perfectly understood that you were allowed to come here only on the condition that you write nothing at all, nothing at all." The order was not nothing at all, the Australian correspondent carefully corrects him. It was nothing at all until sanctioned. I had supposed that when arrangements were made sanctioning English pressmen, I also would be sanctioned. I have simply come to find out. I know nothing about any sanction being given. We have had no word at all about you, Bean. On the other hand, the English pressmen have come here properly accredited. Well then, the condition in the order until sanction is given meant nothing. Look here, Braithwaite snaps. I have no intention of entering into any argument with you about this. As far as I'm concerned, the order meant exactly what it said, that you can write nothing until sanction is given. And you might keep it in mind, Bean, that we have no reason to suppose that sanction will ever be given. While it is not quite true to say that Charles Bean storms off, he is at least a very black thundercloud heading south. Afternoon, 21st of April, 1915. Looking over the best-laid plans of men. On a cold, wet and windy day, the departure of the Armada has had to be delayed. Colonel Ewan McLagan takes the opportunity to go through the plans one more time so that all of the senior officers of 3rd Brigade can be locked into what the overall landing plan is and what their own role will be. He is aided by a pointing stick and a large wall map divided into small, numbered squares. Now, we of the 3rd Brigade are landing first. We are in 2 waves of 1,500 and 2,500 soldiers respectively. Our job will be to eliminate whatever Turkish resistance we find, securing the beaches for the next 2 waves, before moving inland to secure the 3 main ridges of the Sarıyer range, securing the 3rd ridge further inland being one of the first day's main objectives. With all going well, all of 3rd Brigade will be ashore by around 5 a.m, and, snapping at our heels, 9 transport ships will in turn move forward, carrying the 2nd and 1st Brigades of 8,000 soldiers. Half these men would be landed by the battleship's tows, the other half by the 7 destroyers' tows, and we should have 12,000 men ashore by 9 a.m. Once the entire 1st Australian Division is ashore, the New Zealand and Australian Division will begin to land in transports, and by nightfall we should have 20,000 men on the peninsula. Our overall goal is to push across the waist of the peninsula, cutting off the lines of communication and avenue of retreat for the Turkish forces at Cape Helles. Once across to the European shore of the Dardanelles, the aim is to neutralise the howitzer batteries and forts that have been preventing the minesweepers from doing their work. At the same time that the Anzacs make their landing, the British forces, led by the 29th Division, will be making their landing at the bottom tip of the peninsula at Cape Helles, and the French on the Asian shore of the Dardanelles at Kumkale. The last as a feint to confuse the defenders as to where the real thrust of the attack is coming. All clear? All clear. Now, if we can just get some clear weather, we can clear off and be on our way. Morning, 23rd of April, 1915. Mudros. The sun shines upon them. It is exactly the kind of day the British have been waiting for. One for the ages of the ages. As the sun rises over ancient Troy to the east, the fine mist over Port Mudros clears to reveal the waters to be a blue jewel, with barely a ripple as birds flit hither and thither through the masts and around the funnels of so many ships, while the hills of Lemnos beam back upon these soldiers and sailors gathered here from so many corners of the earth. For this, one of the largest invasion flotillas ever assembled, one could not have hoped for better weather to launch on the Dardanelles, and General Hamilton has no hesitation in giving the order to proceed. Out in Mudros harbour, no fewer than 200 ships of various classes, all painted black to suit the night where they must move by stealth, take on soldiers and last-minute supplies. They are ships showing flags from all over the world, Australia, France, Russia and Great Britain most notably, and they are heading for one spot, the Dardanelles. From barges, quays and small boats, the soldiers continue to file up the gangplanks, carrying their newly greased rifles over their shoulders. On their backs are freshly filled, heavy packs containing cans of bully beef, Baconiki soup and jam, together with hard biscuits. Already encumbered enough, before the battle they will be issued 200 rounds of ammunition, enough to last them 2 days, ideally. All up, including their water bag, the whole pack weighs an amazing 70 pounds. That's 5 stone. For now, they are quickly directed to various parts of their allotted ships to fill every room, every bit of deck space, and, more often than not, every nook and cranny. All is nearing readiness to launch. Aboard Queen Elizabeth, however, Admiral de Robeck remains nervous. What more can they possibly do to help ensure the success of this already highly risky enterprise? And now he recalls the conversation he had earlier that month with Lieutenant Commander Dacre Stoker, the captain of that Australian submarine AE2, who had said that forcing the Narrows was possible. If so, this could change everything. A sub in the Dardanelles and beyond could wreak havoc, seriously interfering with the Turkish supply lines. Yes, 2 submarines have already been lost, but the possible prize is worth the risk. Along with the stricken submarine E-15 the previous December, hadn't 26-year-old Captain Norman Holbrook, together with a crew of 12, pulled off one of the great military feats of the war to date, when their Royal Navy, petrol-driven 10-year-old submarine B-11 successfully entered the Dardanelles undetected. Once in, hadn't the little submarine that could destroyed the troop ship Masudarer, anchored near the Turkish minefield just 4 miles south of Chunik in Surasula Bay, killing 37 Turks before turning tail and beating a successful retreat. For his courage and skill, Holbrook would be awarded the Victoria Cross just a fortnight later. As to faraway Australia, the reception of the news is so great that a tiny town in southern New South Wales changes its name to Holbrook. That sounds so much better, under the circumstances, than its previous name of Germantown. So, it is possible. Admiral de Robeck sends once more for the captain of the Australian submarine. An interesting psychological moment, Stoker records in his autobiography, as a tiny steamboat takes him toward the flagship, now towering over him. When one's heart is set on a thing, it is not often that it comes within grasp. Off the steamboat, Stoker is met by none other than the Admiral's Chief of Staff, Commodore Roger Keyes, and taken immediately to Admiral de Robeck, who is impatiently waiting for him. "Well, Stoker," the Admiral asks in his clipped tones, "are you still convinced you can get through the Narrows?" "Yes, sir, I am." "And are you willing to make the attempt?" "Yes, sir, I am." "But are you sure the whole thing is possible?" Stoker is, and he warms to the theme of his dream once more. How he could wait off the mouth of the Dardanelles until the moon set, then enter very slowly on the surface, being careful not to create the wash that would make the sub noticeable, and so preserve battery power by not submerging until they got to the first minefield. The Admiral, though hanging on every word, seems far from convinced. But he also makes clear that, because the prize would be so great, he is sorely tempted to give the order for it to be attempted. Finally, he makes his decision. "Go for it. Try to take your Australian submarine under the minefields. If you get through," he tells Stoker, standing up to indicate that their meeting is over, "other boats will immediately be sent to follow. You must leave in 2 hours." "Yes, sir." "If you succeed," de Robeck tells Stoker by way of farewell, shaking his hand with uncharacteristic warmth, "there is no calculating the result it will cause, and it may well be that you will have done more to finish the war than any other act accomplished." With these words ringing in his ears, singing in his ears, Stoker takes his leave, the steamboat carefully making its way through a harbour that is now more frantic than ever, with vessels going this way and that, their bow waves forming endless rippling crisscrosses that mirror the zigzagging that so many of them must do to make their way through. Certainly, most of the boats bringing soldiers and supplies from the shore are naval ones, but among them there are many strange, beautiful Greek vessels, under rigs of old time, with sheep and goats and fish for sale. Aboard the battleship Queen, General Birdwood wishes to have a few words with as many of his Australian troops as he can muster. "Remember," he tells them most importantly, and with some gravity, "the eyes of the whole world will be on you Australians to see how you fight. One more thing, men. The reason you were all paid with Turkish currency yesterday is so that once you have won the Battle of the Beaches and are on your way to Constantinople, that money will give you something to live off. But there is to be no haggling in the villages you pass through, as all the prices will be fixed." Around and about him, as General Birdwood speaks, the loading of men, munitions, and all the rest goes on, the seriousness of what they are embarking on in strict contrast with the gaiety of the day itself and the natural beauty of the scene. The first to leave in the mid-afternoon are the troop ships of Great Britain's 29th Division, which weigh anchor and move to the outer harbour of Mudros. "No such gathering of fine ships has ever been seen upon this earth," contemporary poet and writer John Masefield would recount, "and the beauty and the exultation of the youth upon them made them like sacred things as they moved away." As they leave, the soldiers on the other ships getting ready to leave on the morrow crowd the deck. In the celebrated words of Masefield, "They cheered and cheered till the harbour rang with cheering. As each ship crammed with soldiers drew near the battleships, the men swung their caps and cheered again, and the sailors answered, and the noise of cheering swelled, and the men in the ships, not yet moving, joined in, and the men ashore, till all the life in the harbour was giving thanks that it could go to death rejoicing." And it goes on, the combined throaty hurrahs of thousands of men floating across the waters, gathering volume as it goes, hitting the shore to go still higher as all those on land join in. It broke the hearts of all there with pity and pride. It went beyond the guard of the English heart. Presently all were out, and the sun went down with marvellous colour, lighting island after island and the Asian peaks, and those left behind in Mudros trimmed their lamps, knowing that they had been, for a little, brought near to the heart of things. The 29th travelled to their goal with the last words of their commanding officer, General Alma Hunter Weston, still stinging in their ears. Not only must they land and secure the beaches for the other troops to follow, but they must occupy Achibaba, the small mountain overlooking Cape Helles, by the afternoon of the landing. As the sun begins to set over the western hills of Lemnos, just like a stage setting, one soldier would record, with a lovely deep red-coloured orb disappearing between the purple hills and dainty rose-pink sky. 3 more transports filled with soldiers of the 29th Division slowly steam out of the harbour and make for their designated rendezvous point at an anchorage north of Tenedos. Their ultimate destination, one of 5 beaches at Cape Helles. They are followed by the ungainly collier River Clyde, its specially constructed sally ports on each side, together with the nest of sandbags on the front deck, through which are poking Vickers machine guns purloined from the Royal Naval Air Service Armoured Car Squadron. Give it a rather odd appearance as it tows a steam hopper and 4 lighters, flat-bottomed barges that can be rowed ashore, designed to carry as many as 40 men. Sticking close is Euryalus, bearing Admiral Wemyss, followed by Implacable and Cornwallis. All, so far, is going according to plan. As 2 pigeons fly above the Armada, a soldier comments, "Doves of peace," but it seems unlikely. Aboard HMT Suffolk in Port Mudros, Lieutenant Colonel James Lyon Johnson now takes the opportunity to, for the first time, tell his men of the 3rd Brigade's 11th Battalion just where it is that they are going and what it is that they are likely to be facing. Gathering the soldiers in the waist of the ship, with many men even climbing the rigging to better hear his every word, he begins. "Boys," he says, "we have been instructed, along with the 9th and 10th Battalions, to form a covering party for the Australian landing on the Gallipoli Peninsula. The position of honour has been assigned to us in being thus chosen as vanguard for one of the most daring enterprises in history." He pauses momentarily, watching the effect of his words wash over the men, the knowledge that they have been accorded the greatest privilege of their lives that may very well end in just a few hours. "Boys, the General informs me that it will take several battleships and destroyers to carry our brigade to Gallipoli. A barge will be sufficient to take us home again." Oh, how they cheer! Gallows humour, perhaps their own gallows, but there is no doubt they really do keenly appreciate the honour. A message is then read to them from General Hamilton. "Listen up, men. General Headquarters. Soldiers of the King. Before us lies an adventure unprecedented in modern war. Together with our comrades of the fleet, we are about to force a landing upon an open beach in face of positions which have been vaunted by our enemies as impregnable. The landing will be made good by the help of God and the Navy. The positions will be stormed, and the war brought one step nearer to a glorious close. Remember," said Lord Kitchener when bidding adieu to your commander, "remember, once you set foot upon the Gallipoli Peninsula, you must fight the thing through to a finish. The whole world will be watching your progress. Let us prove ourselves worthy of the great feat of arms entrusted to us. Ian Hamilton, General." For his part, on the eve of this momentous battle, General Hamilton receives a message of his own from Lord Kitchener. "My best wishes to you and all your force in carrying to a successful conclusion the operations you have before you, which will undoubtedly have a momentous effect on the war. The task they have to perform will need all the grit Britishers have never failed to show, and I am confident your troops will victoriously clear the way for the fleet to advance on Constantinople." Chapter 8. The Landing. Sila Bashina, to arms. Cease your preaching, load your guns. Their roar our mission tells. The day is come for Britain's sons to seize the Dardanelles. William Allen, MP for Gateshead. Death grins at my elbow. I cannot get him out of my thoughts. He is fed up with the old and sick. Only the flowers of the flock will serve him now, for God has started a celestial spring cleaning, and our star is to be scrubbed bright with the blood of our bravest and our best. General Sir Ian Hamilton, diary entry. In no unreal sense, it was on the 25th of April, 1915, that the consciousness of Australian nationhood was born. Charles Bean, Official History of Australia in the War of 1914 to 1918, Volume 2. Dawn, 24th of April, 1915. Lemnos. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Today is the day for the bulk of the Anzacs to get moving. After all these months of training, finally they are about to engage in battle. The mood of the men is a startling combination of tension, excitement, and, yes, fulfillment. After all the hard slog, the hoping, the waiting, it really is about to happen. They are about to be tested in battle. As the soldiers of the 1st Brigade wake, the view from their portholes is dark and the mood tense. They are the first due to leave, and after a gulping down their standard breakfast of porridge, stew, bread and jam, and taking their last swig of tea, they collect their packs and parade on deck. Moving out in orderly fashion, they climb down from their ships one by one, plonking themselves into the rowboats that are waiting for them below. They are then taken to the 4 arranged transports, the oars leaving whole loaves of bread and other discarded foods wobbling in their wake. The stink of the harbour is rancid. Bound for the Bay of Purnia, on the north side of the island of Lemnos, they are underway by the time the sun comes up, following the Minnewaska, which also contains several battalions, including that of Captain Gordon Carter. At the prow of that mighty vessel, the lieutenant gazes longingly at the shadowy bulk of the SS Cecilia as she passes, saddened that he has still not been able to see Nurse King. Unbeknownst to him, she is awaking at this very moment, and his is the first ship she sees from her porthole. She prays that Gordon will be all right, whatever happens. Meanwhile, the men of the 2nd Brigade are the next due to go. After inspection on deck, many of them sit down to write letters to their loved ones. One such letter writer is the intrepid, fresh-faced, 20-year-old Lieutenant Alan Dudley Henderson. He has just been made a platoon commander, which is a far cry from his everyday vocation as an accountant. Due to land in the 2nd wave of troops, he is excited to at last be approaching departure and slowly begins to write. Very soon we will have started to do what we came away for and have waited so long to do. While you are in church tomorrow thinking of us, we may be needing all your prayers, as it is either going to be a hard fight or an easy walk-in. But everything is ready and everyone quietly confident of success. It is going to be Australia's chance, and she makes a tradition out of this that she must always look back on. God grant it will be a great one. Nearby, aboard London, Captain William Annear, who is due to be among the first to land, commits to paper a simple instruction. 11th Battalion. If I get blown out, I desire that my wristlet watch, field glasses, and sovereign purse and contents be forwarded to Miss Nellie Berryman, General Post Office, Hobart, Tasmania. Signed, W.R. Annear, Captain, 11th Battalion, 24th of the 4th, 15. At a little after midday, the 2nd Brigade, together with the 2 Indian mountain batteries, each armed with 6 10-pounder breech-loading screw guns, leave the harbour and also head to the Bay of Purnia, ready to move on towards the Dardanelles at midnight. By the early afternoon, it is the turn of the 3rd Brigade, who, led by Colonel Ewan McLagan, are to hit the beaches first, to act as a covering force for those who will follow. The bulk of them, 2,500, are aboard 4 transports, from where they will transfer to the 7 destroyers at 11 p.m, while the 1,500 of the first landing wave will board the battleships Queen, Prince of Wales and London, which will lead them in. Aboard Prince of Wales, General William Bridges has one more shot at cheering up McLagan before he walks up the gangplank onto the destroyer HMS Colne. "Well, Maclagan," says Bridges, with a sparkle in his eye and merriment in his voice, "you haven't thanked me yet." "Yes, sir, I do thank you for the great honour of having this job to do with my brigade," the colonel replies, "but if we find the Turks holding these ridges in any strength, I honestly don't think you'll ever see the 3rd Brigade again." "Oh, go along with you," says Bridges, laughing heartily. Shortly after 1:30 p.m, the magnificent flagship of the fleet, Queen Elizabeth, universally known as Lizzie, weighs anchor. Magisterially gliding, she heads for the impossibly blue waters beyond the murky harbour's entrance. Again, the cheering from the Anzacs, British, Indians and Frenchmen aboard the myriad minion battleships, cruisers and troopships is deafening. They clap and shout, jump, chant and sing, "Onward, Christian soldiers." There is a spirit of magnificence in the air, of the battle knell, of the ringing clarion call through the ages that men have answered to take up arms against their foes. And, with a ship as glorious as this at their head, "Rule, Britannia, Britannia, rule the waves," how could they go wrong? With big Lizzie cutting her path towards the glassy sea, the ships form up into their assigned positions. Overhead, the sun is eclipsed at flickering intervals by a seaplane, which drones and swoops back and forth, looking for any sign of German submarines. The Anzacs are also on their way, with Queen, bearing General Birdwood and his senior staff in the lead, closely followed by London and Prince of Wales. On the back of many ships, troops have scrawled signs in large letters. "Constantinople or bust! On to the harems! Bring on your Turkish delights!" Sundown that day could not have been more perfect. A golden orb sinking beneath the western horizon and splashing pink and purple hues onto the sky-blue canvas as it does so. In the Bay of Pernia, the troops of the 1st and 2nd Brigades, who have been waiting on their transports for most of the afternoon, are mesmerised by the sky in the west when they see movement on the horizon. 5 of their warships are moving east towards temporary anchorage at Imbros, which is within sight of the Dardanelles. The mighty 3rd Brigade is on its way. The men watch silently, exchanging grins and glances that belie their trepidation. As Charles Bean aboard Minnewaska notes, the ships pass gradually across the skyline, trailing a long streamer of smoke until the night closed over them. Watching their brothers and mates sail off, and knowing they are soon to follow, they are more solemn than they had been in the jubilation of a few hours earlier. There is a difference between bravado and bravery, and the latter is more quiet by nature. Who knows what sunrise will bring, and just how many of them will be there to see it? That is certainly the feeling aboard London, where English war correspondent Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, a distinguished veteran of the Boer War and now a legend of Fleet Street for the 6 wars he has so dashingly covered, dines with Australian officers of the 11th Battalion of the 3rd Infantry Brigade in the wardroom, the very men due to be among the first ashore. Everyone, the Daily Telegraph correspondent would carefully record, feigned an unnatural cheerfulness. The wine passed round. Not a word was said of what the morrow might bring forth. Yet over the party there seemed to hover the dread angel of death. This mind is all in marked contrast to the English military leadership whom Ashmead Bartlett has been interviewing in recent weeks. For this supremely well-connected eldest son of Conservative MP Sir Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, who had been educated at Marlborough College along with a war poet, Siegfried Sassoon, is at least the social equal, if not superior, of the high military brass, and his unfettered access to them has given a clear impression. It did not appear to me that either the general or his staff realised the terrible gravity of the enterprise on which they were now embarking. It seemed to me they rather regarded the expedition as a kind of glorified picnic, and that the main consideration was the fact that they had had an independent command to exercise, which was extremely pleasing to their amour-propre. On each ship after dinner this night, a church service is held, followed by hymns, including particular favourites, "Nearer My God to Thee," "Stand Up for Jesus," "God Be With You Till We Meet Again," as well as, of course, "God Save the King" and "Auld Lang Syne." On the Gallipoli Peninsula, too, that angel of death looms, even if most of the Ottoman soldiers don't yet know it. The soldiers of the 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 27th Ottoman Infantry Regiment are completely exhausted. After spending the previous night in training manoeuvres around Kabatepe, their officers have insisted they now march through the night to their camp at Maidos. As the watery moon begins its long journey across the sparkling heavens, the young men want nothing more than to be lying in their tents, dreaming of their loved ones. But all they can do is keep marching. And they are not the only Ottoman soldiers on the move. On this day, the Minister for the Interior, Talat, signs an order that is nothing less than a death warrant for many of the empire's Armenian population. Long have the Armenians, whose homeland is right next to the Russian border, been held in suspicion by the ruling Turks, and long have they been repressed because of it. In the extremities of these times, however, when it has become apparent that some Armenians have joined the Russians fighting against them, repression tips over into something far more murderous. With the discovery of the bombs, the circular reads, and the Ottoman Armenians joining with the Russian forces by forming voluntary regiments against the Ottoman state, it has become evident that these committees incite upheavals in the regions and threaten the Ottoman army. Consequently, the government has taken measures to arrest the leaders and members of the committees of the people who have taken part in the activities, of the Armenians who are well known by the police forces, gathering of the suspicious people in an area in the towns so as to prevent their escape. Launching of searches for weapons in suitable places have been found appropriate. The Turkish Ottoman leadership will no longer abide a seditious enemy from within, not while they are being threatened on all sides from without. Turkey for the Turks. With the approval of General Enver as the Ottoman army commander-in-chief, the final orders of Talat are distributed. The roundup is not confined to just Armenia, for on this same day in Constantinople, a day to be later known as Red Sunday, some 250 Armenian Ottoman notables and intellectuals are arrested. Most will soon be executed as part of a general purge of the Armenian population. Midnight, 24th of April, 1915, Tenedos. Fish in a barrel. A rumble in the night, a swish of propellers, ripples of suddenly swirling water, and there is movement in the bay at the northern side of Tenedos. Leading off are the 3 transports bearing the soldiers of the 29th Division who will storm W and V beaches and Morto Bay, closely followed by Euryalus, bearing Admiral Wemyss, Implacable, Cornwallis and River Clyde. They are followed by tugs pulling floating piers, which will be used to unload supplies once the beachhead is established. The battleships must be in place before dawn, ready to begin their bombardment. The French, meanwhile, leave from the southern side of Tenedos. Perhaps most tense are those aboard River Clyde, the collier earmarked to ram the shore and disgorge over 2,000 of the 29th's finest soldiers on the Turkish defenders. On the lowest deck, the men lie cramped up against each other, thankful at least for the warmth of the bodies next to them. One man, feet numbed by the cold, crawls half asleep to a spot near the engines. He coils up and drifts off, only to wake to a heavy sea boot planted firmly on my face. Most of the men are only pretending to sleep anyway. An officer sits up at a makeshift table made from 2 lime barrels and a few rough boards, with a cigarette in one hand and a pencil in the other. He jots in his diary, "Sitting on board after trying to snooze with head on a big box, but too uncomfortable for anything, so whipped out my bookie and scribbled. Light bad, only an oily lamp with glass smoked black, and nearly 20 feet distant. Queer scene altogether. Sunday is just 10 minutes old, and the ship's screw has started. We are off." Wee hours, 25th of April, 1915. Cast off and drift astern. Bearing the bulk of the First Wave's 3rd Brigade, now transferred to their care, the 7 destroyers' screws turn languidly as the black silhouettes of the flotilla bearing the Anzacs now approach the rendezvous point off the shores of the Gallipoli Peninsula. Just a little back from the main flotilla, the Australian submarine AE2 is also making its careful way. An attempt to go through the Dardanelles the previous evening had to be abandoned after the foremost hydroplane shaft coupling broke. But, mercifully, Rear Admiral John de Robeck is allowing Stoker to make another attempt. "Try again tomorrow," he had said, If you succeed in getting through, there is nothing you could possibly want that we won't do for you. This time, however, the orders are different. Yesterday, the hope had been that the sub would make it through the Narrows into the Sea of Marmara and then attack the shipping bringing supplies to the Turkish troops. Now, as the sub would be in operation when much of the fleet would be lying off the entrance to the straits, it is crucial that the Turks be prevented from floating mines down on the current, which might see the Allies lose ships, as they had done on the 18th of March. Commodore Roger Keyes, de Robeck's chief of staff, had told Stoker, "In fact, generally run amok at the Narrows, if you get there." If you get there. Stoker had burst out laughing, but the rest of it had been no laughing matter. For the order, and Stoker well knows it, means that he and his men are unlikely to come back. While it would be one thing to get through the Narrows to the Sea of Marmara and hunt like a fox for the fat rabbits of supply ships, for preventing the Turkish defenders getting resupplied easily by sea is the key aim. It would be quite another to hunt in the tiny alley that leads to the rabbit nest itself. There, the submarine risks being the rabbit in the searchlight, while all the forts, patrol boats, cruisers and destroyers would be able to bring concentrated fire to bear. "If you searched the whole world over," Stoker would write, "I doubt you would find a much more unpleasant spot to carry out a submarine attack than this Narrows of Chunuk. Half a mile wide, with a current of 3 to 5 knots, it is certainly not an ideal place for manoeuvres in a comparatively slow-moving and difficulty-turned submarine. Also, the thought that we ourselves might meet one of those floating mines hardly added to the entertainment the day was likely to provide for us." Carefully, slowly, the great battleships continue to steam towards the Turkish shore. For those soldiers awake above decks, all that can be seen is the slightly darker blobs of the other destroyers. Some men take up their mandolins, guitars and banjos, to play and sing with a gathering chorus, which withers into silence as the night grows older. Some men talk quietly, careful not to wake those who have snatched a final sleep. Face to face with their mortality, the men abandon nicety and share astounding stories and home truths with each other, divulging secrets they never knew existed. At 1 a.m., there is a stirring among the men as, even though asleep, they become aware of a change in the rhythm of the ship's engines, which slow to nearly nothing. They are here, at the designated rendezvous point, just 5 miles from the spot where the men are to land. Across all the ships, those soldiers remaining asleep are woken. "Come on, lads, have a good hot supper, there's business doing," and given a hot meal of, they knew it, bully beef and bread, washed down by the second greatest Australasian restorative of all, a cup of piping hot tea. On some of the ships, the men are given a tot of rum to settle their souls and warm their spirits. Aboard London, the soldiers have hit it off with the sailors, so much so that the sailors have renamed port and starboard as A and C after the 2 Australian companies on board. Ellis Ashmead Bartlett wanders around the mess deck with his notebook, observing the soldiers wolfing down their meals while their officers dine in the wardroom. Yes, perhaps the last supper for some, but the Australians are as calm as if about to take part in a route march. At 2 a.m., right on schedule, the hissed order goes out on deck to "Prepare to man the boats." Even as the men eating their meals below hear the command ringing down the ladderways, "Fall in!" And so they do, taking their rifles and their packs, climbing the ladders and forming up into companies by going to their assigned squares on the deck, each of which has a large painted number on it. From the derricks, the ship's boats are now lowered, and rope ladders thrown over the side, while the ships turn parallel to the shore to shield sight and sound from those who may be carefully watching and listening. With only a faint sheen from the stars to light up the dramatic scenes on deck, Ashmead Bartlett observes closely, this splendid contingent from Australia stood there in silence as the officers, hurrying from group to group, issued their final instructions. Between the companies of infantry were the beach parties, whose duty it was to put them ashore. Lieutenants in khaki, midshipmen not yet out of their teens, in old white duck suits dyed khaki colour, carrying revolvers, water bottles, and kits almost as big as themselves, and sturdy blue jackets. Now, in all but complete darkness, even smoking is banned. The Australian soldiers get their rifles on their shoulders and, with their hearts in their mouth, climb onto the swinging rope ladders that dangle into the boats below, only barely bobbing in water so calm that it is like a sheet of oil. There, in the light mist, 4 midshipmen and 1 coxswain await in the boat below, whispering respectfully to the lightly growling officers on high how many more they can take. It is up to 40 soldiers to a boat, taking some 40 minutes to load, until one gives out the much-awaited last whisper, "Full up, sir." Very well, then. "Cast off and drift astern," comes the next command from the shadowy figure on high. In the boats, amid all the boxes of ammunition, picks, shovels, sandbags and wire cutters, among other things, the soldiers of the 9th, 10th and 11th battalions shiver. They have been told not to wear their greatcoats, for they are too cumbersome, and it is thought their exposed white skin will help them to keep track of each other once on the shore. The 3 battleships begin to tow their 4 steamboats and attached boats carrying a total of 1,500 soldiers in this, the first lot of the first wave. At 2 a.m., just as the Australian troops are preparing to launch their boats, 2 Turkish soldiers are sitting in their observation post on a ridge above Ariburnu, the very spot that the companies of the 3rd Brigade are approaching. Both local boys, Idris from Buralur and Jamil from Gallipoli, they chat quietly, smoking and occasionally taking up their binoculars to scan the western horizon, far out across the moonlit waters, where there is nothing but Bismillah! Bune! My God, what is that? What? There! There! And now Jamil can see it too. Way out in the sliver of silvery light where the sky meets the sea, they can see distinct shapes, ship-like shapes. Inglis! Inglis! There are ships, many, many ships. English soldiers are just off our shores. Immediately, the 2 sentries report to the company commander. Captain Fyke, commander of a company of 250 soldiers in the 27th Regiment, is sleeping in his dugout on the 2nd Ridge, when a sentry from his reserve platoon bursts in and awakens him. "Inglis! Inglis!" The observation post has spotted many enemy ships in the open sea. Captain Fyke immediately rises and surveys the sea using his own binoculars. Aman Alom. Oh Allah. There they are, all different sizes, bobbing in the moonlight, a fair way offshore. He can't tell if they are moving or still, but they are definitely there in force. Quickly, he gets his battalion commander, Major Ismet Akabatepe, on the telephone and reports what he has seen. "There is no cause for haste," the major's voice crackles back down the line. For now, Captain Fyke is to continue watching closely and report back. "Peki, Komutan." "Of course, Commander." Racing to his observation post, the captain tries to steady his raggedy breathing as he again brings his binoculars to bear and, this time, there is no doubt about it. The ships are a great mass now, dozens of them, and they are much closer, heading straight for the shores right in front of where he is now standing. With some trepidation, Captain Fyke phones straight through to divisional headquarters near Maidos. He reaches Lieutenant Nuri and reports what he has seen. "Telephone, Bashindan Ariulma, hold the line," Nuri replies. "I will inform the Chief of Staff." It is an agony. With every second that passes, the ships are coming closer and will no doubt soon be disgorging enemy soldiers. But Captain Fyke waits until Nuri returns. "How many of these ships are warships?" he asks, "and how many are transports?" "It is impossible to distinguish what type of ships they are in the dark, but there are many of them." The conversation ends there, and for a moment Captain Fyke sits on the ridge above the quiet cove alone, looking out at the approaching fleet in the fading light of the setting moon. They are closer still, fading into darkness as the moon begins to set. At the same time that the men of Turkey's 27th Regiment's 2nd Battalion are being woken up and called to arms, the 1st and 3rd Battalions are just bunking down for the night at their camp at Maidos, some 6 miles to the southeast. The men, under the vigilant eye of their regiment commander, Lieutenant Colonel Shefik, have finally finished their long march back from Kabatepe. Spent, they soon fall into the sleep of the dead, and the dead exhausted. 2:30 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Off the Dardanelles. Like an arrow in the night. Slowly, oh, so carefully, the AE-2, after leaving HMS Swiftsure, which has been towing it, powers along on the surface into the jaws of hell, represented by the entrance to the Dardanelles Strait. The sea is as cold, flat and dark as black glass, the only ripples upon it forming a perfectly symmetrical and sparkling phosphorescent arrow in the moonlight, with the bulbous black bow of the AE2 at its tip. Ahead, searchlights from the shore criss-cross the waters. For the moment, AE2 sticks closely to the European side of the straits, slipping along at just a little over 3 knots, hoping to keep engine noise to a minimum and to stay away from those searchlights for as long as possible. For all that, so strong is the moonlight, it seems scarcely believable that every fort on the Dardanelles is not there, and then a hive of activity, bringing their guns to bear on AE2. Each time, Stoker would recount, as a beam of light touched the AE2 with brighter and yet brighter finger, one held for the instant one's breath, lest the steady sweep, arrested for a moment, would show a suspicion of our shadowy presence. That thumping? Not minds. Just their collective hearts. Miraculously, however, they remain unspotted. 3 a.m., 25th of April, 1915, Second Ridge. The first roar of the tempest. Sila Bashina! Sila Bashina! To arms! To arms! Captain Fike is roaring now, jolting his soldiers of the 4th Company from their slumbers. Grunts in the night, the shouts go on. Sila Bashina! Sila Bashina! Dazed, the young Turks of Captain Fike's reserve platoon now rouse themselves. Sitting up with their feet dangling out of their tents, they try to pull on their heavy boots in the pitch-black night, and the stark truth begins to dawn upon them. Perhaps this is it, their actual baptism of fire. As nearly all of them are farmers drawn from the local area, just as their ancestors had been back to antiquity, they have taken talk of invasions to their shores with their mother's milk, just as they too have passed it on to their own small children. And yet, still it is shocking that it can all be happening right here, right now. As whistles blow, officers run, and the shouts continue that they all must find their guns and come quickly. Taking their standard-issue bolt-action Mauser rifles, they slip out of their tents and button up their khaki jackets as they assemble with their comrades, many of whom are childhood friends, to receive their orders. Their hour has come. The 70-odd men of Captain Fike's 2nd Platoon, meanwhile, are positioned down in the trenches, stretching along the first ridge, above the shoreline at Aribernu. They are entrenched in places soon to be known to the Anzacs as Plug's Plateau and Hell's Spit. The commander, Sub-Lieutenant Muharrem, has just told his men, all peering out like owls from their positions, to wait silently as the boats continue their approach. Among the men, in a trench at the southern end of the line, is Private Ardil, recruited from a nearby village. He had been asleep when the corporal on sentry duty had begun to yell, "There's something unusual! Get up!" Taking his rifle and creeping to a bluff that has a clear view of the cove below, the shepherd-turned-soldier had strained his eyes and, soon enough in the half-light, begun to see it all clearly. Many, many ships approaching the shore, filled with armed soldiers. Slowly now, their powerful engines just purring, the bristling battleships move in towards the shores of the Gallipoli Peninsula, and for the first time the men can see the barest silhouette of the Turkish hills, behind which the sun will soon be rising. At 3:30 a.m., just 2.5 miles from the shore, it is time. Aboard Queen, Rear Admiral Cecil Thursby speaks into the wireless and gives the order to proceed. To the steamboats now, officers loom and hiss down, "Get away and land." Those in command of the steamboats now open their throttles to full steam ahead. The ropes to the boats behind jerk tight, and off they go at 6 knots. Farewelling them on the decks above, lines of sailors at the railings give them a silent cheer, taking off their caps and waving them around in the traditional manner, while also whispering barely audible imprecations to give the Turks what they bloody well have coming to them. The steamboats continue chugging slowly for the shoreline. The tumbling throb of their engines booms out across the sea and strangely seems to soon deliver back a light echo. But there are not meant to be any cliffs close in front of them. Still, the sound, stark in the otherwise silent night, envelops the shivering soldiers in the boats, who take what comfort they can from the distraction. And there is comfort behind, too, as all of the steamboats continue to be slowly followed by the battleships, anxious hens following up on their chicks. For the soldiers in the boats, mere corks on the ocean, it is somehow heartening in the now lightening darkness to see enormous silhouettes hovering near. But it cannot last long. For, as the seabed inevitably rises to meet the shore, the ships can hover no more, and for those on the decks of the battleships gazing forward, the most visible thing ahead is the few sparks flickering upwards from the funnels of the steamboats, together with just a dim phosphorescence coming from the bow waves of the boats, aquatic fireflies that give up the ghost in an instant. It seems stunning to Ashmead Bartlett that these men who, 6 months ago, were living peaceful civilian lives begin to disembark on a strange and unknown shore, in a strange land, to attack an enemy of a different race. To the eyes of the Englishmen, the steamboats with their boats in tow look like great snakes as they sneak their way forward in the dimness. In those boats there is still no talking, no smoking, no nothing, just waiting, each man nursing his unloaded rifle. Colonel Maclagan does not really want them wasting bullets until it is full light, and nor does he want them to make a lot of noise, insisting that they must do the business with the bayonet. Many of them are now continuing to sharpen those bayonets, while others sit quietly and shiver, most from the cold, others from nervous excitement or outright fear as to what they are about to face. To their ears, the noise of the engines of the steamboats ahead sounds as if it would wake the dead, but still there is no sign of anything from the shore, neither light nor fight. Aboard London, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett raises his eyes from the boat to the hills of Turkey ahead. All seems in darkness, though in the nervy state of those on the ships, the stars above the silhouette of the hills are frequently mistaken for lights. Aboard the destroyer HMS Ribble, which is soon to tow in the second instalment of the 3rd Brigade, similar scenes have been taking place. As the last tepid gleam of the moon disappears, Lieutenant Commander Ralph W. Wilkinson in Ribble leans over the bridge and passes the word to his chargers. "Lights out, men, and stop talking. We're going in now." Soon enough, the destroyers move forward, pulling the tows with them. And thus, in the darkness and in silence, as Captain Ivor Margetts of the 12th Battalion would later recount, we were carried towards the land which was to either make or mar the name of Australia. As Charles Bean aboard Minnewaska continues to watch closely, staring to the east where the boats have disappeared, the first sign of the coming dawn is the growing distinction of the hills the Australian soldiers are approaching. Suddenly, from that lumpy and grumpy dark horizon, out to the right, shoots skyward a single hazy finger of light, which no sooner lazily tickles the heavens above, as 1,000 Australian hearts miss a beat, than the searchlight disappears again. Bean looks at his watch by the light of a struck match. It is 3:45 a.m. For AE2, it could never last. On the bridge of his 180-foot submarine, just after 4 a.m., Lieutenant Commander Dacre Stoker first sees a flash of fire to the west, then an instant later hears the whistle of an approaching shell just before he hears the broken swish of the shell as it hurtled past. Time to go. "Prepare to dive," Stoker orders crisply into the brass-voiced tubes that lead from the conning tower to the sub proper below. So well trained are they, his submariners never have to be told twice, but under this circumstance they positively leap into action. Executive Officer Geoffrey Haggard presses the button on the console 3 times, causing the hooter to emit 3 shrill blasts throughout AE2, while in the roaring engine room, aft, where twin 12-cylinder diesel engines drown out all other noise, a red light flashes for extra warning. And now the engines cough, and then stop, just as the 2 large electric motors, powered by battery banks of 224 cells, burst into quiet life to take over the sub's propulsion. Stoker and his officers clear the bridge, and the upper and lower lids of the conning tower are firmly shut, as are the exhaust pipes of the engines. All secure, Stoker, now in the centre of the control room, gives the order. "Dive the submarine. Open 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 main vents. 10 down, 40 feet and back to 22 feet. 4 sailors reach overhead and open spigots on the main ballast tanks. Air can be heard escaping as the tanks fill with cold seawater, making the bow quickly sink, while the propellers, powered by 2 electric motors, start to drive the sub lower. All else being equal, the batteries will be able to keep the sub moving at 10 knots for an hour, or 5 knots for 5 hours, before she will have to resurface to charge them again with the diesel motors. For the moment, AE2 stays at a depth of 18 feet, meaning the periscope can still keep an eye on what is happening on the surface. Among the senior Australian officers on the boat still being towed to the shore by the steamboats, there is confusion just after 4 a.m. In their briefings, they had been told to expect to see ahead of them a flat, sandy beach, giving way to 150 to 200 yards of flats. But from what they can see in the dimness of the now near shore, there is nothing like that. Instead, the lightly gurgling white water just ahead looks to be practically at the foot of massive hills, one jutting knoll of which looks all of 200 feet high. "Tell the Colonel," Flotilla Commander Charles Dix hisses, "that the damn fools have taken us a mile too far north." True or not, it is too late now to alter course. Some 75 yards from the shore, the boats are let loose from the steamboats, and the 4 seamen allotted to each boat take up the 4 oars and begin hauling, no easy task in such heavy vessels, and stroke, and stroke, and stroke. Floating phantoms on the water, gliding to their goal. And then it happens. A single shot rings out in the silent stillness. As nerves jangle and soldiers instinctively hold their rifles closer. Is it a random shot in the dark, or something else? "Look at that," hisses a son of South Australia, Captain Raymond Lean, in one of the forward boats now approaching the Turkish shore. Against the ethereal glow of the eastern sky, on the cliff top stands the ghostly silhouette of a man. An uncertain, inquiring voice rings out in a foreign language. Perhaps 20 seconds later come flashes of rifles in the distance as a volley of shots whistles over them. "Hello," an Australian soldier calls. "Now we're spotted!" And then, just as rain follows drizzle and storms oft follow rain, it begins in earnest. Fire is furiously poured upon the foremost boats by a platoon of 70 Turks, with the bullets beginning to splash in the water very close. But there is no panic. Some Australian soldiers are even heard to sing a few snatches of the popular song "This Little Bit of the World Belongs to Us," as the fire upon them gets heavier. "They want to cut that shooting out," one soldier notes wryly. "Somebody might get killed." And then one of the men in the first boats is killed, slumping forward with a bullet through his head, with some parts of his brain splattering those behind with a sickly wetness. And then another man groans and slips sideways, as oars are splintered and boats suddenly hold. Such groans, gurgles, death rattles, and impacts are accompanied by the surprisingly melodic hum of bullets soaring overhead, and the staccato rhythm being kept by the bullets splashing into the water all around them. Private Combo Smith of the 11th Battalion looks up and quips to Lieutenant Snowy Howe, "Just like little birds, aren't they, Snow?" The entire boat rocks with the soldiers' laughter, despite themselves. Notwithstanding the shots now raining on them, if all goes well, it is possible they will be in Constantinople by nightfall. It is Private Adil and the other men of his platoon, dug in on the ridge lying directly above where the enemy is landing, who are the first to fire upon the Australians. Meanwhile, Captain Fyke is still at his observation post up on the second ridge behind them, and the 50-odd men of the reserve platoon are primed for further orders, rifles in hand. They are not long in waiting, as the engagement escalates and rapid gunfire begins to pour over them, coming from some of the steamboats armed with machine guns. Immediately, Captain Fyke orders most of the platoon to occupy the trenches on the plateau above the northern end of the cove, a place the Anzacs will come to call Russell's Top. He also sends 2 sections of 9 lads each down to reinforce the trenches closest to the beach. He then writes a report to Major Ismet at Kaba Tepe that the enemy is about to start landing at Aribunu. I am going with my reserve platoon to our emplacements at that location. The enemy ships are now even closer, and there is no doubt that the invaders will shortly land. And here they go, just 10 yards away now. "Make a landing where you can, lads," an officer roars, "and hold on!" As soon as the bows of the first boats touch the Turkish shore at around 4:15 a.m., the first of the Australian soldiers of the 9th and 10th Battalions of the 3rd Brigade jump into 3 feet of water and begin scrambling forward on the slippery round stones beneath their boots, eager to get onto the crunchy, gravelly beach ahead, which extends only about 20 yards. still looking for the 200 yards of open land they know awaits them before they get to the first steep incline. But it's not there. There is just this small beach tucked into near cliffs, from the top of which a fierce rifle fire, a perfect hail of bullets, is now sweeping over them. As they stagger forward, their clothes and backpacks suddenly heavy with water, many of their rifles are soon choked with sand and gravel. The first men on the beach, though Bondi on a blistering day it ain't, are joined by the soldiers of the 11th Battalion, who have landed a little to the north. Together they help each other. "Here, take off my pack and I'll take off yours," while they furtively look around. Nothing of the topography looks the way it is meant to, and in the hurly-burly of landing all of the platoons have got mixed up, all while bullets from on high continue to be a menace. Some lucky ones manage to get shelter behind a rough sandbank, while others have been landed in spots where there is no protection at all on the sandy slopes. Among them, Major Miles Fitzroy Beaver, commander of A Company, 10th Battalion, is having a particularly tough time. He had planned to get to the beach first to organise his men, who call themselves his little lambs, as in anywhere that Beaver goes his lambs are sure to follow. But as he jumps from his boat, the water comes right up to his neck. Finally stumbling onto the shore, he sees a group of men coming towards him and, unsure whether they are friend or foe, scrambles forward and draws his service pistol, shaking the water out of it as he goes, before going to ground and waiting. When they are just 10 yards away, he jumps up and challenges them, only to hear the reply, "Brigadier, 3rd Brigade and staff." Ah, it's Colonel McLagan. Beaver sneaks his pistol back into its holster, giving the commander his name and unit. But McLagan is disturbed. He marches up to Beaver, grabs his arm, and whispers hoarsely, as if trying to contain his alarm, "Beaver, we've landed in the wrong place." Aware of this and drenched to the bone, Beaver offers a laconic reply. "I know that, sir, but we are here now. My men are assembling a bit further up. Will you please give us orders what to do?" It is the common question all along the beach. "What are we to do next, sir?" another soldier asks a senior officer as the rifle fire from above continues to press the need for rapid decisions. "I don't know, I'm sure," comes the uncertain reply. "Everything is in a terrible muddle." But one officer who with his men has been among the first to land, even ahead of McLagan, is particularly quick. "Fix bayonets, lads," he sings out, "and up we go." Just as they have been trained, as they have done so many times in Australia, in Egypt, and more recently at Lemnos, the soldiers fix bayonets with one smooth movement. Click. And now they form into a rough line and forward! Marching as to war, charge at the first enemy trenches, just 50 yards away from where they have landed. As they charge, the roar goes up from dozens of Sons of the Southern Cross. "Come on, Australia! Australia forever! Come on, boys! Give it to 'em, boys!" The men of the 3rd Brigade push forward, and they are lucky, in fact, not to have been landed precisely on the selected spot, as the closer proximity of the Turkish artillery on Kaba Tepe would have been even more devastating. 4:30 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Above the landing spot, shots in the dark. Terrified, but still resolute and determined to do their duty come what may, Private Adil and his fellow soldiers continue to frantically fire down on the beaches where the boats are now landing in force. It appears that an entire army corps is being disgorged onto their treasured soil. In the face of this swarm of foreign invaders, these white faces in the gloom, who keep climbing no matter how many fall, it appears the Turks will have no choice but to relinquish their trenches on the first ridge before their opportunity for retreat is cut off. Already machine-gun bullets are kicking up dirt spurts all around and whistling past their ears. All is confusion, all is terrifying. But this does not dissuade Private Adil and the rest of the dwindling Turkish platoon from continuing to fight, isolated and facing successive waves of advancing enemy soldiers. Those soldiers eventually get to the lip of their hill, at which point the brave Turks race back to their next defensible position, anything with cover, and defend from there, before moving further back again, looking over their shoulders as they go. The situation for the Turks is desperate, but at least reinforcements are on the way. They think. Major Ismet has received Faik's last report of the situation at Ariburnu, and he has passed word on to the commander of the 9th Division, Colonel Sami, headquartered at Maidos. 24th to the 25th of April, 1915. Place, Harbour Tepe. To the commander of the 9th Division. I am receiving reports from the company commander that the enemy has landed a group of soldiers at Aribonu. The commander has given the order to drive the enemy back. He will present information as it comes to hand. Commander of Kaba-Tepe region, Major Ismet. Soon after, Major Ismet orders the men of his artillery battery to open fire with the Mantelli gun that is stationed in one of the artillery fortifications at Kaba-Tepe. Capable of 3 rounds per minute, this 3.5-inch gun is soon raining down shrapnel shells and high-explosive shells, causing devastation on the beaches within a radius of some 25 yards from wherever they land. McLagan, still on the beach with Beevor and his little lambs, is recovered somewhat from his initial shock at such a complete upsetting of his carefully laid plans, and is now sizing up the situation. "Okay, Beaver, here's what you and your men are to do. As soon as your company is assembled, extend it into line and move straight up the heights in front, clearing out any of the enemy who might be in your line of advance. Then, as soon as you reach the top, swing your left flank around and move southward, clearing the ground as you go." "Yes, sir." McLagan then adds, "Move a considerable distance, but not too far to the south. Select a defensive position facing inland and dig in." Beaver relays the order to his men, who were in splendid physical condition, and they begin to move up the heights with a will and eager for fight. Only a few body lengths up the cliffs, McLagan yells out from the beach, "Beaver, get your men to give a cheer!" Turning, amused, Beaver does not have time to pass on the order when such a roar came from along the line of Beaver's little lambs as must have given the Turks in the vicinity an idea of the kind of lads who are invading their territory. Another soldier, who is climbing at a different spot, Private Basil Wilmer, the son of a reverend from the town of Carrick in Tasmania, would later report their awful climb, the cliffs being quite 300 feet high and almost perpendicular, sandy and covered with low, thick scrub, and that the air above seemed full of a swarm of angry bees. Near the top, 2 of his comrades either side are shot almost simultaneously. Private Wilmer stops to check on one of them, an old soldier named Bat, but the old fellow waves him away, saying, "Don't mind us, lad. Go on and give it to them hot." All around, the Australians are forming their first impressions, with one Australian soldier later quipping, "It was bloody poor farming country." Aboard London, Ashmead Bartlett suddenly hears a cheer coming back over the waters, an indication that perhaps there is a first victory, likely a trench taken. Indeed, just as Ashmead Bartlett has guessed, the trench on the top of the 300-foot-high Plugs Plateau that begins the first ridge, from where the men of Fyke's 2nd Platoon have finally fled, is at last conquered. And all of it by bayonet, giving to the Turks, in the words of Trooper Bluegum, just what Brutus, Cassius, Casca and the rest gave Julius Caesar. For still the Australians have not paused long enough to fire. Among those in the lead, which is typical of him, is 40-year-old Captain William Richard Annear of the 11th Battalion. A fine man and a natural leader, he had been among the first to volunteer for overseas duty, which had led him to be at this time, in this place, coming over the lip of a hill with a few of his men to find himself atop a tiny plateau. Minute by minute for Bean and for the soldiers in the second wave of tows, the eastern horizon continues to lighten ever so slowly until, as the official correspondent describes it, there appears a brightening sky and a silken lemon-coloured dawn breaking smooth grey behind the hills. Strangely, those hills look a lot higher than he imagined from the briefing he had been given. But perhaps that is just the early morning light playing tricks. At the northern end of the cove, higher up, above the Anzacs on Plugs Plateau, Captain Fyke has wasted no time in ordering his men to "Atesh! Fire!" Having now betrayed their positions, Captain Fyke and his soldiers come under heavy fire themselves from one of the steamboats, clearly aiming at the flashes of the Turkish rifles. Still, most of the Turkish soldiers are able to keep firing, and certainly some of the invaders appear to be falling. But whether that is because they are shot or are taking cover is impossible to tell. What is certain to the Turks, help us, Allah, is that their fire is in no way slowing the boats or the men, who are landing in even greater force, and the Inglis soldiers are now climbing towards them. Across the peninsula, the word is getting out. Although the Turkish soldiers in these parts have grown used to the sound of artillery fire coming from the straits, this is different for those stationed on the eastern side of the peninsula. This time, the firing is not from the direction of the straits at all. It is coming from the west, from the direction of Kaba-Tepe, and it sounds heavy. Despite his exhaustion, the noise wakes the astute Lieutenant Colonel Shefik, commander of the 27th Battalion headquartered at Maidos, who has only been asleep for what feels like a millisecond. Alarmed, he leaps from his sleeping mat and gets on the telephone. Reaching the division's switchboard, he is put through to the communication post at Kabatepe. "Is the sound of artillery fire coming from your side? What is going on over there? Is something the matter?" "The enemy is landing troops at Aribonu." "Any threat to Kabatepe?" "No, nothing so far." After hanging up, Lieutenant Colonel Shefik immediately gives orders to his battalion commanders and the commander of his machine gun company. "Assemble your men. Call them to arms. They are to carry only combat gear. Have them distribute the men's bread rations and hang feed bags on the animals. When everything is ready, report back to me." Within minutes, a camp that had been all but fast asleep is a flurry of furious activity as the battle cry is sounded. "To arms! To arms!" Chapter 9. Midst the thunder and tumult. I think I am about done. Thank God, men of my temperament are few and far between. I am quite satisfied that I'll never make a soldier. 1,000 pities to have been born an artist at a time like this. I do wish I could take war in the same spirit with which my comrades face its horrors. Ellis Silas. 4:30 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Nudging 'neath the Narrows. In AE2, all has fallen near as silent as the grave, bar one thing. As the submarine makes its way through a veritable forest of mooring wires for the deadly mines above, it starts to scrape against them, making the most unearthly screeching of metal on metal. The obvious risk is that, should a wire get caught, it will very quickly drag the mine down to the submarine, where it will instantly explode. All the men can do, however, is keep going, their hearts in their mouths, prayers on their lips, as they call upon the heavens to allow them to make it through. As to where exactly they are headed, that is a very good question. It is now infeasible to rise up to periscope level, as they would almost certainly hit a mine. So all they can do is proceed blind and what is that? Something is bumping along the side of their submarine. It starts forward on the port side and keeps regularly banging all the way along the side of the sub. No one speaks, for there is nothing to say, with each small bang risking a big bang. And then there is another bang on the starboard side. For several minutes, Stoker would later recount, we all listened to it in uneasy silence before it broke away, tapped along the side, and followed the rest of our enemies astern. They're still alive. 4:35 a.m., 25th of April, 1915, above the landing site. Upward, ever upwards. As Beevor and his little lambs continue their silent climb, they are given what Beevor calls in his diary their first sample of the ingenuity of the Turkish sniper in camouflaging himself. A number of those snipers, it seems, have planted themselves in Turk-sized holes that reach just up to their armpits, leaving their shoulders and arms free. To their bodies, back and front, were lashed branches of the local scrub, as well as to their arms. This did not prevent them from using their rifles freely. When one of them takes a pot shot at Major Beevor and misses, one of the Australian soldiers trots over to where he has seen the spurt of flame and has a good look at friend Turk, who is pretending to be a bush as hard as he can. Instantly, the Australian switches grips on his rifle, turns it into a club, and then brings it down so hard on the Turk's head that his rifle butt breaks clean off, and blood momentarily spurts from the soldier's head just before he dies with a snapped neck. Beaver's little lamb has just done something that in civilian life would have sickened him, seen him arrested, and made him an outcast. But now, in this strange state of warfare, he feels satisfied and quickly resumes his place in the line, a hero to his comrades. After walking just a few minutes more, another soldier rushes over to Major Beevor and says quietly, "I say, sir, there's a bloody bull ant biting my leg. May I stop and pull him out?" Sir agrees, and the soldier grounds his rifle, unbuckles his belt, and shoves his hand down his trouser leg. In an instant, a nigh beatific smile breaks out. "I say, you fellows," he calls in a voice hoarse with excitement, "I've got a bullet through my leg." Positively delighted, he buckles up his belt and starts to hop along with his company. The thrill of it! 5 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Off Cape Helles, a behemoth glides forth. On the bridge of Queen Elizabeth, moving north from Cape Helles towards the spot where the Australians have landed, officers whisper to each other so that the tinny voices coming up the brass pipes from the bowels of the warship can be properly heard. General Sir Ian Hamilton, positioned beside a notably nervous Admiral John de Robeck, the responsibility of what they are about to do weighs heavily on him, brings his ear to the wind. They are still 6 miles off the spot where the 2nd Brigade are preparing to land when... There! Can you hear it? The rolling boom of artillery fire comes from behind them. Clearly, the bombardment of Cape Helles has begun. General Hamilton is pleased. The Turks, he would write, are putting up some fight. And not just at Cape Helles. For as Queen Elizabeth closes on Cabo Tepe, they start to see the puffs of shrapnel shells bursting over the water. And listen now, as Hamilton says, as the patter of musketry came creeping out to sea. We are in for it now. The machine guns muttered as through chattering teeth, up to our necks in it now. The glory of it. Would we be out of it, Hamilton will exult. No, not one of us, not for 500 years stuffed full of dullness and routine. By 5:35 a.m., the rattle of small arms seems to have lessened, and ahead those on the Queen Elizabeth can see boatloads of soldiers still pushing for the shore, while on the hills others are swarming upwards. Even with our glasses, they did not look much bigger than ants, Hamilton says. God, one would think, cannot see them at all, or he would put a stop to this sort of panorama altogether. And yet it would be a pity if he missed it, for these fellows have been worth the making. They are not charging up into this Sari Bear range for money or by compulsion. They fight for love, all the way from the Southern Cross for love of the old country and of liberty. Wave after wave of the little ants press up and disappear. We lose sight of them the moment they lie down. Bravo! Every man on our great ship longs to be with them, as impressed as he is for General Hamilton the main battle called. Admiral de Robeck has made it clear that he will take Hamilton wherever the Commander-in-Chief pleases on this oh-so-crucial day, and the General, of course, chooses to leave the feint and go back to the spot where he hopes the true killer blow on the enemy will be struck, Cape Helles, 13 miles to the south. 5:30 a.m., 25th of April, 1915, landing spot. Crashing waves on the shore. And now here comes the 2nd wave of Australians, battalions of the 2nd Brigade, the first of whom are landing on the beach. With daylight, they can see from the first that there has been a mistake in navigation. They are stunned to see a rocky outcrop staring down upon them that looks remarkably like a larger version of the Sphinx they thought they had left behind outside Cairo. "You want to douse that camera," a Victorian is firmly told by a fellow soldier, "because there'll be trouble and you'll be court-martialed." But the Victorian refuses as he furiously clicks away. "This," he says firmly just before they land, "is going to be the greatest day that Australia ever knew." With the sun up now, Captain Fyke and the men of his company realise the full horror of what they are facing. Before them, thousands of foreign soldiers are storming towards their shores and up their hills. Though Fyke's men fight with determination, they soon hear distant booms, and then large shells begin to rain down on their positions. It is the battleships, Triumph, Majestic, and Bacchante, firing heavy broadsides, and shell after shell pounds into the hillsides where the Turks are reported to be most heavily concentrated. Every time a shell lands, huge plumes of earth, smoke, shrapnel, and very occasionally Turks are sent skyward. Mostly, however, the shells from the ship, designed to devastate other ships and not targets in mountainous terrain, do little damage, as their horizontal trajectory sends them ineffectively over the top of the trenches. Not so the Turkish howitzers. Just as General von Sanders has planned, these shells are primed to come down from on high, with the shell cap on the nose turned clockwise to just the right degree, so that each is timed to explode some 50 yards above the ground, sending shrapnel out over a wide area on the exposed beach. As the Turkish forward observer holds his binoculars in one hand and his field telephone in the other, he is able to direct the fire superbly to create maximum devastation, wiping out as many as 10 men at a time, many times. Charles Bean, watching from Minnewaska, is entranced by these shells. On the face of a small promontory aft 2 miles of the south of us, Gallipoli, is a brilliant pinpoint flash. Some seconds later, a curious whiz through the air. The long, drawn-out whiz sinks down and down in scale. There is a flash high in the air. Then a bang and the whine of a shower of pellets sprayed as if from a watering can. The whip-up of another circle of sea below and another white fluffy cloud slowly floating overhead. A man standing near the journalist marvels, "So that is shrapnel." Another calls out over his shoulder, "Look, mate, they're carrying this joke too far. They're using ball ammunition." The Mantelli gun in the battery at Gallipoli is firing on the southern part of the beach as well as at the steamboats, with their tows approaching the shore, and the results are devastating. These boats simply sink with bubbles of red. Looking down at the bottom of the sea, you could see a carpet of dead men. When one destroyer comes too close to the shore to unload its troops, artillery fire is directed onto it, and the warship soon has huge streaks of red falling down its grey-painted side. Through it all, the brave seamen manning the steamboats continue to ferry their charges back and forth, despite being subjected to more fire than the soldiers, who only have to face this most vicious of barrages once. In some cases, the seamen do not have time to clear their boats of those shot on the last shuttle to shore, and the newly embarking soldiers simply have to walk over their fallen comrades, who have paid the ferryman, and even sit on and by the dead bodies. As the soldiers land, those who have succeeded in dodging the blizzard of shrapnel on the beach start running up the gullies, where again man after man is cut down. The air is filled with the whistles and explosions of the shells, the whiz of bullets, and the screams and groans of the men in the middle of the whole mess. And yes, some of the newly arrived soldiers are also taking their toll on the retreating Turks. But the problem is that many of these soon-to-be martyrs, instead of just doing the right thing by lying down and dying, are crawling into the 6-feet-high shrubs that abound on the higher ground and, with their last breaths, becoming devastatingly effective. As all but unseen snipers, assisted by their still unwounded comrades, they exact a heavy toll on the arrivals. There is only one way to get them out. 5 rounds, rapid at the scrub in front, comes the command from a subaltern. And when that doesn't stop the snipers, from on high comes the next order, "Fix bayonets and charge!" Private Basil Wilmer is there to report of the satisfaction of seeing our lads beating the scrub when about half a dozen Turks broke cover and fled with the Australians cooeying and yelling after them. The enemy threw away rifles, equipment, and some even tore off their coats and cast them off, but it was no good. Our chaps were too slick and bayoneted them, one after the other, with great glee. In the middle of the throng, one huge Queenslander of the 9th Battalion, Sergeant Edwin Byrne, a farmer in civilian life, becomes an instant legend among his few surviving mates, and then well beyond, when he is seen to bayonet a Turkish soldier through the chest and simply pitchfork him over his shoulder like a bale of hay. The Turks were higher up than we were, he would modestly explain, and I suppose that's how I was able to throw one of them over my shoulder. And yet, while fortune favours the brave, sometimes misfortune can devastate the bravest of them all, and now a Turkish bullet comes from one of the defenders and drills the captain through the head, killing him instantly. Captain William Annear is among the first of the Australian officers to be sent to his grave. For the shaken Australian soldiers with him, there is only one thing to do: keep going. Now they are atop the first ridge. Of course, their goal is to take the next ridge, all of 400 feet high, but therein lies a significant problem. While the first law of aggressive acts is that in compact unity lies strength, individual fingers may hurt, but clenched into a fist they damage. Just as stones may sting, but formed into a rock they can kill, the landscape they are now crossing makes that impossible. Between them and the next ridge is an impossible tangle of gullies, ravines, sheer cliff faces, and all but impenetrable undergrowth, not to mention a constant rain of bullets from the retreating Turks. It is inevitable that what was a compact unit of 50 soldiers soon becomes 5 groups of 10, less those who have been shot, and soon enough many groups of 3 and less. They press on regardless, the best they can. For the instructions of General Birdwood and his senior officers have been clear for the last month. Keep going at all costs. Go as fast as you can. And so they do. 6 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Borhula. A duty to disobey. At his small house, Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal, the commander of the 19th Division, is awake, ear cocked to the west. Guns. Big guns. And not his own Turkish guns, for there are none that big in that direction. The long-awaited invasion, it must have begun. He immediately telephones General Asat in Gallipoli, who informs him that what is happening is as yet unclear, and for the moment he must simply wait further instructions. An independent and most earnest officer, Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal, does that, but still orders all the troops to prepare themselves for mobilization. And then he continues to wait. And wait. With no order arriving, he gives one of his own. His mounted company is told to ride in the direction of the highest spot of the peninsula, Hill 971, in order to obtain information about the situation. Finally, at 6:30 a.m., Mustafa Kemal receives partial confirmation in a report from the 9th Division commander at Maidos, Colonel Halil Sami. Yes, the enemy is landing at Aribonu, and the invaders are beginning to swarm up and over the first of the ridges that overlook the shore there. But their commanders, it seems, are not panicked, thinking this landing likely a feint. "It is demanded that you send one of your battalions to oppose the enemy," Sami says, casually, passing on the order. But Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal disagrees. He has understood from the first the strategic importance of the high ground of the Sari Bear Range, and now that it has been confirmed that the enemy has indeed landed in that area and is heading towards it, albeit over very difficult country, it seems highly unlikely that this is a mere feint. It is with that in mind that he takes it upon himself to order his whole 19th Division to mobilize. Most particularly, the 57th Regiment and the 72nd Regiment are to head towards the high peaks that overlook the whole invasion area, at all possible speed. It is an enormous risk for him personally. His job is to keep his forces in reserve, until ordered to move by his corps commander. And if it so happens that that order comes only to find that Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal has taken his men other than where they are truly needed, his career would be over. He now heads out with the division's crack 57th Regiment and a battery of mountain guns towards Hill 971, which overlooks the spot where the enemy has landed. Following them are the men of the 72nd Regiment. Desperate to see for himself exactly what the situation is, Mustafa Kemal, riding as ever tall in his saddle, takes a cabal of senior officers and goes on ahead of them. 6:25 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Hell at Helles. At Cape Helles, the 5 separate British landings on the 5 designated beaches are each meeting entirely different fates. The forces of the Lancashire Fusiliers landing on the spot designated Y Beach have encountered almost no resistance at all. There is time to wade ashore and then have a spot of tea. As to River Clyde, however, and the 2,000 predominantly Irish soldiers that lie within, that is another story. For it is just before 6:30 a.m. that the 4,000-ton collier bursts through the entrance of the Dardanelles and arrows straight for V Beach, a sandy strip 300 yards long that forms the orchestra pit of a natural amphitheatre. Smoke hangs heavy over the beach from the pre-landing shelling, which has been going on since 5:30 a.m., though that barrage has caused few casualties among the Turkish defenders. That much is evident from the moment they devastatingly opened fire on the 700 soldiers of the 1st Battalion, Royal Dublin Fusiliers, being towed in boats by steamboats alongside River Clyde. And now the collier itself beaches and, after heroic work to get a rough kind of bridge in place, the sally ports burst open and the first of the Irish soldiers come bursting through. Just 75 yards back from the beach, Sergeant Yaya's 26th Regiment has been patiently waiting for this moment. He drops his arm. Atesh! Fire! As 100 rifles and the 4 machine guns, all of them German, water-cooled, state-of-the-art Maxims, fire a furious fusillade at the courageous soldiers of the Royal Munster Fusiliers of the 29th Division, the Turkish defenders are soon joined by another nearby infantry company, making it around 300 rifles in total firing on those coming ashore. They were literally slaughtered like rats in a trap, one River Clyde officer would recount. For every man who makes it to shore, at least 3 are cut down on the way. Of the 2 companies of Munsters that keep coming from River Clyde, 500 soldiers in all, only 150 survive the landing, and for the moment sanity makes a rare appearance, and a temporary halt is called on further soldiers emerging. As to the covering force of Royal Dublin Fusiliers in the open boats, of the 40 men in the first vessel that reaches the shore, only 3 are able to get out, not including their commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Alexander Ruth, who is one of the first shot. They stagger up the beach, bleeding heavily. Only 300 survive the landing unscathed. In the words of one Turkish officer, Mahmut Sabri, "Not one of our soldiers' bullets was fired in vain. In fact, in many cases, one bullet accounted for several of the enemy." Dead bodies begin to wash up on the shore, their hands all too frequently reaching for the solid land, their legs bobbing in water red with blood. As one of the River Clyde's officers would recall, "I never knew blood smelt so strong before." The Turks keep firing their bullets and shells, keep adding to the bloody carnage. Mahmut Sabri would recall, Ertuğrul Bay, V Beach, was packed with enemy corpses like fish piled on top of each other. Back at Anzac, Captain Fike's certainty that they are pushing the enemy back is beginning to fade when he feels a searing pain in his groin. Looking down at his wound, he knows he can't lead his men any more. After handing the command over to Sub-Lieutenant Muharrem, Captain Fike is evacuated. Private Adil, meanwhile, is retreating further and further back from his initial position on the shoreline towards the third ridge. The Turks are in desperate need of reinforcement. Just before 6 a.m., Colonel Shefik's men had finally been ordered to proceed to the Kabatepe sector and hinder the enemy's attempted advance between Aribonu and Kabatepe, throwing those that have made it inland back into the sea. After an hour and a half's marching at the double, they arrive at the southern slopes of the third ridge. Approaching along a gully behind the ridge, they come across a wounded soldier who says, "The enemy are close up ahead." "Even better," the commander replies. "The earlier we meet with them, the better." They then march towards a spot just to their north, overlooking 400 Plateau to the northwest, and are ordered to keep your eyes peeled in every direction. Shefik rides out in front with his battalion commanders. Now, arriving atop the knoll, he surveys the land in front of him through his binoculars. Just as the wounded soldier had said, we saw enemy soldiers at close range. They were visible on 400 Plateau, but, thanks to the scrub, it was impossible to discern where exactly their soldiers had advanced to, nor where their left flank was. But this is not the best spot from which to command his men. Telling them to hurry, he rides further north to a spot high up on Third Ridge, directly east from where the enemy have landed. Enemy fire is becoming more frequent, and though Shefik can't yet see them, he knows the invaders are advancing onto the Third Ridge from the movements in the scrub which catch his eye. Surveying the land closely, the Turkish lieutenant colonel thinks hard about what his next move might be. At around 6:45 a.m., atop Plugs Plateau, right next to the body of Captain Anir, it is obvious to Colonel Maclagan that he must make quick and important decisions. Though his men of the 9th and 10th Battalions have already pushed on to the Third Ridge, the question is where to now direct the men of the 11th Battalion, who have just arrived on the plateau. The plan had been for them to go straight to the Third Ridge, but he has just received word from 400 Plateau, via a signaller bearing a message, that large numbers of Turkish troops have been sighted on the Third Ridge opposite, presenting a serious threat to his right flank. It seems obvious to him that it is more important to secure the heights immediately in front of them, along the Second Ridge, and so he orders the men of his 11th Battalion to forego the 3rd and rush to points along the northern end of the Second Ridge, all the way to the hill known as Baby 700, for its presumed height of 700 feet, on the Sari Bear Ridge. He follows this up by sending orders forward to the men of the 9th and 10th to halt their advance at the Second Ridge and dig in. The Third Ridge to the east and Battleship Hill, Chanak Bear, and Hill 971 to the north will just have to wait, for the moment at least. Given the Anzacs have all been landed too far north, it is almost certain that their right flank, where the Turks have men in reserve near Kabatepe, is inherently weak, and so that flank must be reinforced. Scrambling up onto the plateau is Lieutenant Colonel Harold Edward Pompey Elliott, with his men of the 7th Battalion, the first of the 2nd Brigade to hit the ground running. As per his instructions, Elliot is now planning to send his men forward to secure the heights of the first ridge to the northeast. But, much to his surprise, Colonel Maclagan orders Elliot to take his men and dig in to the south. A disciplined officer, Elliot obeys the order of his senior without question and immediately departs. Colonel James Whiteside Mackay, commander of the 2nd Brigade, comes ashore amid the ever-growing chaos of the second wave's landing a little before 7 a.m. On the beach, he allows himself a brief sigh as he looks at the terrain that looms ahead of him. Along with his brigade major, Walter Cass, he makes his way to a break in the ridge in front of him, a place that is soon to be aptly dubbed Shrapnel Gully. Not long after entering the gully, he turns left and begins to climb up to a higher point, Plug's Plateau, to ascertain the situation so he can send a precise order back to his men, who are still plonking awkwardly off the boats. As he starts the climb up, he sees Colonel Maclagan coming down. Maclagan informs him that he has intercepted Elliot and sent him and his battalion south, because the right was being threatened with being turned in. Maclagan then issues the command, "I want you to take your whole brigade off to my right." Colonel Mackay, who has a growing reputation for questioning all manner of orders, not to mention a healthy sense of sarcasm, responds, "I was ordered to take it off to the left. It is a bit stiff to disobey orders first thing." "I assure you," says Maclagan, "my right will be turned." Still not convinced, the 2nd Brigade's commander retorts, "I'd better go forward and have a look." "There is not time." So Mackay strikes a quick compromise. "Will you assure me that the left will be all right and the right will be turned if I do not do this?" Maclagan does not hesitate. "I assure you it is so." As if to cast their agreement in stone, Mackay replies, "I accept that assurance." Mackay orders his men to assemble on the beach and get ready to move south. Absolved of any blame thanks to a firm word of assurance between officers, should this direct contravention of orders turn out badly, and the left flank be turned, the fault lies solely with Maclagan. He and his men move off. A quarter-century earlier, at the Westward Ho School in Dover, Colonel Maclagan had been close friends with one Rudyard Kipling, among whose most famous poetic lines would be, "If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too." Right now, Maclagan has kept his head, while many others are losing theirs, and he will indeed be blamed for the decision he has taken, as others doubt him. But, at the time, he feels he has no choice. In his view, if they go after the 3rd Ridge, as planned, they risk losing everything. Approaching 8 a.m., Lieutenant Colonel Sheffick is ready to order his men to spread along the 3rd Ridge and engage the advancing enemy. The 1st Battalion is to attack from the southern flank and along 400 Plateau, while the 3rd Battalion is to take the enemy's centre, pushing them back down the 2nd Ridge and into the sea whence they came. As for the right flank, from Baby 700 and beyond to the peak of Hill 971, he will need Colonel Mustafa's reserve division for that. He simply does not have enough men. Before going ahead, he sends a report to 9th Division headquarters. 2. Command of the 9th Division, Maidos. Time, 7:55. 1. The enemy have occupied the ridges at Aribernu. 2. I am launching an offensive on the ridges between Kokadere and Aribernu. 3. I implore you to dispatch the 19th Division quickly to Hill 971. Commander, 27th Regiment, Mehmet Sheffick. Steward, another cup of tea. Aboard Euryalus, around the corner just off W Beach at Cape Helles, General Sir Elmer Hunter Weston is so far removed from the Clyde carnage that at 8:30 a.m. he orders the main force to begin landing at V Beach, whereupon most of them are slaughtered too, with 175 fatalities in a matter of minutes. At 9 a.m. another company makes the attempt to make it from River Clyde, with exactly the same devastating results. At 9:30 a.m. a company of Hampshires emerges, also to be shot to pieces without ever setting foot on the shore. Meanwhile, just off Y Beach in Queen Elizabeth, General Hamilton had already seen that the landing there had met such minimal resistance that all of the landing group are ashore without a problem. Now, seeing just how catastrophic the landing at V Beach has been, Hamilton, against the counsel of his Chief of Staff, Major General Walter Braithwaite, who thinks it is a breach of military protocol, signals Hunter Weston. "Would you like to get some more men ashore on Y Beach? If so, trawlers are available." To Hamilton, it is obvious that when there is huge resistance in one section of the front and little on another nearby section, you must push forward hard where there is little resistance to at least get your men ashore, at which point those men could launch an attack on the flanks and quell the resistance there too. Hunter Weston? He does not see it like that at all. In fact, he doesn't even bother replying. Staggeringly, though, General Hamilton himself has been watching the whole thing. It is not until 10:21 a.m. that he again signals to the prickly Hunter Weston. "Not advisable to send more men to V Beach. We have 200 on shore unable to progress." 15 minutes later, the answer comes from Hunter Weston. "Admiral Wemyss and Principal Naval Transport Officer state that to interfere with present arrangements and try to land men at Y Beach would delay disembarkation." Instead, the rest of the men designated to land at V Beach are diverted to land at X Beach, where, just hours before, a bloody ambush similar to the one at V Beach had befallen the Lancashire Fusiliers, though by now it is reasonably safe. As for the landing of the French on the Asian side of the Straits at Calais under General Albert de Mard, it is also initially barely opposed, and the taking of the ruined old fort and village the only Allied objective so far successfully achieved. But for the French, it is all rather beside the point. They have not landed in enough numbers to actually move north against the other forts on the Asian side of the Narrows, and because General von Sanders has correctly judged their landing as a feint, committing just one of his 5 divisions to keep them in check, all the French can do is wait until boats come to take them to the other side of the Dardanelles, where the real action is. Shivering aboard Minnewaska, Charles Bean continues to gaze earnestly towards the shore in the now strong morning light, trying to discern what is happening when he sees it. Suddenly, from high up on the further hills, there twinkled a tiny white light, very brilliant. Then, minutes later, someone sees men upon the skyline. Through the telescope you can see them, numbers. Certain ones are standing full length, others moving along them, others sitting down apparently talking. They are Australians. They have taken that further line of hills. 3 ridges away you can see them. The outlines of men on the further hills, men digging on the second hill, and the white flags of signallers waving on the ridge near the shore. After 2 quick looks through the periscope during the night, now Lieutenant Commander Dacre Stoker again brings AE2 to a depth of just 20 feet, to take stock in daylight of just where they are. Stoker whispers to his attentive crew, 10 up, keep 20 feet. Time for a fix. He is amazed to see that in fact they are just off the town of Chunnock, well past the minefields and somewhere near the midpoint of the Narrows, just below the part where the body of water resembles a dogleg. The early dawn light gives a strangely beautiful quality to the damaged port. Stoker calls the bearing while Lieutenant Carey fixes the sub's position on the chart in elegant dashes of red crayon. The first sign of what is to come, however, arrives just a minute after the periscope has surfaced. For that sight is precisely what the many Turkish sentries are looking for with their glasses. And shells from both sides of the Narrows now come pouring down upon the Australian submarine, sending up huge spouts of water all around. Keeping calm regardless, for at their depth there is no real risk to the submarine, even should a shell drop right on top of them, Stoker examines the enemy port, looking for targets, and even has the sang-froid to note that around the top of the periscope the water, lashed into white spray, caused a curiously pretty effect, but added little to the ease of taking observations. Inside the sub there are spasmodic whumps as shells explode on the surface, as well as what sounds oddly like gentle hailstones on the roof, as the shrapnel from the shells floats down. Time to run amuck, as he had been commanded? Exactly. For that is what AE2 has come to do, and right there is the perfect prize, a fat Turkish battleship from which mines might be dropped. Stoker is acutely aware that his crew rely on his judgment. They watch his every movement. He is the all-knowing captain, the only one who has the privilege of looking through the periscope to the world above this steel tube. "We are approaching the Narrows," he says, "about 1 mile. Some captains prefer not to inform the crew, but that is not Stoker's approach. Target range, 600 yards. A Turkish battleship. Prepare bow tube." The order is passed by word of mouth to the forward torpedo room. The outer cap is opened and seawater fills the tube. Not a word is spoken that does not need to be spoken. "Port 15, steer 320, dead slow." Helmsman Charlie Vaughan confirms the change in course. "Steer 320, aye aye, sir." Actually, no. For now, from behind the battleship comes a cruiser, Fitzsimons, heading straight for them, either to ram the periscope or drop mines across the bows, and Stoker instantly changes plans, bringing his bow around so that the torpedo is perfectly positioned to hit the cruiser. He awaits his moment to fire. 500 yards, 400 yards, 350 yards, 325 yards. Lieutenant Commander Stoker keeps calling off the distance calmly. 300 yards. Stand by. Stand by. Fire bow torpedo. The order to fire is shouted into the forward torpedo room. The torpedo man's mate pulls down on a lever that releases an explosion of compressed air into the tube behind the torpedo, forcing it out in a flurry of bubbles. As it exits, the torpedo's internal motor is ignited, and the compact but powerful engine engages its tiny propeller and sends the weapon in a straight line towards its target at a speed of some 35 knots. Suddenly, sensing danger, Stoker stops watching the torpedo's wake and instead swivels the periscope in a quick arc. There, on the port side, a destroyer intent on ramming. Stoker instantly gives his next order. "Red-green, 270 close. Destroyer, emergency dive. 10 down. Keep 70 feet. The orders are confirmed and, only an instant after they have submerged, they hear it. Amidst the noise of the enemy cruiser's propellers whizzing overhead was heard the big explosion as the torpedo struck. Bullseye. Alas, if the torpedo has caused the immediate devastation that Stoker thinks it has, it means that right in front of them, right now, there will be either the sinking cruiser or the mines it has dropped, or both, which is why he immediately gives his next order. Point to starboard. 3 minutes after that danger has passed, he tries to get back on the straight and narrow of the Narrows. Stoker walks across to the chart table where Lieutenant Carey has marked their progress in red crayon. Port 5, steer 010. But now another problem. Helmsman Charlie Vaughan can no longer read the gyro compass. It has been tripped off its axis by the explosion. "Very good," says Stoker. "Steer by magnetic compass." He remains calm, but knows they are in trouble, for the magnetic compass near so much metal is notoriously unreliable. The devastating denouement does not take long, for the submarine is effectively blind amid terrible swirling currents and, with a sudden crash, the sub hits the banks of the eastern shore. Oh, Jesus and Mother Mary, have mercy. From 6 fathoms down, the sub quickly slides up to just a fathom below the surface, meaning the whole bridge and conning tower are now above the water. And still it gets worse. For when Stoker puts up the periscope once more and swivels it around, he is confronted with that acute blackness that is the blackness of the muzzle of a cannon looking straight back at you, and it suddenly fires. All of it is so instantaneously confronting that Stoker jumps backward. The sub has hit the bottom directly below the guns of one of the ancient forts that stand on the shoreline. With the boat apparently fast aground, Stoker would later recount, and a continued din of falling shell, the situation looked as unpleasant as it well could be. Aghast, Stoker looks through the periscope and reports to the crew that the sea is one mass of foam caused by the shells firing at us. And yet, even in the midst of catastrophic misfortune, every so often Lady Luck can still wink at those whose pluck she admires. For so close is AE2 under the fort that the angle is too steep for the guns to fire down upon it. Stoker stands like a rock in the control room. Whatever else, he must project calm. "Full astern," he orders. A senior sailor at the main switchboard on the port side of the control room, standing a few feet from Stoker, instantly complies. "Full astern. Aye, aye, sir." There is a grinding sound, but no movement. Clearly, the propellers are cutting into the muddy bottom. But Stoker does not care. "We have to get off," he says grimly, "whether the propellers get damaged or not." They keep going, rocking back and forth. "Full ahead." "Full ahead. Aye, aye, sir," the sailor confirms, twisting the dial on the glowing panel in front of him in the opposite direction. Every movement is measured. "Up half ahead." Then, 30 seconds later, "Group up, full ahead, sir." Stoker waits. They all wait. They can all hear the twin screws thrashing the water. There is tiny movement. "Geoffrey, please pump ballast to the aft tanks." The executive officer, Geoffrey Haggard, passes the order, sending 3 seamen to switch the pumps into action and open valves that send water through overhead pipes from the bow to the rear of the submarine, causing her to be heavy aft. Like a seesaw, one end has a tendency to sink with the extra weight. "Reverse motors, group up, full astern." This time, deliberately unbalanced, the submarine is pulled backward into deeper water by her twin screws. They are still alive. Soon, at a depth of 70 feet, Stoker has her "On the port, propeller, helm hard a port," with their nose soon pointing for the open sea and safety. And yet, to continue on that course would be against orders. They have been told to run amuck, and successfully torpedoing one cruiser does not quite qualify. No matter that they can hear the endless swish of angry propellers from the ships roaring back and forth on the surface looking for them. Stoker now tries to turn the sub back up the Narrows, making allowance for the 4-knot outgoing current, and bang! Now they have hit the western European shore. Where else but neath another Turkish fort, this time at a depth of just 8 feet. Up periscope for a 360-degree swivel, of which 300 degrees is pure horror, and the rest wonderful. For there is the fort firing down upon them, a gunboat closing fast and blazing hard, several destroyers firing broadsides, and a clear view up the strait showing that if we could only get off, we were heading on the correct course. A whump. A whump. A whump! There are perhaps few things more terrifying than being in an exposed submarine, hearing, as able seaman John Wheat would recall it, the shells striking the water and bursting outside. But at least the commander does not seem to feel it. And, at least this time, the cursed current, which to this point has been a nightmare to deal with, now offers a surprising bouquet to Providence by swinging the boat's stern around to port and bringing the bow angled down, at which point Seaman Albert Knaggs would confide to his diary, "We could hear inside the boat the shrapnel dropping on us like a lot of stones." Still they are alive, however, and they might have a chance to get off after all. "Group up, all ahead, both motors," Stoker crisply commands. The twin electric motors whirl, the propellers thrash, and the submarine shakes heavily under the strain, as the shells above find their range. A whump, a whump, a whump. But again, miraculously, 4 minutes after hitting the bank, there is movement. AE2 is slipping back down the bank, admittedly with a terrifying grinding noise coming from both propellers, and then 2 massive bumps from something unknown hitting the sub. But they'll take it. Dacre Stoker's plan of conserving battery power, however, has been swept aside by the 2 calamities. Worse, seawater is found seeping into the bilges. If seawater makes contact with the battery stored under the decking, then chlorine gas will fill the submarine and everyone on board will die very quickly, choking on the fumes, with their skin, eyes and lungs burning as they asphyxiate. A torpedo would be kinder. Whatever else, at least the submarine is now submerged. On the surface is certain death in the darkness, whereas, neath the waters of the Dardanelles, it is only likely. 5 degrees downward. Make your depth 70 feet, Stoker commands, as AE2 continues to move up the straits to the Sea of Marmara, hopefully. On the shores of Gallipoli, the Anzacs continue to be devastated by shot, shrapnel and shell. As to quelling the latter, Charles Bean would be quick to note, the ship's guns, upon which Churchill had countered with such complete assurance, were so useless in such a situation that they had almost ceased to fire. The problem is that Australians and Turks are so mixed up now it is impossible to tell which is which, and the ships risk killing their own if they fire on any but the most distant targets. Yes, the covering force has some red and yellow flags to indicate their position, but the problem is that those flags are also a target for the Turkish artillery. A further problem is that it is impossible for those in the ships well offshore to determine just where the Turkish artillery is. The one shining light in this dark tale is the armoured cruiser Bacanti, whose captain Algernon Boyle, in response to the urgency of the situation and the difficulty of spotting where the Turkish artillery is, guides his ship right to the point that it nudges the shore, gets a bead on a particularly troublesome small battery upon Kabatepe, and, for the moment, manages to silence it. I can never speak sufficiently highly of the Navy, General Birdwood would note, from admirals down to able seamen. The whole Anzac Corps would do anything for the Navy. Our men were devoted to those ships and their crews, and will always remember the British Navy with admiration and devotion. Aboard London, as with all the other battleships, two things keep coming from the shore. The first is requests for artillery fire in those areas the Turks are fiercely defending, and it is for this reason that most of the battleships now lie parallel to the shore as they fire in broadside after broadside. And the second thing coming from the shore is boats of terribly wounded soldiers, arriving in an endless stream of blood. The one fully equipped hospital ship, Gascon, is quickly filled to capacity, as are the two transports catering for the lightly wounded, and it is soon for the other ships to take the wounded on and cope the best they can. As usual, with the start of all British expeditions, Ashmead Bartlett would record, the medical arrangements were totally inadequate to meet the requirements of the hour. Optimism had minimised our casualties to the finest possible margin, but the Turks multiplied them at an alarming rate. Apparently, there was no one in authority to direct the streams of wounded to other ships where accommodation could be found for them, and many were taken on board the warships. Finally, however, a clear order. The wounded are to be taken back to the empty transports whence they came, where as many doctors as can be spared will also be sent, and the ships can take them back to Egypt. General Bridges remains stunned. Having stepped ashore at 7:20 a.m., accompanied by his Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Cyril Brudenell-White, he had found all over the beach dead and dying men. All had been chaos and confusion, shrapnel raining down. Not a single officer there to greet or brief him. No one in charge. At General Bridges' headquarters, being constructed just back from the beach, a worrying series of messages from a flaky and clearly receding front line are waiting for him. McLagan reports they are being heavily attacked on the left, 5:37 a.m. Another message reads, 3rd Brigade being driven back, 6:15 a.m. And then another recent and urgent one from McLagan says, 4th Brigade urgently required, 7:15 a.m. What to do? Why get to the front line, of course? With that in mind, Bridges and Brudenell-White had immediately started climbing the ridges on the southern end of the shore, seemingly oblivious to the bullets and shrapnel whizzing all around. On the way, they had passed a battalion commander who, under the extreme circumstances of the angels of death having been flapping their wings all over him for the last 2 hours, had fallen to pieces. He was quite unstrung. Bridges had no sympathy and, as recorded by Brudenell-White, was coldly contemptuous. And yet, the shattered battalion commander is not alone. Inevitably, in the face of the slaughter, the spirit of some men is not equal to the extraordinary task set them, and some stragglers will later be found congregating in the gullies. As Bridges and his Chief of Staff continued, outraged Turkish bullets start to kick up dust all around. Not happy about it at all, Brudenell-White suggests they keep moving and get to a position with more cover, but, almost as a point of honour it seems, the general ignores him. Not for him taking shelter from mere bullets. He is of the old school that thinks being afraid of bullets only attracts the beggars. Miraculously, General Bridges and his Chief of Staff now reach the top of the first ridge. only to find some more soldiers, again not at all unreasonably, taking cover from surprisingly strong Turkish fire. "For God's sake," the general roars, "remember that you are Australians!" And so they do, ignoring the dangers and pushing forward once more. Chapter 10. Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. There are a lot of bushwhackers, copper gougers, etc. from the Cloncurry district in the 15th Battalion, and I believe they are the finest of all soldiers, fearing nothing and as full of dash and endurance as man ever was. I'm inclined to think that they make it too willing bayoneting and killing, when mercy should be shown and prisoners taken. There is no doubt that our men are hard and even cruel. Lieutenant Thomas James Richards, MC, 1st Field Ambulance. A kangaroo shooter from the Kimberley country threw a bomb at a Turkish trench only 15 yards away, and the cries of "Allah, Allah" told him that his aim was true. He turned to his mates and remarked casually, "That's the first man I've killed without getting into a heap of trouble." Trooper Bluegum. 9:30 a.m., 25th of April, 1915. Heights of the Sarıbey Range. The dapper military man in the Turkish uniform, lightly jumping from his horse, is a study of relief and exhaustion. After a journey of nearly 2 hours, Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal finally stands tall, chin up, shoulders back, atop the 850-foot-high summit of Çanakkale, the second highest point of the Sarıbey Range and the Gallipoli Peninsula, with a small group of his senior officers. The exhausted troops they have been travelling with are some 10 minutes behind, as they have been allowed a brief rest, while Mustafa Kemal races ahead to try to spy the enemy. When he arrives, his worst fears are realised. Not only are the waters below completely filled with British warships and transports, together with many small boats crammed with soldiers pushing into the shore, but just down the slope he can now see Turkish soldiers hurrying up towards him, clearly retreating from the smaller hill they had been assigned to defend, just in front of Çanakkale, known to the Allies as Big 700, and later as Battleship Hill. Away in the distance, Mustafa Kemal can see the enemy soldiers coming after them, completely unopposed. "It meant," he later recalled, "the enemy were nearer to me than my own troops, and if the enemy were to advance to the position at which they were standing, my troops would find themselves in a very difficult position." Indeed, if the enemy captures these heights of the Sarıbey Range, they will control the whole area, making it nigh on impossible to dislodge them. Mustafa Kemal, at least as he and many others will tell it ever afterwards, reacts as instantly as he does instinctively. After sending an orderly racing back to bring his 57th Regiment forward at all possible speed, he races down the slope to meet the retreating Turkish soldiers. "Why are you running away?" he yells at them. "Efendim, düşman." "Sir, the enemy," they reply. "Where?" "Over there," they say, pointing to the hill they have just abandoned, and the soldiers now clearly visible pursuing them. "You cannot run from the enemy." "We have got no ammunition left." "If you haven't got any ammunition, you have got your bayonets." The Turkish soldiers are trapped, behind them swarming thousands of enemy soldiers, in front of them one furious and very senior Turkish officer. On balance, they'd rather face the enemy. "Sungatak," fix bayonets. Done. "Yere yat," now lie down on the ground. They lie down on the ground, their rifles thrust forward, their bayonets glinting in the sun. What will the soldiers pursuing them do when they see this mass of men with their rifles pointing straight at them? Will they come en masse, in which case the all but defenceless Turkish soldiers will be slaughtered and Çanakkale taken irretrievably, or will they react, as if they are about to be massacred by a rain of Turkish bullets? It does not take long, for as Mustafa Kemal watches closely, just moments after his Turkish soldiers have dropped down, so too the pursuing soldiers. The defenders have won some precious time. And here come the New Zealanders. In the first boat approaching the shore is the handsome doctor, a veteran of the Boer War, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Percival Fenwick of the New Zealand Medical Corps. As a steamboat goes slowly past them, heading the other way, one of the sailors calls to Dr. Fenwick, The Australians have got ashore and are chasing the Turks to hell. Every man within earshot lets out a raucous cheer. In the boats around Fenwick are the first soldiers of the Auckland Battalion, many of them highly trained professional soldiers who have spent their adult lives preparing for this moment. They are no sooner ashore than they are charging forward and quickly climbing to support the Australians. On the left flank of the Turkish defence, the troops of the 27th Regiment's 3rd Battalion, under the command of 30-year-old Major Alice, have started the fight. The well-loved commander, nicknamed Blind Alice for a shrapnel wound he had received to his right eye during the Balkan Wars, is in the thick of it from the first, exhorting his men to ever greater and more courageous efforts. His soldiers are mostly of ill-educated farming stock from local villages, while he is a military professional who can speak 5 languages, but still he has the knack of inspiring his men in battle, no matter the carnage. And carnage it is, with a terrible casualty rate all around. 1/3 of his soldiers have been killed or wounded by 9 a.m., but still they keep firing, praying for reinforcements. On the far right flank, Lieutenant Ahmet Mujib of the battalion's 12th Company, though only 20 years old, has just taken command of the company after his own commander had been shot. Following the orders of Major Alice, he guides his men to the top of a ridge that overlooks the sea. Reaching the crest, they fall to their bellies in the scrub and look down. There. They are now able to get a good look at the enemy who are climbing the other side, the Inglis. For most of the soldiers, it is the first time in their lives they have seen this curious race up close. They are big, lithe, and remarkably fair-haired, and there are so many of them. Lieutenant Ahmet's eyes grow wide. He looks to the left and right flanks of those climbing, hoping to see an end, but he cannot. The line is never ending. I felt, Ahmet Mujib would recount, as if my chest was about to burst. But the strange thing? Even though the Inglis are climbing with such difficulty, even though they must know they are likely to soon come under attack, they are somehow advancing with great confidence. And they must be stopped. Soldiers, Lieutenant Ahmet Mujib says quietly, advancing at the same speed as me, quickly and quietly. Ahmet Mujib and his men break cover and, in an instant, attacking from the high ground, open rapid and hellish fire upon the advancing enemy, chopping them down like wheat, though the Inglis are soon firing back and their dead ones are quickly replaced by reinforcements. A savage battle breaks out, and around him Lieutenant Ahmet can hear groans and death rattles as his men are hit. Many of the merely wounded are shouting to Allah as they shoot, paying homage and preaching revenge for the martyrs who, in resistance and prayer, had departed this life. The carnage among his own men is great, but they are still holding their ground when Major Alice arrives. He has been shot and is bleeding, but remains for as long as he can to organize the defense, before giving the lieutenant his final command. Do not withdraw from your positions. The only case for retreat is if you send a messenger with the news that you have all died. I will send reinforcements as quickly as possible. With the help of a young private, Major Alice retreats. As he loses sight of his commander, Lieutenant Ahmet Mujib once again feels the weight of responsibility return, as if he is the only man left standing to defend the homeland. But he reminds himself, is it actually like this? No. A small part of the homeland has been left in my custody, and with this comes the hearts, souls, and assistance of these gutsy, fighting Memechiks. The first troops of Turkey's 57th Regiment catch up to their commander at Çanakkale around 10 a.m. His men must attack the enemy now coming up towards Battleship Hill. And to his men, Colonel Mustafa's verbal order is the stuff of legend. I don't order you to attack, he is said to have told them. I order you to die. In the time which passes until we die, other troops and commanders can take our places. Certainly, however, a written order is less prosaic. I do not expect that any of us would not rather die than repeat the shameful story of the Balkan War. But if there are such men among us, we should at once lay hands upon them and set them up in line to be shot. With the arrival of the 57th, the tone of the battle for the marauding Anzacs changes, as heavier punishment than ever pours and roars down upon them. Withering fire and a shellacking of shrapnel from the highly trained and committed soldiers and gun crews now occupying the high ground along the first ridge. It is true, they are not much to look at, these Turks, with their mostly slight frames covered in ragtag uniforms, but that is not the measure of them. For their bravery is beyond all doubt, and even beyond all reason, as waves of them charge at the Anzacs shouting, what is that word again? Allah! 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 No matter that the first wave is cut to pieces, the second wave comes on, running over their own dead and dying. Allah! 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 How can these bastards be so unlike the Jippos? Back in Cairo, you'd only have to raise your hand to a Jippo and he'd cower away from you, but the Turks are not like that at all. The Anzacs not only have the fight of their lives on their hands, they are fighting for their lives, and many are losing as soldier after soldier is cut down. Well, lads, one officer says to his men, as yet one more wave of Turks starts to charge at them. We're in a very tight corner, but we'll die back to back. Fix bayonets. Like the Australians, the Turks realise the importance of the high ground from the first, and one particular hill, Baby 700, 2 summits below Chanakbare, is fought for like a football in a rugby game. No sooner would one side have it than the other would swarm all over it to wrench it from them, whereupon they are the ones who are attacked. And now, just before 10:30 in the morning, here is the intrepid, tall, and red-headed figure of Charles Bean, staggering ashore in his squelching boots, holding a camera and earnestly taking shots of the scenes on the beach and surrounding hills, before turning to take shots of the men landing behind as shrapnel sprays all around them. Forget that. The important thing is to capture the moment, to record scenes for posterity that he will be able to expand on with words. Words such as these. The sight of the hills made one realize what our men had done. The place is like a sand pit on a huge scale, raw sand slopes and precipices alternating with steep slopes covered with low shrub, pretty dense. A tallish hummock at the north end of the beach and another at the south end. It was a curve of sand about half a mile long between the two knolls. Between them, high above us, ran back a steep scrub-covered slope to a skyline about 300 feet above us. 1 or 2 deep little gullies came down the mountainside, each with a little narrow, winding gutter in the depth of it, about as deep as a man. Not more than 5 or 6 feet wide and more or less covered in low scrub. Splendid natural cover against shrapnel, whether it came from north or south. Soon enough, he makes his way to the spot where General Bridges' HQ is now constructed. A rough dugout covered with canvas, scraped into the side of the slope in a gully up from the beach. This will be the only sure place to get information on the whole of the battle, and, after throwing his heavy backpack down, Bean sticks close to the HQ from the moment General Bridges gets to work and starts receiving messages from the ridge beyond by telegraph over wires that the signallers had so courageously laid down under heavy fire. The mood is tense as Bridges continues issuing orders, occasionally being forced to shout over the sound of rifle and machine gun fire, not to mention the booming sound of artillery from the ships rolling across the waters and bouncing around their gully. From the first, it is clear that the whole battle is in the balance. From everywhere on the front lines, it seems, as recorded by Bridges' Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Brudenell White, urgent requests were coming in all day for reinforcements, urgent demands from every unit that went up. We even had requests from company commanders who had lost their battalions. We cannot hold on unless immediately reinforced. Sometimes Bridges obliges, sending whatever he can. Other times he sends back a terse message, "Tell them they've got to stick it." For he cannot send forces he does not have. All he can do is remain calm, weigh the situation, and give what support is possible. Around and about the HQ, a steady stream of wounded men limps past. Not far away, Bean can see about 6 poor chaps lying there dead. Things are grim, all right. When General Bridges sends his General Staff Officer, Major Thomas Blamey, up to the top of the soon-to-be-named Shrapnel Gully to give him a report on the situation, Blamey is not long in returning, to describe it as very ticklish. What would make a big difference and is desperately needed is for howitzers to come into play. but the landing force have none with them, and the 18-pound field guns with their flat trajectory shells are not suited to the mountainous terrain. All that can be landed in the short term in the late morning is the first of 2 Indian mountain batteries, boasting light guns designed to be dismantled and moved up to high terrain. Manned by Sikhs and Punjabi Muslims, the only allied Muslims on the peninsula, the 6 dismantled guns are soon being hauled by a string of mules up through the steep scrub to a point on the 400 plateau where they are reassembled and soon firing. Captain H.A. Kirby trains his guns on the 3rd ridge in the direction of Scrubby Knoll shortly before noon and starts firing the 10-pound shells on the Turks. Their guns are small compared with the Turks, the heaviest of which can hurl shells of 80 pounds, but they are a start, their first land-based artillery. As the sun pushes high in the sky, Colonel Mustafa Kemal has a rough idea of just what he and his men are facing. The invaders have landed what appears to be more than 8 battalions, on a front about a mile wide, and have penetrated as far as Battleship Hill in the north, and along the ridges in front of the point on the 3rd ridge to be known as Scrubby Knoll, a little over a mile from the shore. And yet, so rough is the country between the shore and Scrubby Knoll, so determined the defenders, that the invaders are incapable for the moment of breaking through. Worse for them, they are even struggling to hold on to the land they have won, and are beginning to pull back. And they are not the only ones. For, under continual Turkish fire, the Allied transports and battleships have been forced to pull back offshore and out of range. As a result, not an infantryman has landed on the beach since 12 p.m. The by now exhausted Anzacs have no reinforcements. The small number of artillery pieces that were coming ashore has also ceased. As Private Herbert Reynolds of the 1st Field Ambulance, who was seeing the scale of destruction firsthand, scribbles in his diary, "Only 2 Indian mountain batteries are ashore, and we are badly in need of artillery support. Everywhere the inquiry is being made along the front, where is our artillery? There appears to be no sign of us pushing through to our objectives without them." In the extremity of the battle going on all around, not only are men lost from their companies and battalions, but inevitably there is now little concern as to whether one is an Australian or a New Zealander. When high up on the 2nd ridge, a New Zealander suddenly has his entire foot blown away by a bullet or a piece of shrapnel, and is seen hopping forward calling out, "For God's sake, don't leave me!" On the instant, a young Australian jumps up and says, "Come on, mate, get on my back!" And the 2 are soon heading back down the hill, Anzacs truly together at last. Captain Gordon Carter? To his amazement, high on the 2nd ridge, he has not yet been shot dead. He had landed as part of the 3rd wave that morning, and they had immediately received orders to reinforce the firing line, at which point the chaos and carnage had begun. Pinned down by terrific enfiladed fire from shrapnel, rifle and machine gun, they had lost their commanding officer, Captain Maguire, early with a bullet to the abdomen, leaving Captain Carter nominally in charge, but it is rather beside the point. For his soldiers, like most Anzac soldiers, are now scattered everywhere, and for as long as 3 hours all they can do is hope to survive by hugging the earth as hard as they can, as men get shot all around. Captain Carter is thoroughly scared. But now what? As the fire upon them eases a little, dozens of men around him make to retire in disorder. Oh no, they don't. Standing up and shouting at them, Carter imposes some rough order and manages to rally them as they press forward. "I give you full credit for this, my father and mother," he later writes to his parents, "for the action came quite spontaneously and was not the result of any thought. It gave me a great deal of confidence, and I felt fairly right from then. I kept getting hold of all the scared chaps about and sending them up." A little later he finds another 150 men under a wounded captain retiring. "I could not stand this, so made the men rally and found the firing line on the right flank." Extraordinarily, even in the madness of it all, he still wonders about Nurse King, hoping she is out of harm's way. She is, almost. Aboard the Cecilia, about to take in their first lot of wounded, she and her fellow medical staff are close enough to the action that "we can hear the Queen Elizabeth firing, and each time our boat trembles like anything." In a curious combination of calm and great energy, Colonel Mustafa Kemal moves among his troops, just back from the firing line, encouraging, directing, pushing his men forward in what seems like a lull in the fire upon them. Clearly it can't last, however, as the enemy continues to land its forces, and Mustafa knows that there will likely never be a better time to hurl the enemy back into the sea than right now. And so, from Chanak Ber, he prepares for a mass attack in earnest, ordering more than 30 artillery guns to prepare to commence an intense, unified bombardment of the enemy lines, particularly concentrated on the two areas he aims to hit hardest, Baby 700 and 400 Plateau, while bringing forward all reserve infantry and getting them into position. Noon, 25th of April, 1915. He likes to be under the sea, walking on eggshells. Still alive, even if it feels like only just. After dodging seemingly every torpedo and picket boat in the Narrows and having several narrow escapes, Captain Stoker had decided at 8:30 that morning that discretion was the better part of valour, and the best thing for the submarine to do would be simply to lie on the bottom of the Dardanelles until the madness overhead had dissipated, and night-time could return to again give them the cover they needed. And so they had nestled on the banks of a small bay on the Asian shore at a depth of 70 feet. How to breathe at that depth with no intake of fresh air? Exactly. The only answer is the best you can. With 35 men in such a confined space, it is no easy matter, for the air is stultifying, having already passed through the lungs and worse of all of them, and all of it thickened by the choking diesel fumes that have not yet had a chance to escape, even though AE2 is now running solely on battery power. And yet, that is still not the worst of it. Overwhelming even those fumes is the stench from the toilet in the forward torpedo room, otherwise recognised as two covered buckets, one for liquids, the other for solids. Both those buckets had tipped over when AE2 had slid down the first sandbank, and their contents now sluice around with the bilge under the deck planking. God help us all. After observing the Sabbath by having a gathering near the periscope for Sunday prayers, "O Heavenly Father, bless us for," the men sleep as best they can, but it is little enough. What they mostly do is wait, occasionally tense as the roar of engines above signals that they are still being searched for, with boats passing overhead every 15 minutes or so. Just after noon, something hits hard against the starboard side forward, a grappling hook perhaps, and the whole subcrew is instantly awake and ferociously focused. Again, however, it goes quiet, and all they can do is lie there, gasping for heavy breath, wondering if they will ever see the sun again. As tough as their situation is, however, they inevitably wonder how those storming the beaches on the peninsula are faring. For the Anzacs, the best they will be able to do now is to hold on to the second ridge, and it appears they are doing a good job of it. For Lieutenant Ahmet Mujib is still commanding his company on Mortar Ridge, but his line is disintegrating, and many of his soldiers are now martyrs. However, a battalion of the 57th Regiment has arrived in the gully behind to provide reinforcements. Allah be praised. Whether the Anzacs can keep holding on is touch and go, especially if the men, taken over by herd mentality and furphies, simply start retreating of their own accord. Major Beevor, still holding the firing line at Wire Gully, has already dealt with this situation once today, and now, it seems, it's happening again. He is convinced it is the clever enemy who are using all sorts of subterfuges to undermine the morale of the Anzacs. He is making his way back to the line from Battalion HQ when he sees a number of men pouring down the slope at the double. Stopping them, he demands, "Who has instructed you to leave the firing line?" Several answer at once, saying the word had come from the right that every man was to make his way to the beach independently and as fast as he could. Tricky buggers. He tells the men, "This is nothing but a dirty German trick. I am in charge of the firing line. No such orders have been given." The men immediately turn on their heels and follow Major Beevor back to the line. Having allowed time for the destructive forces of his decreed bombardment to take full effect, at 400 Plateau it is reported that the dead are almost all torn apart by shrapnel, Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal launches his counterattack all along the front. "Yuru! Yuru! Yuru! Forward! 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 The Turks advanced seaward down the slopes of the Sarabia Range at 4 p.m. across the Leg Valley and towards 400 Plateau and other points along the line. The most crucial battle on this tortured and torrid afternoon is here and now on the hill marked as Baby 700 on the Anzac maps. As it is obvious to both sides that whoever possesses the commanding heights of Chanak Bair will in fact command the area, having the capacity to both see the positioning of the enemy and direct artillery fire upon them, enormous efforts have been made by the Allies to secure the lower hills as a stepping stone to capturing the higher. So numerous are the Turkish troops now, so extraordinarily committed are their charges on the now devastated Anzac front lines. The serious risk is that Mustafa Kemal will indeed succeed in sweeping the invaders into the sea by dark. As the battle rages, the casualties on both sides are devastating. Hundreds of men are killed or grievously wounded with every passing hour. Should the Anzacs evacuate immediately and save as many men as they can before Mustafa Kemal has his way? On no fewer than 5 occasions this day of the landing, Baby 700 changes hands. And yet, finally, late in the afternoon, what is left of Turkey's 57th Regiment force the few surviving Australians atop Baby 700 to retreat. In the madness of all the fighting, some soldiers seem to disappear. One instant they are there, the next they are gone. With some, it is because they take direct hits from a shell and simply cease to exist. With others, the story is stranger. One such is Private Edgar Adams of 8th Battalion. First, he is there, fighting with the best of them at the Turks' charge, and then he is gone. A quick search is conducted, but no trace of him is found. As the battle continues to teeter on the point of disaster for the attackers, their only consolation is, with the Turkish guns trained mostly inland, the transports and boats have been able to resume landing troops and material. The bulk of the New Zealanders are now beginning to arrive, including the first companies of Lieutenant Colonel William Malone's Wellington Battalion, which begin to wade ashore from about 4:30 in the afternoon. Likely the most courageous men on the day bear no arms at all. They are the stretcher-bearers, men with SB marked in brassards on their arms. One stretcher-bearer who stands out for his particular bravery under fire is Jack Simpson, of the 3rd Australian Field Ambulance Australian Army Medical Corps. Even though the men on either side of him as he landed at the tail end of the 3rd Brigade were shot dead, and indeed 16 of the unit had become casualties in the boats before even landing, still Simpson had quickly got to work and begun ferrying wounded men back to the shore, and he and many others have been at it all day since. Down at the beach, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Percival Fenwick is hard at work attending to the numbers of wounded lying at the clearing station, close to the cliff, waiting to be sent off to the ship. Every minute the number increased. Violent bursts of shrapnel swept over us, and many wounded were hit a second time. Colonel House was packing boats and barges with these poor chaps as fast as possible, but the beach kept filling again with appalling quickness. The shrapnel never ceased. By late afternoon, there are no fewer than 700 of them there, waiting to be put on barges and, adding sickness to injury, towed by steamboat to whichever ships will have them. As hard as the steamboats towing barges are working, because with rumour of withdrawal in the air, clearing the beach is done in earnest, still they can make no headway in reducing the net number of wounded coming off the beach. Each time they return from the ships, there are 100 more there, with further hundreds waiting to come down from the heights after nightfall, when it will be safer. As some of the shattered remains of what had been a fine fighting force as recently as 12 hours ago comes aboard his ship, London, Ashmead Bartlett can witness for himself dozens of men with bloody stumps where their arms and legs used to be, soldiers with their intestines spilling out onto the deck as they are lowered down, men screaming in agony, and many, many death rattles of men mercifully breathing their last, straining for the blessed relief of sweet oblivion. From those still able to talk, Ashmead Bartlett at least begins to take notes, gathering information on just what has happened. Likely nowhere are things as grim as aboard the quickly overwhelmed hospital ship HMT Armidale, where the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Vivian Benjerfield, has been stunned by the task his people face. With the aid of untrained privates and non-commissioned officers, the medical personnel conduct amputations, tie off arteries, suture dreadful abdominal wounds, try to stabilise those suffering from compound fractures of the skull, and all the rest. By lunchtime, Armadale has had 150 grievously wounded soldiers on board, and has had to rip out tables and turn the mess into a makeshift ward. Can they cope with more? They have to. Even with the dead being quickly buried at sea, soon the ship is so lacking in space, with now 850 severely wounded men on board, that Benjerfield has no choice but to refuse a boatload of severe cases, as his people simply won't be able to get to them. Many such boatloads are reduced to going from ship to ship, begging for the captains to accept their passengers into their makeshift triages. Things are so desperate that one ship, City of Benares, which has just been cleared of a cargo of mules, is pressed into service, while Lutzov still has 160 horses on board when it is obliged to take on the wounded, and the veterinary surgeon is said to have been the sole medical officer for her 300 patients until a naval doctor was sent to help him the next day. Aboard the ships, the remainder of the New Zealand and Australian division are preparing to land, and their number includes signaller Ellis Silas, who, in the late afternoon, is with his 16th Battalion in the bowels of their troopship, receiving their final instructions from Captain Eliezer Margolan. The captain talks of the impossible task they face, of their probable annihilation, and yet also expresses his confidence that the 16th Battalion will meet the challenge. As recorded by Ellis Silas, the men joke with each other about getting cold feet, but deep down in our hearts we know when we get to it we will not be found wanting. But after Margie's speech, no one is under any illusion. For the last time in this world, many of us stand shoulder to shoulder. As I look down the ranks of my comrades, I wonder which of us are marked for the land beyond. Silas is not long in finding out, as just 30 minutes after this last address, he, as part of Colonel John Monash's 4th Brigade, is stepping ashore at Gallipoli while all the while it is raining lead. Though wide-eyed with horror at the spectacle of dead and dying men on the beach, he is stunned at the courage of all those survivors around him. It was a magnificent spectacle to see those thousands of men rushing through the hail of death as though it was some big game. These chaps don't seem to know what fear means. In Cairo, I was ashamed of them. Now I am proud to be one of them, though I feel a pygmy beside them. There is little time for reflection, however, as all of these last troop arrivals of the day must be rushed forward to support those in the front lines. In the case of Silas's 16th Battalion digging in at a spot to be called Pope's Hill, where the men already there are only just holding on under severe counter-attack. There is a real fear that, despite having landed about 15,000 Anzac soldiers by this time, the Anzacs are about to be overwhelmed, and an ignominious withdrawal announced. Silas starts climbing the hills with the rest of his fellows, shocked by all of the noise, the savagery, and the sheer bloodiness of this new world. Unable to find any of his fellow signallers in the confusion, he sets to on his own initiative. Now some of the chaps are getting it. Groans and screams everywhere, calls for ammunition and stretcher-bearers, though how the latter are going to carry stretchers along such precipitous and sandy slopes beats me. Now commencing to take some of the dead out of the trenches. This is horrible. I wonder how long I can stand it. As the sun begins to sink just behind the purple haze of Imbros, soon to send up exquisitely beautiful streamers of gold into the sky, so the first serious artillery is landed. With the cry of, "Look out! Make way!" A single gun of the 4th Battery Australian Field Artillery is brought to the beach on a barge, unloaded and hitched to a team of horses. They immediately take the strain and start to pull it into position up a steep path to a knoll near the southern end of the beach, as the many wounded soldiers cheer. Even those wounded soldiers passing in a boat headed for the hospital ship muster the energy to cheer and sing out at the sight of the gun, "They want artillery!" An attempt had been made earlier in the afternoon to emplace 2 field guns, but as no suitable location had been found for them in the highly precipitous country, and with rumours of re-embarkation then circulating, they were disappointingly soon re-embarked. So this gun is particularly welcome. Time to give the Turks back some of their own. And indeed, with just its second shell just after 6 p.m, the gun appears to silence the Turkish gun on Cabo Tepe that has been devastating those on the beach all day. Under heavy fire, Bacante had to withdraw at noon. As was immortalized in the unit's war diary, a gun's flashes were observed on Kaba Tepe and engaged, and no gun fired from the same place again. The silencing of this gun is a relief, but only a small one, as death continues to rain down upon the Anzacs. On this devastating day, across the Gallipoli Peninsula, thousands of soldiers, attackers, and defenders alike have gone to an eternity of darkness. For those still alive, their most earnest desire is for the darkness of just this one night to descend, hopefully to offer some respite. When that darkness at last blessedly comes, it is not simply the Australians and New Zealanders who are relieved at the possibility of a pause. The most senior officer left standing of the 3rd Battalion of the 27th Regiment of the Ottoman 5th Army, Lieutenant Ahmet, would later recount, "Hundreds of British boys were lying on our land, never to open their eyes again. These boys, with clean-shaven and endearing faces, were curled up in their blood-stained uniforms. Their sight aroused in us feelings of both revenge and compassion." On balance, however, it is the desire for revenge for this invasion of their land that wins out, as the Turkish soldiers continue to fight strongly. The non-Turkish soldiers, not so much. The men of the 77th Arab Regiment, for example, who are only here because they have been dragooned by their Turkish masters, start to drift away in the darkness and have to be rounded up once more, threatened with their lives from behind if they don't face up to what is in front of them. Finally, though, as Lieutenant Colonel Shefik of the 27th Regiment is reconnoitring to ensure there is no gap in the firing line between his regiment's right flank and the left flank of the 57th Regiment to the north, he suddenly hears strange sounds close by. "We realized," he would later recount, "that these were the sounds of English conversations." The invaders are dug in that close to their own lines. After such a day as the Turks have had, can they possibly get their surviving men, as exhausted as they are, to attack once more? No. Lieutenant Colonel Shefik can see that his own men are too exhausted to go again. Yes, there will continue to be attacks from now, some serious, but for the moment the best thing is to dig in where they are. The Anzacs come to much the same conclusion, and the basic footprint of the combatants on the Gallipoli Peninsula starts to be carved out in roughly parallel lines. Broadly, it sees the forces of Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal's 19th Division, into which Lieutenant Colonel Shefik's 27th has now been absorbed, controlling the heights, while the devastated invaders are just down from there, furiously digging in and firing back. And yet the Turks too have paid a heavy price on the day. Those soldiers at whom Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal had roared that morning, "I don't order you to attack, I order you to die," had for the most part done exactly that. It is likely that not more than 200 of the 800 soldiers who had started the day can still hold a rifle and fire it. Of the 200 men in Captain Faik's company who had been manning the trenches closest to the spot where the Anzacs had landed, there are only 10 left. Private Adil is alive, along with just 10 or so men of his platoon. But those who are left are still fighting strongly, and are supported more than ever by the fresh reinforcements that keep arriving. Though offshore, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett is one who already has a fair idea of just how appalling the whole situation is. All day now, the steamboats have been going back and forth to the shore, ferrying supplies to, and since noon, the wounded from the beaches. Their reports are catastrophic, their cargo worse. Things are going badly. The number of mortalities and casualties is horrifying, and the southern end of Anzac Beach is piled high and spread wide with both. In terms of casualties, things are now so much worse than they had been in the morning, which was appalling enough. While sporadic enemy fire harries the beach throughout the day, the enemy's afternoon bombardment of the Anzac front line is devastating, killing many more men with every passing minute. And now it gets even worse, as Mustafa Kemal launches a ferocious counterattack and the Turks control the high ground once more, with the Anzacs clinging to the cliff edge by their fingernails. And what now for Charles Bean? Here are some fellows from Jack's 3rd Battalion who, oh God, seem to be unaccountably quiet around him, even averting their eyes. Has something happened to Jack? Yes, but it could have been worse. Colonel Neville House, the Chief Medical Officer of the Australian 1st Division, temporarily in charge of clearing the hills of the wounded and bringing them down to the beach for evacuation, tells Bean that Jack stopped a bullet about 4 p.m, but he had not collapsed. "I don't think the bullet hit any important part," he tells Charles. "It was still in, but I don't think it hit the intestine. He has been taken off on a hospital ship." As it will be recorded in the 3rd Infantry Battalion War Diary on this evening, Captain J.W. Bean, wounded in execution of his duty, attending a wounded man under heavy fire. Charles is proud, but worried, but relieved, but worried again about how their parents, and most particularly their mother, will take the news. At 7 p.m, Colonel McLagan comes down from the firing line to see Bridges. "Well, old pessimist," Bridges laughs in that always confident way of his, "what have you got to say about it now?" "I don't know, sir," McLagan answers gravely. "It's touch and go. If the Turks come on in mass formation, I don't think anything can stop them." Bridges stops laughing immediately. Is it really possible that his fine forces are about to be swept back into the sea whence they came? If so, withdrawal has to at least be a possibility, but he refuses to countenance it. At Cape Helles, the situation is at least as bad for both the British and the Turks, with 3,000 casualties for the attackers and some 1,500 Ottomans killed and wounded. For that cost, the British have advanced and the Turks have conceded no more than 1,000 yards from the shore, and their first day's objective, Achi Baba, is almost as far away as it ever was, glaring at them in the distant moonlight, furious at their folly. 9:45 p.m, 25th of April, 1915. Dardanelles. The black thing from the deep surfaces. First, there is a ripple on the otherwise dead calm of the Dardanelles, somewhere north of Negara and south of Gallipoli. Then a swirl, and now a rushing of water as a massive black bulb breaks the surface. The AE2 is at last emerging from the deep, after a long, suffocating day on the bottom. It is one thing to have got through the Narrows, but in many ways even more important to get word through to High Command that they have done so, that it is possible. It was of the utmost importance, Stoker would recount, that we should get into communication with the Admiral and tell him that the most difficult part of our task was accomplished. Whether any other submarine should be risked would depend on the success or failure of our attempt, so he must know as quickly as possible that we had practically succeeded. Stoker pens a quick note to this effect, advising Admiral de Robeck of their triumph, even as the hatch is thrown open and glorious fresh air rushes in to be greedily inhaled by all, and hands it to able Seaman William Wolseley Falconer. This worthy now huddles at his tiny station behind AE2's wardroom and starts frantically tapping away at his largely experimental Marconi wireless telegraph. The damp aerial wire throwing purply blue sparks as the longs and shorts of the call sign were flashed. Falconer occasionally adjusts his headset to make sure that he will instantly be able to hear a response. But there is no reply. No reply. Desperately, knowing the importance of the message, Falconer keeps tapping. But soon enough, Lieutenant Commander Stoker must make a decision. Even more important than getting the signal through is surviving, and every minute they stay on the surface is another minute of risk. Reluctantly, Stoker gives the order to submerge once more. This wireless failure, he would later recount with considerable understatement, was a very great disappointment. 9:45 p.m, 25th of April, 1915. Anzac Beach. The Fourth Estate arrives. And who, then, is this strangely elegant man stepping ashore from a steamboat and carefully picking his way through the carnage on the beach? In khakis and rakish green, it is Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, whose hallmark has always been to be in the thick of the action. On this evening, after waiting all day, he is at least glad to be ashore. What is most shocking, however, is the indescribable confusion he finds among a unit of men that just that morning had been superbly well organized and healthy. The beach, he would later describe, was piled up with ammunition, stores, among which lay dead and wounded, and men so absolutely exhausted that they had fallen asleep in spite of the deafening noise. It was impossible to distinguish between the living and the dead in the darkness. All he can discern in this dark fog of war are ethereal, ghost-like groups of men dazedly moving back and forth as they exhaustedly head back to or stagger from the firing line. It is chaos, and catastrophic chaos at that, with the only semblance of calm being found in a tight group of men, all of them with caps, standing a small way off. Officers, generals. Ashmead Bartlett carefully approaches and gets close enough to recognize one of them as General Birdwood. Though they've not met, the war correspondent recognizes him from the many photographs he has seen. He is just about to delicately announce himself, however, when an officious Australian voice rings out, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Seize that man! He's a spy!" Instantly, the correspondent is surrounded by soldiers, and it is all he can do to get out, "I am Ashmead Bartlett, the official war correspondent attached to the expedition." "Do you have an official pass?" "Not actually, no, just a kind of unofficial one penned by an officer on the ship." "Not good enough." "How do I know you are what you say you are?" roars the Australian colonel. "Does anyone here know this man?" A gruff voice comes from the darkness. "Yes, I do." It proves to be a boatswain who has ferried the journalist here and there over previous months, who knows that whatever else he is not a spy. It proves enough to save him from being executed on the spot, and to his great relief, Ashmead Bartlett is released. Not that he can go anywhere particularly. Heading up into the hills in the darkness is out of the question, and Birdwood's chief of staff soon tells him that he cannot go back on the steamboat either, as it is the only boat ashore and will shortly be needed for an urgent dispatch. Just what that dispatch will consist of he is not told, but he receives a fair clue, not just by the dead and dying men all around him, but also by a very excitable beach officer commander who rushes up and says, "Do not send your boat away, whatever you do. We have to go round all the transports and get them to send in their boats. It is impossible for the Australians to hold out during the night. They are being too hard pressed." Ashmead Bartlett is stunned. Really? Just 18 hours after landing, and they are contemplating first extricating all the soldiers from the crazy mix-up of gullies and hills where they are nose to nose with the Turks, and then evacuating them. Apparently. That tiny glow of light by the bit of canvas shelter you can see in yonder gully, just back from the shore, a tiny chirp of cheer in the blackness, with death, destruction and chaos reigning all around. Therein lies a story, and in this case appearances are deceptive. For here are gathered the two highest-ranking officers at the landing place, Major General William Bridges and General Sir Alexander Godley, commanders of the Australian 1st Division and New Zealand and Australian Division, both imploring General Sir William Birdwood, who has just come ashore in response to their desperate wireless request, to give the orders to evacuate. Yes, Sir William, things really are that bad. As the sound of rifle and machine gun rolls over them, interspersed with the regular boom of artillery, exploding shells and the moans of dying men, they continue to give Birdwood their best estimates of the situation. It is not simply that the Anzacs have lost many men, which may run to as high as 4,000, 1/4 of the total landed. It is that the Turk is fighting far harder than the Allies could have possibly imagined. And yes, the Turks have suffered some 4,000 casualties themselves on the first day, but now fresh battalions are being rushed forward to replace the fallen, just as Colonel Mustafa Kemal had foreseen. As to the Anzacs, there are precious few reserves to go in where they are falling in the front line, which is no more than half a mile from where they now meet. Morale, which had been so high upon landing, is in as short supply as water, and there are growing fears that the Turks will launch another major assault on the morrow and force their withdrawal. Far from being able to quickly march on Constantinople, as they had naively hoped, the Allies will be lucky if they can survive the night. Birdwood, shocked that his worst nightmares now seemed to be coming true, and yet still reluctant to acknowledge defeat of the Australians only 20-odd hours after they had landed, resists. General Bridges asks to have a quiet word with him, and insists that, whatever happens, a decision has to be taken tonight, for the sake of the men. Birdwood relents partially. He decides to couch his message to General Hamilton in stark terms. As General Godley writes it all down on the back of a white signal form, the machine guns continue to chatter, and the sound of men screaming and dying in the near distance is heard, even as shells continue to explode across the night sky, sending flickering light across his newly scrawled words. Both my divisional generals and brigadiers have represented to me that they fear their men are thoroughly demoralized by shrapnel fire, to which they have been subjected all day after exhaustion and gallant work in morning. Numbers have dribbled back from firing line and cannot be collected in this difficult country. Even New Zealand Brigade, which has been only recently engaged, lost heavily and is to some extent demoralised. If troops are subjected to shell fire again tomorrow morning, there is likely to be a fiasco, as I have no fresh troops with which to replace those in firing line. I know my representation is most serious, but if we are to re-embark, it must be done at once. Birdwood. One thing General Godley neglects to do, strangely, is to designate who, specifically, the note should go to, causing yet more confusion on this already catastrophically chaotic day. Nevertheless, it is handed to the naval commander of the steamboat that brought Ashmead Bartlett to the shore, who now rushes back to his boat with the journalist in hot pursuit. "Go to the battleship, Queen!" the commander yells at his men. And, sure enough, the contours of the massive battleship are picked up after a short run and the note handed over. "What is our next move?" Ashmead Bartlett asks him. "We've got to go to every transport in turn," the naval man grimly replies, "and order them to send in their boats immediately to bring off the Australians." And so, from ship to ship they go in the darkness, with the commander using a megaphone to have the crew roused to hold her boats in readiness to send them ashore at a moment's notice. Most of the Turks, up in their trenches on the ridges and gullies of this rugged triangle of land, continue the fight, even as a gentle drizzle sprinkles over them. Some men lie, exhausted, trying to sleep, nose to nose with the Australians, and all the more awake because of it. Though they are tired and sore, at least their bellies are full, for many of them have collected and supped on the trail of loot that has dropped out of Anzac kits, or been pilfered directly from the now dead-cold Anzac bodies. Midnight. In his master cabin aboard the Queen Elizabeth, moored off Cape Helles, General Hamilton is fast asleep, after what has been a very tiring day. Yes, perhaps he could have stayed awake, waiting for more news from the shore, but there would have been little point. He knows the losses to have been heavy, and also that there is a good chance that if the Turks can get reinforcements in time, they may even throw the Allies into the sea. But as he has confided to his diary, "I feel sanguine in the spirit of the men, sanguine in my own spirit, sanguine in the soundness of my scheme. What with the landing at Cabo Tepe and at Kumkale, and the feints at Bulair and Basuka Bay, the Turkish troops here will get no help tonight, and our fellows are steadily pouring ashore." Sometimes, however, even those who are sleeping the sleep of the dead and the dead exhausted must answer to the world of the wide awake and alarmed. And so it is that, not long after midnight, General Hamilton is awoken by the shouts of his Chief of Staff, Major General Walter Braithwaite. "Sir Ian! Sir Ian! What is it?" "Sir Ian, you've got to come right along," Braithwaite is continuing to roar. "A question of life and death. You must settle it." Given that Braithwaite has never acted like this in their long relationship, he is usually as deferential to Hamilton as he is dismissive of underlings. Sir Ian now comes instantly awake and, with his British warms over his pyjamas, is soon hurrying after Braithwaite down the narrow corridors to the dining saloon, where a spontaneously formed council of war awaits him. Hamilton takes one look at the faces of the senior officers awaiting him, led by Admiral de Robeck, Rear Admiral Thursby, and Commodore Roger Keyes, and knows, as a cold hand clutched my heart, that things must be every bit as grim as Braithwaite has suggested. And those men look at him, momentarily shocked to see the always impeccable English general with suddenly tousled hair and his dressing gown draped across his shoulders. After Hamilton reads the note from Birdwood out loud, in silence, he then slowly turns to these, his most senior officers, and asks, "This is a difficult business. What are we to do about it? A round-table conversation ensues. Can it really be as bad as those on shore are saying it is? Can those fine young men they farewelled just this morning really now be a shattered force? It seems almost impossible to believe. Hamilton's most pertinent question is to Rear Admiral Thursby, who has been responsible for getting the men on the shore and would now be responsible for getting them off. He asks him about the logistics and the time required for any evacuation. "It will take the best part of 3 days to get that crowd off the beaches," Thursby gravely replies. "And where are the Turks?" "On top of them." "Well, then," Hamilton continues, seeking expert counsel on the matter before them, "tell me, Admiral, what do you think?" "What do I think? Well, I think myself they will stick it out if only it is put to them that they must." "Well, then, they must." Commodore Keyes is particularly strong on this theme, saying if they can just hold on for 2 or 3 days, much of the pressure will be relieved by the southern force moving up from Cape Helles. Against that, there is no doubt that the situation is perilous in the extreme, and Keyes' enthusiasm for staying is not remotely backed by the others. The conversation swings back and forth, with the fate of 20,000 men riding on their decision. Just outside, Lieutenant Commander Charles Brodie, who has still not recovered emotionally from flying over the stricken E-15 on the morning of his twin brother's demise, is guarding the door like a lion before its lair when one of the junior ratings rushes up with an urgent message that has come straight from the signals room. With an obvious glint in his eye, knowing the importance of what he is about to present, he shows Brodie not only who the message is for, the Commander-in-Chief, but also, far more significantly, who it is from. AE-2, the Australian submarine. Frantically, Brodie snatches the message and reads it. It is from Lieutenant Commander Dacre Stoker. AE-2 has got through the minefields of the Dardanelles and even through the Narrows, and the crew has already sunk a Turkish ship. Never mind that Brodie has strict orders from Commodore Keyes that the meeting is not to be interrupted under any circumstances. This cannot wait. Braving a glare from Keyes that would peel steel, Brodie bursts through the door without knocking to interrupt the meeting, and is even strong enough to speak over Keyes' protestations, urging him to come outside with him to read the cable he has just received. And, of course, once Keyes reads it, he too realizes its significance and practically runs back into the meeting to advise the others. AE-2, it has got through, he tells them in a loud voice. "Tell them this," he suggests to Hamilton, nodding towards the troops on shore. "It is an omen. An Australian submarine has done the finest feat in submarine history and is going to torpedo all the ships bringing reinforcements, supplies, and ammunition into Gallipoli." The news is of course greeted with enormous excitement and great acclamation. With some flourish thus, Hamilton finishes writing his message and reads to the gathering from the piece of paper he has in his hands. "Your news is indeed serious, but there is nothing for it but to dig yourselves right in and stick it out. It would take at least 2 days to re-embark you, as Admiral Thursby will explain to you. Meanwhile, the Australian submarine has got through the Narrows and has torpedoed a gunboat at Chunuk. Hunter Weston, despite his heavy losses, will be advancing tomorrow, which should divert pressure from you. Make a personal appeal to your men and Godleys to make a supreme effort to hold their ground." Signed, Ian Hamilton. P.S. You have got through the difficult business. Now you have only to dig, dig, dig until you are safe. Ian H. After patting Hamilton on the back for the stout-heartedness and warrior nature of such a message, good old Hamilton, showing a lot of pluck when it is most needed, Keyes heads out the door with the message in his hands to tell Brodie the news. "It's done the trick," he says. Stoker's message has come just in the nick of time, providing the fillip of positive news they needed to keep the Anzacs on sight. It takes some doing, but by 2 a.m., just as a gentle rain starts falling on the battlefield, Admiral Cecil Thursby is able to land, and he personally puts Hamilton's note in the hands of General Birdwood. They are staying. They are committed. They must dig in, hold on, and strike back. It has been a long, murderous day and night, and soon enough Just as the men on both sides had been praying for the night to fall, it is not long before they are praying for the dawn, a sunrise that many of them never thought they would see. The most significant sound that Charles Bean, who has already dug his own hole just back from the beach, can hear in the night is the sound of shovels scraping out furrows and then whole trenches. As the men dig, their rifles with bayonets still fixed, ready for action at a moment's notice, the cold rain increases in intensity, drenching them all to the bone. Chapter 11. Hanging on like cats to a curtain. Of course, it was hell, but you must remember we had been on that transport more or less for weeks. We were ripe for any sort of action. We could have been painting Cairo pink if we'd been there, so we painted Gallipoli scarlet instead. Private Harold Cavell. Had a darn good sleep and got up at about 6 a.m. and issued rations to the chaps. Then the shrapnel began, and it hailed around about us and hit everything around me but myself. We deepened our sleeping place about 3 feet, but it was not deep enough. Captain Dorian King, 3rd Battery, Australian Field Artillery. 26th of April, 1915. The morning after. Good God, the sheer horror of it all. While on the day of the landing there had been little time to comprehend the ghastliness of what was happening all around you, because you were too busy adding to it. The sun rises this morning on a scene of such horror that those still alive to see it have the images burned into their brains for evermore. As New Zealand journalist turned soldier William John Rusden Hill makes his way up a gully that had been bitterly fought over the day before, he can barely credit or stomach what he is seeing. Dead. Nothing but dead men. New Zealanders, Maoris, Englishmen, Australians and Turks. Hundreds upon hundreds of them, lying in all sorts of attitudes, some hardly marked, others mangled out of all hope of recognition, and swarming all over, the flies. Most extraordinary is how men who have survived to see this new day, still so fresh to war, have already been hardened by the battle. As one Australian private records, "At first, the shrapnel had me shivering and the hail of bullets made me duck, but I'm all over that now. I think I hugged the earth closer than I've ever hugged a girl. Now it gives me a sort of blood-curdling satisfaction to shoot at men as fast as I can, and a bayonet charge is the acme of devilish excitement." On this same morning, under heavy machine gun fire, Colonel Farreton, the Chief of Staff of the Ottoman Third Corps, struggles his way to the top of the Third Ridge, where he knows Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal is temporarily headquartered. And now, in a sheltered place of relative calm, here is Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal standing on a stream bed, just behind Scrubby Knoll on the ridgeline. Colonel Farreton, an old friend, is greeted warmly, and they embrace and kiss twice. The two are a study in contrasts. Mustafa Kemal is handsome, with eyes of steel blue and high cheekbones to rival an ancient Egyptian queen. Military in bearing from top to bottom, he is a man of regal posture who looks like he was born to lead. Colonel Farreton, on the other hand, with his droopy left eye and ill-defined chin, looks nothing of the kind, as highly respected an officer as he is. Both have had sleepless nights, but whereas Mustafa Kemal looks as fresh as the morning dew, Colonel Farreton is crumpled. After Mustafa Kemal has stated his needs, Farreton asks, "Will your headquarters always be here? What is the name of this place?" "Yes," he replies, with that calm tone and sparkle in his eye that inspires good faith and confidence in his comrades. "For the time being." He adds with a laugh, "Does a gully have a name?" Colonel Farreton smiles and says, Yes, all right. It could be called Kemalieri, the place of Kemal, for example." Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal smiles back and nods. Kemalari it is. They embrace once more, and Kemal watches quietly as his friend mounts his horse and begins his ride back to headquarters at Maidos. From the near distance, the combined roar of artillery and machine gun fire is intensifying again. Such is the way of warfare. Isolated actions are now taking place across the front line while both sides gird themselves for another big thrust. The Turks to push the Anzacs into the sea, the Anzacs to break through at last. In an effort to do so, the first priority of the Anzac officers is to gather up the men whom Bean delicately refers to as stragglers, soldiers who had collected on the beach the previous afternoon and evening, and put them back into the line. I have heard their number put at anything from 800 to 1,000, Bean writes in his diary, choosing his words carefully, even crossing one word out when he decides it is too inflammatory. Many of them came down with wounded men. This is an offence in war, but few realised it at this early stage. The helping down of wounded did not really begin until about 4 or 5 p.m. Then it began to reach serious fair proportions. 6 men came down with 1 wounded officer. For the 4,000 men they have lost, the Anzacs have gained an area about a mile deep into the peninsula, at its furthest point, and about 1.75 miles wide. They now continue digging their way around the perimeter, an effort soon matched by the Turks, who are also furiously hurling dirt. A lot of the digging on the Anzac side is for wells, as the lack of water is becoming a drastic problem, though at least the troops had fortunately found a certain amount of water in one big gully which started from the sea just to the right of the beach hill, while the sanitary men are digging latrines. At this point, just who is besieging whom is not clear. What is clear, with the arrival of more machine guns and artillery on both sides, the Anzacs howitzers are now thankfully beginning to be landed, is that anyone who tries to cross the no-man's land between the two nascent front lines will not last long. The Turks' position on the higher ground overlooking the Anzacs gives them an overwhelming advantage. The difficult task before the Australians and New Zealanders is to shift the Turks and their artillery off that high ground and continue their push inland to cut off the Turkish forces on the tip of the peninsula. The one thing that gives the Anzacs solace in the face of the unrelenting attacks is the shells from Lizzie, whistling over their heads and landing on the bonzes of the Turks opposite. From 5:30 a.m. she has been there. True, it is only occasionally that the fat trajectory shells find their mark on the entrenched Turks, but it is something. There is a loud explosion, an eruption of flame, smoke and dust, and then there is a crater with dismembered body parts all around. More coordinates are passed by field telephone down to GHQ on the beach, and more shells are fired, dealing Old Harry to the Turks. Watching closely, it is something that gives General Hamilton a great deal of satisfaction, at a time when there is precious little to be found elsewhere. The explosion of the monstrous shell darkens the rising sun. The bullets cover an acre. The enemy seems stunned for a while after each discharge. One after the other, the guns of Queen Elizabeth took on the Turkish guns along Sarabia and swept the skyline with them. And just let the Turks mass too tightly in one spot, ready to mount an attack where they could be seen by the Anzacs, and it does not take long for Lizzie, God bless her cotton socks, to sort them out too. It is also encouraging that the grand ship stays there until 8:30 that morning, as Hamilton would observe, smothering the enemy's guns wherever they dared show their snouts. By that hour, our troops had regained their grip of themselves, and also of the enemy, and the firing of the Turks was growing feeble. Alas, not for long. For as Lizzie moves off to Cape Helles, the Turkish artillery, having survived the ship's guns, returns in numbers. For the Anzacs, the only way to maximise their chances of survival is to dig ever deeper. And while more of their artillery is being landed and trained on the Turkish trenches, it remains the devil's own job to keep the supply of shells coming at the rate they're being fired. Each shell has to be laboriously hauled up from the beach to wherever the guns are situated. Most of the shells being carried up meet the wounded coming down, in a gully that has seen so much Anzac traffic, and therefore enemy fire. It is given the name Shrapnel Gully. Right in the midst of this dreadful hell of flying bullets, screaming men and shells exploding all around, is Ellis Silas, half amazed that he is still alive after so many have fallen around him. Despite the horror of it, somehow his artist's eye is entranced by the fact that still the birds are chirping in the clear morning air, and buzzing about from leaf to leaf, placidly going about its work, is a large bee. To think of what might be makes me weep, for fighting is continuing in all its fury. He is fatalistic about what lies ahead. Our signallers have been nearly all wiped out. I suppose I'll get my lead pill next. It has been now a ceaseless cry of stretcher-bearers on the left. They seem to be having an awful time up there. One poor fellow has just jumped out of his dugout, frightfully wounded in the arm. I bound it up as best I could, then had to dash off with another message. Oh, those stretcher-bearers. In just the last day, they have made their reputation for evermore by their extraordinary bravery under fire. While everyone else is digging in and hugging Mother Earth as if their life depends upon it, because it does, the stretcher-bearers must walk bolt upright and go to where the wounded soldiers lie in no man's land or on the front lines. Then they must carry them back to dressing stations or right down to the beach, before journeying back again through the same hell. Of course, these heroes are killed in droves, but still they keep going. Whatever fantasies they or their families had held about them being safe behind the lines, Ellis Silas would record, disappeared with the first scream of, "Stretcher-bearer!" Captain Gordon Carter has long since lost all his own illusions about any glory being associated with warfare, and though he had survived the previous night all right, despite the Turks launching 3 attacks on his position, it is touch and go now. They have again pressed forward, only to be pinned down by heavy rifle fire from the front and deadly machine gun fire from the right flank. Now he is practically sucking dirt, his arms spread wide as he flattens himself, aware that machine gun bullets are just 2 or 3 inches over me. To this is added the shrapnel, which begins to cut into the Australian soldiers. This was too much for the men. They retired, and I'm sorry to say a great many broke into a rabble. Nevertheless, by forging forward, Carter and another officer, together with a few men, managed to find some cover, and by the shouting of cooees we managed to get most of them to return to what was really a safe position, ungettable by shells. The men dug and made themselves more secure, and we got the position strengthened. At Cape Helles, the same chaotic situation reigns as the day before. Some 12,000 soldiers have been landed. They are dug in and they are holding. The British officers on the ground are catching their collective breath rather than seizing the opportunity to press home any advantage they might hold in certain locations. One of the biggest of Hamilton's myriad worries is Y Beach. At 9 a.m. he has handed a message. "We are holding the ridge till the wounded are embarked." Hamilton is stupefied. Why till? The Turkish main line is several miles away. Why, in accordance with the Cape Helles plan, are the troops not bearing down on the enemy? 30 minutes later, at Hamilton's request, Admiral de Robeck has positioned Queen Elizabeth off Y Beach, where they can see Sapphire, Dublin and Goliath lying ashore, and a steady trickle of British soldiers coming down the hills, some of whom are being ferried out. But there are none going up the hills. I disliked and mistrusted the looks of these aimless dawdlers by the sea, Hamilton would record. There was no fighting. A rifle shot now and then from the crests where we saw our fellows clearly. The little crowd and the boats on the beach were right under them, and no one paid any attention or seemed to be in a hurry. Watching them mill about aimlessly, he clenches his fists in rising frustration. He has come up with this scheme, and he still believes in it, but in all his planning with his senior officers, no one doubted that once our troops had got ashore, scaled the heights and dug themselves in, they would be able to hold on. No one doubted that with the British fleet at their backs, they would at least maintain their bridgehead into the enemy's vitals until we could decide what to do with it. He would like to take a hand, call his commanders on the shore to account, give them orders of his own. But he is persuaded against it by his senior officers on the grounds that he does not know all the facts. So he does nothing. 27th of April. On a bright, warm day, the Anzacs are just holding on. Constantinople has never been so far away. From the day they landed, that great city has been the Anzacs' ultimate destination, but now it seems far from certain that they will even be able to hold on here. This thunderous morning, as the shells continue to rain down upon them, it seems the spot bearing most of the Turkish attack is Walker's Ridge, behind the Sphinx on the first ridge. It is here that the 1st Brigade's 2nd Battalion, who have been fighting all but continuously since the landing, is very lightly dug in among the bushes, with little cover. They are commanded by Lieutenant Colonel George Brand, who in civilian life had been the member for Armidale in the New South Wales Parliament. What is making matters particularly precarious for them is that overnight the Turks have dug themselves into a trench in the bushes on the slope in front, far too close for comfort. At 8 a.m, it takes one bayonet charge by one company to clear them and take the trench. True, the Turks quickly launch a countercharge and take it back, but after Brand reinforces the 1st Company with another 30 soldiers, they are able to wrest it back again. As the morning wears on, the situation becomes ever more perilous, and Brand's 2nd Battalion is only just able to hold on until midday, when they are reinforced by the worthies of Colonel William Malone's Wellington Battalion, led by the man himself. Altogether, they dig in under the heavy fire now coming from the Turks on Baby 700. The invaders are multiplying and moving forward once more. Colonel Mustafa Kemal cannot allow them to stay there, whatever the cost. At 2:30 p.m, he sends successive blocks of his soldiers charging at them. The first, Brand knows of it when his soldiers in the forward trenches come running back, yelling, "The Turks are coming in thousands!" And so they are, rushing down Battleship Hill. Can nothing stop them? Frantically, a request is signalled, asking for Navy artillery to plaster Battleship Hill, and the devastating barrage begins just in time. As the dust of each explosion cleared, Bean records, the Turks could be seen running around, dazed, like ants on a disturbed nest. For a few minutes, scarcely anything of the hill was visible, except a low-lying curtain of green smoke. By the time the smoke clears, it is obvious that the Turkish advance has been broken. They have now gone to ground and are digging in once more. Side by side, the Australians and New Zealanders keep firing, and though their own casualties are fearful and they have to retreat from their most advanced positions on Russell's Top, they are able to hold a line across Russell's Top from where they can see across to their right to the 16th Battalion on Pope's Hill. By the time the 2nd Battalion is withdrawn, they have lost just under half of their number to casualties, as Bean would report. 16 officers and 434 men killed and wounded. And yet, as Bean would also chronicle, there was a legacy. Day and night, Australians and New Zealanders had fought together on that hilltop. In this fierce test, each saw in the other a brother's qualities. As brothers, they had died. Their bodies lay mingled in the same narrow trenches. As brothers, they were buried. It was noticeable that such small jealousies as had existed between Australians and New Zealanders in Cairo vanished completely from this hour. 3 days of genuine trial had established a friendship which centuries will not destroy. For the pinned Anzacs in the front lines, supplies are becoming ever more difficult to come by. So many of the tortuous supply routes, up gullies and across exposed ridges, are now under heavy fire. At least General Hamilton is thinking of them, sending a message on this day. "Well done, Anzac. You are sticking it splendidly. 29th Division has made good progress, and French Division is now landing to support it. An Indian brigade is on the sea and will join Anzac on arrival." In fact, it is the sticking day they are doing with their bayonets that is perhaps having the biggest effect. And on the afternoon of the 27th, they need to do exactly that. In Archie Barwick's 1st Battalion at Quinn's Post, the Turks are now so close that the lieutenant orders the men to prepare to charge. "Fix bayonets, men!" They fix bayonets. "Charge!" They charge. With a war whoop, they are up and out of their trench and charging straight at the Turkish trenches. "I don't remember much about it," Archie would confide to his diary, "but I can recollect driving the bayonet into the body of one fellow quite clearly, and he fell right at my feet, and when I drew the bayonet out, the blood spurted from his body." The next thing Archie knows, somehow they are back in the trench they started from, with just half the men who had charged out. The rest are dead or wounded. Such is the way of this war that Archie has the time neither to grieve for those who are gone, nor to reflect on the fact that he has just killed a man, put his bayonet right through him, and sent him from this earth. Of course, the Turks soon mass again, and the Australians must continue to defend their position. If not for the artillery shells now landing on the Turkish positions, they would once again have been in great peril. Still, the Turks mass once more. The officer in charge collected all the spare men he could find, and we got ready again. At a given signal, over the boys went. The Turks did not wait this time, but ran off for their lives. I had the great luck to get another unspeakable this time. I was hot foot after him, and he tripped and fell, and before he could rise, I had the bayonet right through him, and he died without a struggle. It seems an awful thing to say, I know, killing men like that, but I know there was no prouder man on the peninsula than my humble self that night. Late that afternoon, when the Turks threatened to break through at a spot called Steele's Post, it again falls to Colonel Henry McLaurin and his 1st Brigade to stem the breach. Since McLaurin and the 1st had relieved Colonel McLagan and his exhausted 3rd Brigade the day before, the fighting has been fierce. McLaurin's right hand, Brigade Major Francis Duncan Irvine, first heads up to Steele's Post to have a look at the position, and, though snipers are firing bullets all around and he is warned he must take cover, Irvine stands on his dignity. It's my business to be shot at. 2 minutes later, he is dead. 10 minutes later, McLaurin comes to survey the position and is telling others to be careful of the snipers when a shot rings out and he too is shot from the same point, shot dead. Colonel McLaurin is later buried near where he dropped, his men marking his grave with a simple wooden cross. Morning, 28th of April, 1915. First Battle of Krithia. At Cape Helles, General Hunter Weston has decided that it is time to break out and go once more after their objective of the first day. The small village of Krithia that lies on the southern slopes of the high hill of Achababa, and then the summit itself. Once they occupy that position, they will be able to lob shells with fearful accuracy on most of the other Turkish positions on the peninsula, including the forts along the Narrows that they have come to neutralize in the first place. Once again, General Hunter Weston, himself a late riser, eschews anything so prosaic as a dawn attack, and so it is nearly 3 hours after dawn, at 8 a.m., that a rather desultory naval bombardment begins. The French and British soldiers sally forth a short time later. That exhausted look among many of the soldiers? For many of them, the orders had come as late as 2 a.m., with officers and troops woken in the dead of night to be told that in 6 hours they would be fighting for their lives. Alas, just as the Anzacs had found at Anzac Cove, Trooper Bluegum writes home, "Anzac Cove gets its name from Australian New Zealand Army Corps. Rather cute, isn't it? Sounds indigenous too." Although the Turkish defenders' bullets and shells are bad enough, the most shattering enemy they face is the terrain. What had looked so clear on the map proves to be 3 major gullies parallel to their line of advance, interspersed with a mass of ravines that soon split them all up, breaking their line and making them easy pickings for the dug-in Turks, who can now fire on them from all angles. Can General Hunter Weston, known as Hunter Bunter to his jolly chums, do something to restore order? No. Secure on a hill just inland from Cape Helles, behind V Beach, Hunter Weston is too far away to exert any control at all, and in this battle the Allied soldiers are essentially leaderless on a grand scale. Officers of individual units do their best, but there is no chess master moving his pieces against the skilled and organised Turkish resistance, and there's not even a secure means of communication between GHQ and the front lines. In the face of outrageous Ottoman counterattacks, all of them led by senior Turkish commanders who, following Ottoman military custom, refined over 500 years of martial endeavour, are right in the thick of the battle and capable of instant direction. For the most part, the invaders prove incapable of holding on, even to the ground they have won. By 6 p.m. that evening, General Hunter Weston has to acknowledge that his plan has failed, and the attack is called off. No fewer than 13,500 Allied troops have attacked on the day. By nightfall, 3,000 of them are dead or wounded. Ground gained, about 600 yards. It is going to be a long way to Constantinople. 29th of April, 1915. Melbourne's Federal Parliament. The news breaks. Order! Order! On this crisp and crowded afternoon, the Prime Minister would like to speak. And so Andrew Fisher does, keenly aware that the news he is about to impart will be warmly greeted. "Some days ago," he begins, the first speaker of the day, "the Australian War Expeditionary Forces were transferred from Egypt to the Dardanelles. They have since landed and have been in action on the Gallipoli Peninsula. News reaches us that the action is proceeding satisfactorily. I am pleased to be able to read the following cablegram received today from the Secretary of State for the Colonies. His Majesty's Government desire me to offer you their warmest congratulations on the splendid gallantry and magnificent achievement of your contingent in the successful progress of the operations at the Dardanelles. To this, the following reply has been dispatched through His Excellency the Governor-General. The Government and the people of Australia are deeply gratified to learn that their troops have won distinction in their first encounter with the enemy. We are confident they will carry the King's colours to further victory. Hurrah! Hurrah! But will the Prime Minister tell us more detail? Who exactly has landed? How did the battle go? Casualties? If only the Prime Minister could. Sadly, he has no choice but to tell the truth, trying to hide his extreme frustration the best he can. "We are not in possession of information relating to the actual force that has been transferred, which would be of any value to relatives here," he says sadly. "We cannot say what part of the Australian forces has been sent and what has not. We have twice within the last 48 hours asked for this information, and we have asked, too, to be allowed to make public the whole of the information of which we are possessed. And even the following day, though Fisher can report to the House that he has received a telegram from the King, I heartily congratulate you upon the splendid conduct and bravery displayed by the Australian troops in the operations at the Dardanelles, who have indeed proved themselves worthy sons of the Empire. He has no further news. Our information on the subject is not materially greater than that which has been made available to the public," he admits. "We have invited the Imperial Government more than once to supply us with all details as soon as they can. Whatever our feelings may be, we must, I take it, stand by what they consider the necessities of the war." Privately, Fisher is ropeable. Even as Prime Minister of Australia, he cannot be privy to the manner in which Australians are being used, and the results of their actions? Outrageous. 30th of April, 1915, Sea of Marmara. The end is in their sights. What an extraordinary 6 days for those aboard the AE2 since entering the Dardanelles. It has been filled with a number of narrow escapes, a great many frustrations as torpedo after torpedo has misfired or outright missed, but also a few triumphs. For the pure fun of it, at one point they had surfaced next to a group of Turkish fishing boats and hoisted a large ensign, and had been thrilled to see the fishermen supplicating the heavens to spare their lives before frantically heading to shore. There they tell tales of the gigantic submarine, Tatal Bahiri, Gurduk, loose in the Sea of Marmara, which had been the point of the exercise all along. And the day before they had been stunned to come across another British sub, E-14, which, now that Stoker and his men had demonstrated that it was possible to go through the Dardanelles, had been ordered to follow suit and create its own havoc. Stoker had begged the commander of E-14 for torpedoes, but the sub's skipper, Commander Edward Courtney Boyle, had declined, saying they needed those torpedoes themselves, and had further ordered him to meet up at this spot 24 hours hence, which is why Stoker is here now, on the surface, looking in vain for their sister sub. Coming the other way, heading north, is a Turkish torpedo boat, Sultanhusser, under the command of Kaptan Riza, who, by the by, is having a very bad couple of days. One of Sultanhusser's tasks is to ferry no less than General Lehman von Sanders from his quarters in the town of Gallipoli back and forth to Maidos every day. But on this day, when General von Sanders had been late, Riza had obeyed the orders of senior Turkish officers to take the wounded instead. Luckily, the Turkish captain had arrived back just in time for von Sanders' arrival at the dock at Maidos. The German general, though, was having the worst of days, what with the Brits bombing the town of Maidos to hell and back. So, when he learns from the young Turkish captain that they have an unscheduled stop to pick up a boat on their way to Gallipoli, he quickly becomes carpet-biting mad, as only a commanding German officer can. "A general cannot be kept back from his way for a boat. You Turks are all the same. You don't know your duty," he'd yelled at the stunned Ali Riza. And the rage didn't stop there, for now Riza and his vessel and crew have been sent back to Constantinople to be replaced by another. Good. Riza would rather not see von Sanders again in the near future. Still, while he is on his way, he is eager to see if he can find the submarine everyone is talking about. He diverts to the waters around Karaburan Point at the high end of the Dardanelles Straits to have a look. And there is something now. It is a black vessel, very low in the water. That just might be a submarine, and Captain Riza quickly orders his crew to squeeze the last possible knot out of their old tub so they can investigate. Stoker sees the torpedo boat all right, and quickly gives the order to dive, just as he has done hundreds of times before without a problem. The saddle ballast tanks are filled with seawater, the hydroplanes take on a 5-degree downward angle, and the twin screws drive the submarine into the sea. This time, however, AE2 no sooner slips beneath the surface, its bow heading down, than something goes radically amiss. Without Stoker giving a command or anyone working a control, the sub suddenly flattens before heading up, at such a steep angle that everything not bolted down, including the crew, is sent flying. Stoker stays calm, but is a blur of movement, furiously pulling levers to diving rudders and giving orders to get the water ballast back into the forward tanks so it will sink again. Alas, their sub continues to rise like a whale bursting for air, and breaks the surface 1,200 yards from Sultan Husa, which is now closing fast. "Atesh! Atesh! Fire! Fire!" Captain Riza roars as the two sailors manning each of the tiny pom-pom guns on both sides of the bow frantically load their shells. It is the crew on the port side who have the best shot, and the gun layer hurriedly turns the brass wheel to bring the gun onto the target of the hulking black mass emerging from the depths ahead. He peers carefully along the open metal sights and fires. Not even close, and nor is Sultan Husa, which is the problem. Captain Riza speaks into the brass voice tube and demands of his chief engineer maximum possible speed. Getting nearer, Captain Riza thinks of his twin torpedo tubes. There could be no more marvellous method of sinking the hated submarine than with the might of a Turkish torpedo. Once, within range of 1,000 yards, he turns the wheel and swings Sultan Husa suddenly to port, upsetting the gunners who are still firing to no effect. Once the word comes from the bowels of the boat that the torpedo is primed and loaded, with great excitement, Captain Riza shouts, "Atesh! Fire!" With the detonation of the old-fashioned gunpowder charge in the torpedo tube, no modern compressed air for them, Sultan Husa shudders and shakes, and then, with the gurgle of a barely strangled vomit, out pops the sick torpedo, half in and half out of its tube. Only a portion of the charge has ignited. The force of the rushing water dislodges it, and it slowly sinks to the bottom. "We must get under again at once," Stoker says calmly, and this time AE2 responds instantly, as the forward tanks are filled. In fact, it responds too well. Instead of being a whale bursting for air, the submarine is now closer to a heavy spanner, hurtling down towards the seabed. Stoker gives orders for them to level off, but it is obvious that something is seriously wrong. The sub is losing control and keeps going down. Urgently now, Stoker orders the water pumped from the forward tanks, which should bring the bow up, but nothing works. The depth gauge keeps registering the gravity of the situation. That gravity is making them sink like a stone. 40 feet, 60 feet, 80 feet, 100 feet, and now there is nowhere left to go on the gauge. The submarine is simply not designed to withstand the water pressure this deep. Next, Stoker orders the ballast tanks blown empty with compressed air, despite knowing this will cause the loss of what little control he has of depth. After all, he wants AE2 to remain submerged, but not at crush depth. There is a screeching sound as air rushes into the ballast tanks at high pressure. The system is not designed to vent main ballast at anything like this depth. Is this what happened to AE1? Is there some design fault that suddenly sends the sub straight to the bottom? Are they facing their last seconds alive before the hull is crushed and the water rushes in? Stoker has one last card to play. "Group up, full astern, both motors," he calls, and in an instant it is done. The diesel engines roar, The propellers whirl anti-clockwise. Not a word is heard. Within moments, they will know if they will live or die. And now a voice rings out. It is the coxswain. "She's coming up, sir!" And so she is. All eyes turn to the depth gauge as the needle now comes back the other way. They are heading back to the surface, and now at huge speed, where they know a torpedo boat awaits them. The submarine has gained buoyancy as high-pressure air expels the remaining seawater from the ballast tanks. AE2 is behaving like a cork released at depth. Again, Stoker tries to arrest this mad ascent by flooding the tanks, but the AE2 continues to rise. There it is! Aboard Sultanhusa, the splendid vision of the submarine again coming up from the depths, exploding through the surface in a spray of water and bubbles. Captain Rietzer trains every gun he can upon it and heads full throttle forward, even as another Turkish gunboat approaches. A black, cigar-shaped thing explodes through the surface in a spray of water and bubbles, and the whole upper portion of the submarine is now exposed. The Turk's boat fires for all she is worth. Inside AE2, the executive officer, Lieutenant Geoffrey Haggard, looks through the periscope and is aghast. "The torpedo boat is making ready to ram us!" Suddenly, however, AE2 again responds to Stoker's commands. One more time, it hurtles downward at a terrible speed and at an awful angle, even faster and steeper than before. Stoker has once again filled both ballast and forward tanks in an emergency measure. With the sub tending towards the vertical, everything goes flying once more. Eggs, bread, food of all sorts, knives, forks, plates came tumbling forward from the petty officers' mess. Everything that could fall over fell. Men slipping and struggling grasped hold of valves, gauges, rods, anything to hold them up in position to their posts. "Full speed astern," Lieutenant Commander Stoker orders, remarkably quietly under the circumstances. The engines roar back to life, but this time it has no effect. And, beyond the calm he has projected to the crew, Stoker's private thoughts are rather less sanguine. In heaven's name, what depth are we at? Why do not the sides of the boat cave in under the pressure and finish it? Still, there is no panic. All the crew, who are not gazing with stricken eyes at the sides to see if they are about to cave in, look to Stoker. Movement. She's coming up again. This time, there is no stopping her. AE2 bursts to the surface stern first, her motors roaring. There is no resistance to the screws now that they are out of the water. At much the same moment that 3 shells from Sultanhusa hit in quick succession. Hot metal fragments buzz and bounce across the confined space of the sub, even while the submariners fall to the ground, holding their ears against the deafening noise. Smoke pours from the engine room, some waters flood in, and unknown to those inside, a torpedo just misses them. Finished. We are caught, Stoker realizes. And it could get worse. The distant gunboat keeps firing on them, even though they are clearly crippled. Miraculously, however, the torpedo boat that has slayed them now moves into the line of fire, protecting AE2 from the gunboat, and blows its siren, indicating firing must cease. Further resistance is useless, and Stoker has no hesitation in giving the order, "All hands on deck." It is over. By Captain Rietzer's account, the British flag was slowly pulled up, the mast. The sailors began to wave their shirts and their hats as they came down from the conning tower to the deck. AE2 was slowly sinking, and the sailors, one by one, were jumping into the sea. Commander Stoker, however, along with Executive Officer Haggard, is still inside the sub, opening the main vents to send AE2 to the bottom. Even the seacocks are open to speed the process and deny the Turks and Germans any chance of salvaging her and getting hold of the design of this most modern of weaponry. Haggard turns to his captain and says with a shrug, "Well, time to pull the plug." The flotsam and jetsam of their quotidian lives, books, clothing, egg cups, and the like, float on the rising water, which is now up to Stoker's knees. A cry from above, "Hurry, sir! She's going down!" Stoker has just seconds to get out, or go down with his ship. In the wardroom, Stoker is just about to heed the warning when he suddenly notices his private dispatch case, which, among other things, contains some money. Given he is likely to be a prisoner for some time, that will be useful. With seconds to spare, he runs over, grabs it, and then scrambles up the ladder to the conning tower. As he makes his way onto the bridge, the water is just 2 feet from the top. The submarine is about to sink. Forever. Only its stern is still above water, and standing on it, waiting for their skipper, is a half-dozen crew. With him now safe, they dive into the sea to join the others, swimming through the frigid water over to the enemy torpedo boat. Stoker steps off the edge of the conning tower and into the water a foot below. He has just made it. No more firing now. To Captain Rietze aboard Sultan Hussar, it is obvious that the crew of the submarine have surrendered, and his boat moves in to pick them up. Finally, there was only the captain left, he would recount. He was refusing to leave his ship and was saluting the British flag. This demonstration of patriotism moved us immensely. We all saluted the British flag, which was by now floating in the water. Forthwith, Captain Rietze calls his men to order on deck and says, "My sons, the reward for your zeal and perseverance is the taking of this submarine. But now the war is over. Hostility has come to an end, for now your mission is humanity. I am sure you will carry out this mission in a bold manner befitting a Turkish soldier." And with that, the crew of the Sultan Hussar begin to haul the sailors of AE2 from the waters and courteously welcome them aboard. Turkish sailors hold out trays with glasses of water. "Lüften bu suyu içiniz." Please drink some water. Ali Rietze steps forward to meet Stoker, who is approaching him in his sopping wet white uniform, and speaks in heavily accented English. "I am Senior Captain Ali Rietze." "I am Lieutenant Commander Stoker." "Never mind the loss of your submarine. Welcome aboard." "Thank you." Things like this happen in war. I was hardly expecting to fight with and capture a British submarine. AE2's officers are taken to a cabin aft to be given dry clothes, whilst the crew are taken to the forward mess deck and have their wet clothes sent up on deck to be dried. In just a few minutes, they have gone from being enemies fighting a bitter duel to the death, to fellow men of the sea, observing the traditional duty to look after each other in distress. 2 p.m., 30th of April, 1915. Mustafa Kemal decides. It is time to settle this. The invaders have been here for nearly a week now, and though a great many of them have been killed, still more boatloads keep coming. 2 days earlier, the first 2 of 4 battalions of Royal Naval Division Marines had begun to arrive. Still wet behind the ears, they nevertheless provide immense relief to the Anzacs, especially the 1st Brigade on McLaurin's Hill and the 3rd Brigade on 400 Plateau. With 5 fresh battalions at his own disposal and their line of trenches fast developing, it is time for Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal to launch a 3rd and final counterattack. He calls his senior officers together into his headquarters at Kemalieri. The officers sit with their legs crossed, a la Turca, in a semicircle around him, notepads on their knees, pencils in their hands, as they jot down the thoughts of this man, their leader, who the day before had been awarded the Ottoman Order of Imtiaz, Distinguished Service, for his part in the defence of Aribonu. "I am convinced," Mustafa Kemal says, looking around at his men with his piercing blue eyes, "that we must finally drive the enemy opposing us into the sea, even if it means the death of us all. Our position compared to the enemy's is not weak. Their morale has been completely broken. He is ceaselessly digging to find himself a refuge. You saw how he ran away when just a few shells dropped near his trenches. I cannot accept anyone among us who would rather see a repeat of the embarrassment of the Balkan Wars than die. If you feel there are such men in our ranks, then let us shoot them with our own hands." And so his order to the men who are going into battle the next day is very simple. "Every soldier who fights here with me must realize that he is in honor bound not to retreat one step. Let me remind you all that if you want to rest, there may be no rest for our whole nation throughout eternity. I am sure that all our comrades agree on this, and that they will show no signs of fatigue until the enemy is finally hurled into the sea." 1st of May, 1915. May Day, May Day, May Day at Anzac. At 5 the next morning, the first day of May, the Turks start to rain shells down on the Anzacs, and the men advance. The fighting rages all day, men fighting nose to nose on every front, but the Anzacs' defence is insurmountable. The Turks are ultimately forced to retreat, if they can. In the end, though this attack has been better coordinated, the result is the same as just 4 days earlier. The moment has truly passed for Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal to drive this stubborn invader back to the sea. And so, trench warfare sets in. On the side of the Anzacs, the situation is grim. After just 1 week, half of the AIF's once proud 1st Australian Division is either dead or wounded. Where can the generals find the manpower they need, quickly, to keep their toehold on the Gallipoli Peninsula secure? After calling up those men who had been left behind as fatigue parties on the transports, as well as the replacements for the Australian and New Zealand battalions in Cairo, there is really only one fighting force left that can be called on, and Generals Bridges and Birdwood decide they have no choice. They will have to ask some of the 1,500 men in each of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Light Horse Brigades and New Zealand Mounted Rifles Brigades, all still in camp in Cairo, to leave behind their horses and come to Gallipoli as the beetle crusher soldiers they once derided. Perhaps a beginning might be to ask for 1,000 volunteers to reinforce temporarily the Anzac infantry. True, Bridges and Birdwood want to break the Light Horse Brigades up and send them out piecemeal to bring shattered infantry battalions up to strength, but the commanding officers of the Light Horse won't hear of it. They have joined up together, trained together, and now they will fight and, if necessary, die together. Back in Cairo, the men of the Light Horse are beginning to hear the first of what has gone on at Gallipoli during their visits to some of the wounded who have made it back to the military hospitals. Trooper Bluegum is one who goes from bed to bed, gathering in the stories, listening avidly as soldier after soldier, many of them still in their uniform, slit by bayonet, caked in blood, covered with their own and others' gore, talks of the horror of the landing, the shells, the shrapnel, the deaths, the killings. "One Turk in a trench shot my pal on my right and a chap on my left," a soldier tells him. "Then when we got right into the trench, he suddenly dropped his rifle and put up his hands. I reckoned that wasn't fair, so I jammed my bayonet into him." Most in the hospital, however, are there because all the damage has been done to them. "My legs are tattooed prettier than a picture," a Queenslander tells him, talking of the barbed wire he'd encountered in the shallow waters by the shore. "And I've a bit of shrapnel shell here for a keepsake, somewhere under my shoulder." Another recounts disgustedly of being shot just about the instant he'd landed. "Fancy, 10,000 miles and 8 months training all for nix," he spits out. "Landed at 4 a.m, shot at 3 seconds past 4, back on the boat at 5 a.m. Bluegum hears of groups of Australian soldiers simply blown apart by shells landing among them, of severed heads rolling down hills, of men crawling along without legs. Of course, upon hearing the stories, the men of the Light Horse have one principal reaction. They want to go, are desperate to go, and support the beetle crushers. Yes, the Light Horse would love to take their whalers, but as soldiers of the King, they are prepared to leave the horses behind and serve as required. "Can you wonder," Trooper Bluegum would recount, "that the Light Horse wanted to get a move on and make a start for the front? Can you wonder that when we heard of the terrible list of casualties which were the price of victory, and when we saw our men coming back, many of them old friends with their battle scars upon them, we fretted and fumed impatiently? We could stand it no longer. Our boys needed reinforcements, and that was all we cared about. They must have reinforcements." Colonel Granville de Launa-Ryrie, commander of the 2nd Light Horse Brigade, gets word to General Birdwood. "My brigade are mostly bushmen, and they never expected to go gravel crushing, but if necessary the whole brigade will start tomorrow on foot, even if we have to tramp the whole way from Constantinople to Berlin." Colonel Sir Henry George Chauvel of the 1st Light Horse Brigade and Brigadier General Andrew Hamilton Russell of the New Zealand Mounted Rifles make similar offers. They insist on going. The 2nd to the 3rd of May, 1915. Time for the Anzacs to break out. While it is oft said of newborn babies that they only really start to look like themselves a week or so after the trauma of birth, the same is true, oddly enough, of battlefields in trench warfare. For while the perimeters of the Anzac battlefield had been as fluid as they were primitive on the first day, changing with the ebb and flow of the cataclysmic clashes, now they are broadly static, battle-worn, and getting deeper all the time. Both sides keep digging furiously their roughly parallel trenches around the approximately 1,000-acre footprint of the Anzac occupation. All the dirt so furiously flung onto mounds in front of the trenches is moulded into solid parapets that face the enemy. The soldiers create loopholes in the parapets, narrow vertical openings through which they can fire their rifles. On both sides, the frontline firing trenches are often dug in zigzags or with boxed recesses, so that if an enemy captures one end, they can't simply fire a machine gun down a straight corridor to capture the lot. The more sophisticated trenches have firing steps, large ledges cut into the side of the trench that the soldiers can stand upon as they are firing, and use to propel themselves up and over when the time comes. Branching off from those main trenches in all directions are saps, trenches initially built forward into no man's land to allow the soldiers to better observe or even hear the enemy. These may be developed to use in an attack. Then there are the communication trenches, used for everything from supplying the forward ones and connecting tiers of trenches to allowing platoons to get into and out of the front line safely. Back from those trenches are the dugouts, effectively small caves and hollows that the men have fashioned, allowing them shelter from the weather and, more importantly, the shrapnel. From some of these dugouts, the men can look out on the Aegean Sea. When the mists lift, it presents a sparkling blue vista, and there, just a few horizons over, is the island of Imbros. Close to the shore, there is always a flurry of vessels going to and fro, keeping the men ashore supplied. The whole thing a vision splendid. But near to them, on land, not so calm. Terrain that used to be low shrub on solid ground is now more often a ploughed and shriveled waste of broken water bottles, bayonets, fragments of bombs, barbed wire entanglements shattered and shattered again, battered rifle butts, and the shreds that were once human clothes. Ever and always there is a constant traffic of men in the hills, mostly bringing supplies up and too often taking wounded and dead bodies down. Of the latter, most have been shot through the head, as that is the most frequently available target for the Turks, poking up above the trenches, and most of the bodies are missing brains, as at such short range the bullets usually scoop out the lot. Thus, a week in, Gallipoli really is starting to look like itself. All of the main positions now have, or soon will have, names that indicate at least something of the horror of what goes on there. The Bloody Angle, Dead Man's Hill, Sniper's Nest, Hellspit, Casualty Corner, Valley of Despair, and Shell Green, a rare fleck of green field now holed all over by the Turkish shells. Shrapnel Gully leads into Monash Valley, and it is at the end of this valley that the most dangerous Anzac posts are found, most of them with curiously benign names, despite the fact that they have seen the most bloodshed. Quinn's Post, Pope's Hill, Courtenay's Post, Steele's Post, the Neck. Their distinguishing feature is that they are all so close to the enemy trenches that the combatants can usually hear each other talk and often throw bombs at one another. There is no more dangerous spot in Anzac than the one named after Major Hugh Quinn of 15th Battalion, the unit that first held it. Quinn's post lies at the northern end of the second ridge, 800 yards below Baby 700, the hill that gazes out upon Monash Valley and sits over Anzac like a tyrannical parent. It is the most advanced easterly position in the entire Anzac line and the spot where the Australian and Turkish trench systems come closest to touching. It is just 10 yards away from the Turks in some parts. To make things even worse, the post is situated in a 40-foot dip, and Turkish snipers gaze down upon it from 3 sides. Just 5 yards directly behind the Anzacs is the precipice of Monash Valley. Quinn's is therefore the key to the defence of Shrapnel Gully and Monash Valley, and if it is lost, the Turks would likely break through to the heart of the Anzacs, and the entire front would then be lost. Baby 700 is bedecked with 3 tiers of Turkish trenches, giving their elevated artillery and snipers the capacity to fire on most of the aforementioned posts, together with the precarious supply line that wends its way through Shrapnel Gully and Monash Valley. The entire left flank of the Anzac perimeter is overlooked and threatened by Baby 700. Now, a week in from the landing, Generals Birdwood and Godley decide that the New Zealand Brigade, commanded by Colonel Francis Johnson, and the Australian 4th Brigade under Colonel John Monash, must at all costs capture Baby 700. At 2:15 p.m. on the afternoon of the 2nd of May, Godley tells Monash of the plan and the 4th Brigade's place in the scheme of things. In a few hours' time, at 7 p.m., the land-based artillery and naval guns would start a bombardment on the Turkish trenches on Baby 700. The barrage would lift at 7:15 p.m., moving to the hills further up the Sarabaya range, and at that instant the attack would start. Baby 700 will soon be theirs. Now, no matter that Colonel Monash is a man who was not only born confident, but has always managed to project that confidence onto others, he does not like this particular situation at all. Not at all. A careful, logical engineer of some brilliance in civilian life, he likes considered, ordered approaches to problems, and this is quite the opposite. He is receiving his orders just 5 hours before the attack is meant to start, with entirely insufficient numbers of men for the task, against a heavily entrenched, armed and supplied enemy who would be expecting their attack. This is what he later calls the Churchill way of rushing in before we are ready and hardly knowing what we are going to do next. Still, he must follow orders just as his men must, including Ellis Silas, who, once he hears that they are to charge from a trench straight at the enemy, immediately worries, "I wonder how I shall get on in a charge, for I have not the least idea how to use a bayonet. Even if I had, I shall not be able to do so. The thing is too revolting. I can only hope that I get shot. Why did they not let me do the stretcher work? I have told the authorities often enough that I cannot kill." And now Ellis has to run a message, and very nearly gets killed by snipers, in part because he is not moving fast enough. "Run for it, you damned fool!" Captain Eliezer Magolan shouts, and now all the men join in. "Run, Silas! Run for it! The snipers will get you!" Strangely, Ellis, whose mouth now seems almost permanently set in an expression of tight horror, as if always trying not to scream, just as his once soft hands are now nearly always clenched fists, doesn't particularly care to run, finally reasoning that if he is destined to die on this day, then there is likely little he can do about it, besides which he is simply tired of never being able to move about with freedom. At 6:30 p.m., just as the setting sun lights the top of the hill that is their goal with a curious hue of rose and gold, it is time for the 4th Brigade to get into position. The plan is for them to climb the steep side of Bloody Angle and start their rush on the crest at 7:15 p.m, once the bombardment on the Turkish position stops. For now, things are remarkably quiet. Ellis Silas's 16th Battalion is in the middle, flanked on the left by the 13th Battalion and on the right by the 15th Battalion. Ellis himself has a stricken, uneasy look on his face as he awkwardly cradles his weapon in his soft hands that are far more suited to wielding a paintbrush. And now the naval barrage starts, the loudest and most intense they have ever heard, hopefully raining down hell on the Turks. The Australian soldiers stand on the firing step and wait, straining, tense, expectant, like dogs in the leash, every muscle strained for the moment of attack, a few whispered orders, the tightening of buckle and strap, the stealthy loosing of the bayonet from its scabbard. Just before 7 p.m, the barrage stops, and Lieutenant Cyril Geddes of the 16th Battalion looks at his watch. All around him, the Australian soldiers wait, hanging on his words. "It is 7 o'clock, lads," he calls. "Come on, lads! At 'em!" And with a cry they go, scrabbling out of the trenches, trying to scramble upwards, gripping soil that comes away at their touch. Instantly, and exactly as Monash has feared, his men come under withering fire as tier after tier of well-protected Turks in their trenches on Baby 700 pour heavy rifle and machine-gun fire onto his men, joined by the Turkish soldiers at Bloody Angle, who together with their furious fusillade of bullets also roll bombs down upon the Australians. The carnage is fearful. Ellis Silas survives, despite having to go back and forth as a messenger, seeking more ammunition to be sent up to those on the front line. In a very few minutes, the gully at the foot of the hill was filled with dead and wounded. These poor lumps of clay had once been my comrades, men I had worked and smoked and laughed and joked with. Oh, God, the pity of it! It rained men in this gully. All round could be seen the sparks where the bullets were striking. And who should be strutting around in the middle of this hell on earth? It is none other than General Godley, and he wishes to speak to Ellis. "Your putty's undone, young man. "Yes, sir, that's all right," Silas replies. "I'll soon fix that up, but for God's sake, take cover, you'll be killed." General Godley does not. Like many of the generals, it is a point of honour not to show fear. He thinks it bad for the men's morale. Someone must show themselves to be fearless on the day, and it is just as well that it is the senior officers. Godley refuses to move until Ellis does up his putty. Then, just as he is about to go, he suddenly puts his hand to his cap and chuckles. A bullet has split it. "That was a pretty near thing," he laughs. In all the madness of the battle, of death and devastation happening all around, one man in particular stands out. It is Simpson, and he is, can you believe it, using a donkey to ferry the wounded from the front lines back to the dressing stations, frequently under fire. Just where he got the small donkey is never quite clear, only that he loves it, and the trusting donkey seems to love him. Simpson leads the donkey up to the highest part of Monash Valley, whereupon he would leave the mule just under the brow of the hill and dash forward himself to the firing line to save the wounded. The work of Simpson and his donkey is outstanding enough to be mentioned in dispatches. For conspicuous gallantry, Colonel Monash himself would write of the duo. They worked all day and night, and the help rendered to the wounded was invaluable. Simpson knew no fear and moved unconcernedly amid shrapnel and rifle fire, steadily carrying out his self-imposed task day by day, and he frequently earned the applause of the personnel for his many fearless rescues of wounded men from areas subject to rifle and shrapnel fire. As a young lad growing up in South Shields in the far north of England, Simpson had worked at Murphy's Fair, hence his sometime nickname among the men of Murphy, just as his donkey is variously known as Murphy or Duffy, to keep things confusing, giving donkey rides to children for a penny a pop from sun-up to sundown, and his touch with the donkeys is sure because of it. As the only place to find fodder in these climes is with the 21st Coart Indian Mountain Artillery Battery, who have brought many bales for their own mules, there to haul the big guns of the hills, that is where Simpson makes his base at night. He is substantially left to his own devices. The Indians call him Bahadur, meaning brave. Having become separated from his own AMC unit, he has simply taken it upon himself to proceed on a roving commission, regardless, and so obviously valuable is his work that no officer tries to intervene or re-establish control. The result, in the words of one soldier, is that Simpson is the only man on the peninsula under no one's immediate command. But never have Simpson and his donkey been so busy as on this night. The battle goes on, and the 4th Brigade continues to push forward despite it all. Picking his way among his wounded and dead comrades, Ellis Silas looks up to see Sergeant David Caldwell, badly wounded but still full of spirit, coming down the other way. "My," he says cheerfully, "but they're willing up there." And here now is another man, a mate, waving a bloody stump where his right hand used to be. "God, but I've done my duty," he calls sadly. "Is that you, Silas, old chap? I've done my duty, haven't I?" "Yes, mate, you've done your duty." But there is little time to care for him. For now, with all the rest, Singleman Ellis Silas endeavours to keep going, while the next wave into battle starts singing Tipperary and Australia will be there. Have no cause for fear. Should old acquaintance be forgot? No, 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 no. Australia will be there. Australia will be there. Against all odds, the 16th Battalion manages to get into the first trench 5 yards from the crest of the bloody angle and use their bayonets to clear it of Turks. What is most desperately needed now is support, so they can hold on to this new hard-won position. Where, oh, where are the New Zealanders who are meant to be attacking the Turks from the flanks to take the pressure off the Australians? Not even at their starting line. It is the worst of all possible outcomes. For not only are the New Zealanders unable to assist their Australian comrades, but now the whole of the higher reaches of Baby 700 is spitting death at all who approach. Any chance of reaching their objective has disappeared. And now the clearing stations are receiving the first of the grievously wounded, a bloody flow that simply does not stop. "They kept coming just like the first day," the diary of Lieutenant Colonel Dr. John Corbin will record. "Dreadfully wounded and mangled, arms and legs shattered, heads crushed in, chests and abdomens, a most hateful procession. No chance of giving anaesthetics. view to get them to the ships without delay. The men today are more badly injured, and all are in a fearful state of dirt, sand, dried blood, caked and smelly. Truly this is a dreadful war, more like wholesale murder. Some 1.5 hours after they had been meant to get there, the Otagos finally arrive, and yet they've no sooner come over the lip of the ridge than they are confronted by terrible fire from the Turks on Baby 700. No fewer than half of the brave Otagos are either killed or wounded. None of this is known to General Godley, who has retreated to his own well-protected dugout some 500 yards away. From there, he decides the time is right to have a company of soldiers from the Canterbury Battalion attack across the neck. The result, 46 soldiers and 2 officers killed. In the valley below Baby 700, in a moment of rare respite after near-continuous battling since the landing, Captain Gordon Carter tries to grab some precious rest. The rattle of musketry was deafening and continued all night, he records. I felt very anxious and could not sleep much. Sometimes our rifles seem to have ascendancy and sometimes theirs. Idly he wonders what Nurse King is doing, if she is safe. And she is, broadly, albeit in appalling conditions. Offshore, her hospital ship SS Cecilia is now full to cracking, and she finds herself tending to no fewer than 250 patients with the help of 1 Australian orderly and an Indian sweeper, as the flickering lanterns throw a ghostly light over 1915's answer to Dante's Inferno. I shall never forget the awful feeling of hopelessness on night duty, she would record. It was dreadful. Shall not describe the wounds, they were too awful. Night duty is rather weird, going around in the dark and peering at everyone, not switching on the light unless absolutely necessary, and doing the dressings here and there that were very necessary, and then hearing someone groan or call, "Nurse!" Some of the boys were delightful, dying to get well and go back to get their own back, as they say. The Australians of the 4th Brigade, who have secured the most advanced trench, managed to hold on through the long night against sustained Turkish counterattacks, and maybe could continue to hold it. But in the first place, no reinforcements reached them, and secondly, just after 5 a.m., by terrible mistake, the Allied artillery opens up and the shells land on the very trench the Australians are holding. The whole attack is a shambles. Not even able to hold on to the ground they have won, the Australians are forced to retreat, and they find themselves back where they started less than 24 hours earlier, less 338 of their number who now lie in eternity. The New Zealanders have had 262 killed. On the 3rd of May, accompanied by Major Thomas Blamey, Charles Bean makes his way towards where the battle has taken place. And what Bean sees appalls him, for there are hundreds of Australian dead. The whole face of the cliff of the nearer hill, which yesterday was covered with bushes, is today bare, and along the top of it our dead can be seen lying like ants, shriveled up or curled up, some still hugging their rifles, about a dozen of them. The face of the further plateau is also edged with our dead. Under the circumstances, he is not surprised to find Monash in his dugout, far from his normal self. "They've tried," Monash says morosely, "to put the work of an army corps on me." From a starting turnout of some 3,600 for his 4th Brigade, Colonel Monash now has just 1,770 men capable of picking up a rifle and fighting. "Monash seemed to me a little shaken," Bean would confide to his diary that night. "He was talking of disaster." No doubt. 6th of May, 1915. The second Battle of Krithia takes place. Though a naturally sunny soul, General Ian Hamilton is becoming desperate. Coming up to 2 weeks since the landing, his troops are pinned down at both Anzac Cove and Cape Helles. The two forces are not even close to joining up, and none of the strategic objectives designated for the first day has yet been achieved. Most particularly, the high ground of Achibaba, 7 miles inland from Cape Helles, is now defended by heavily entrenched Ottoman forces. That objective remains 3.5 miles distant, and it has taken several thousand British and French lives to achieve even that. But hopefully, on this morning, there will be a breakout at Cape Helles. Under the command of General Alma Hunter Weston, The Empire's forces will once again attack Achababa, but this time, his brigade of the 42nd Division will be bolstered by an Indian brigade, together with the 2nd Australian Brigade and the New Zealand Infantry Brigade, the two brigades that remain the most intact after the landing and subsequent fighting. They have been brought over from Anzac, now that the situation there has become at least a little more stable. He will have 25,000 soldiers in all. At Hunter Weston's insistence, his forces will begin their attack at 11 a.m. A curious hour, given the enemy will see them from the first, with the aim of being in possession of the town of Krithia by mid-afternoon, and in control of the whole hill of Achababa by dusk. Just why the result this time should be any less disastrous than last time he does not explain, and though General Hamilton has grave misgivings, he feels he must let his old friend Hunter Weston have his head. What? Even though Hunter Weston and his senior staff still have no idea how many defenders there are, where their artillery is situated, and even where the Turks are concentrated, the principle is to jolly well allow the commander to run his own show, and so General Hamilton does. General Hunter Weston, however, has few fears. That morning, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett visits with him in his bomb-proof shelter near Lancashire Landing, and the general is kind enough to show the journalist his plans, pointing out the enemy's position on maps and detailing what he and his troops intend to do. Yet, despite the disasters so far, the general is bubbling over with confidence. "We will take Krithia this afternoon," General Hunter Weston says firmly, "and possibly Achababa. But if there was no time for both, I will ensure we take Achababa tomorrow." The English correspondent, however, notes in his diary, "I quite fail to see on what his optimism is based." And so it begins, shortly afterwards, with Ashmead Bartlett watching closely, amazed to be able to witness the battle in its entirety across the substantially open fields that lead to the slopes of Achababa, where the Turks are dug in. The whole scene, he would record, resembled rather an old-fashioned field day at Aldershot than a modern battle. The commander-in-chief had in fact his troops under his eye, just as Wellington and Napoleon had them at Waterloo. After a very weak barrage on where the Turkish positions are thought most likely to be, weak because the British do not have enough shells, the British and French forces advance in skirmish order across much more broken terrain than they had been expecting, whereupon the well-dug-in Turks simply lob artillery shells on them. As to the Turkish soldiers in the forward trenches, they appear soon enough, using state-of-the-art German machine guns to send such a hail of lead into the attackers that a sparrow could not survive in it, let alone one man, let alone 10,000 men. The results on this day are so disastrous, with over 1,100 casualties for 400 yards gained, that after less than an hour the attack is called off. Back at GHQ on HMT Acadian, General Hamilton is still absorbing the disastrous news when a cable arrives from London in response to his request on the 4th of May that he and his forces urgently need more artillery shells to be sent out. "The ammunition supply for your force was never calculated on the basis of a prolonged occupation of the peninsula. It is important to push on." What to do? General Hunter Weston has not graduated from the Royal Military Academy for nothing. Why, they will do the same thing the next day, albeit with even less artillery support, as by now artillery shells are close to catastrophically low. This time, the battle goes for 3 hours before it is called off, and there are a further 1,250 casualties. What to do? Order another attack, and this time send in the Anzacs. Chapter 12. Anzacs to the fore. Digger 1. One of these days we'll be standing at the corner of Hay and Barrack Streets and a motor tyre will burst close by, and the people around will be wondering why we're lying on our stomachs. Digger 2. And when a barmaid opens a bottle of soda, we'll all be down under the counter. A conversation between two West Australian diggers as the bullets fly and the shrapnel shrieks. 8th of May, 1915. Across Australia, the news breaks. Have you seen it? There is a story in the Sydney Morning Herald by an English chap, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, and he says our chaps have performed magnificently in the Dardanelles. Australasians, glorious entry into war, historic charge, Brilliant feat at Cabo Tepe. They did not wait for orders or for the boats to reach the beach, but sprang into the sea, formed a sort of rough line, and rushed the enemy's trenches. Their magazines were uncharged, so they just went in with cold steel. The Australians found themselves facing an almost perpendicular cliff of loose sandstones covered with thick shrubbery. Somewhere, about halfway up, the enemy had a second trench, strongly held, from which poured a terrible fire on the troops below. Here was a tough proposition to tackle in the darkness, but these colonials were practical above all else and went about it in a practical way. They stopped a few minutes to pull themselves together, get rid of their packs, and charge their rifle magazines. Then this race of athletes proceeded to scale the cliffs without responding to the enemy's fire. They lost some men, but didn't worry, and in less than a quarter of an hour the Turks were out of their second position and either bayoneted or fleeing. There has been no finer feat in this war than this sudden landing in the dark and the storming of the heights, and above all the holding on whilst reinforcements were landing. These raw colonial troops in these desperate hours proved worthy to fight side by side with the heroes of Mons, the Aisne, Ypres, and Neuve-Chapelle. The account is read in many papers around Australia and creates a sensation. Our boys, we Australians, we've shown a lot of them, and all this praise coming from an Englishman. In a country whose formal foundation just a decade and a half earlier had been a matter of rather dull speeches and resolutions, where there have been no revolutions, where blood had yet to be shed in the name of the nation, the news is devoured with joy. The article is cut out and pressed in heavy books for preservation, and thereafter stuck gingerly into scrapbooks. School children must sit up straight as it is read to them, while congregations give glory to God as pastors and priests use it as the basis for sermons. It is revered as confirmation that Australia is not only a real country, but, as the Sydney Morning Herald puts it in an editorial entitled "The Glory of It," also a changed people. In Ballarat, they add a new verse to God Save the King. God save our splendid men, send them safe home again, keep them victorious, patient and chivalrous, they are so dear to us, God save our men. Not to be outdone, Banjo Paterson, Australia's greatest poet, writes a poem to celebrate the occasion. We're all Australians now, from shearing shed and cattle run, from Broome to Hobson's Bay, each native-born Australian son stands straighter up today. The old state jealousies of yore are dead as Pharaoh's sow. We're not state children any more. We're all Australians now. The mettle that a race can show is proved with shot and steel, and now we know what nations know, and feel what nations feel. No doubt about it, almost as one, Australians revel in what is happening in Gallipoli, talk about it, sing about it, rhapsodise about it. And many grown men are sick with envy at those who know the glory of being there. Overall, few are more impressed than Keith Murdoch with the magnificence of both the Australian effort and the writing, though it does make him wonder if he shouldn't go there himself, if not as a journalist, then as a soldier, just as his younger brother Ivan is about to do. When Prime Minister Fisher reads the article, he is proud, though more troubled than ever. For, despite repeated requests to His Majesty's government, he has found out only a few hours before everyone else much of the detail of what has happened. It is not right, and he is deeply aggrieved by it, not to mention embarrassed. Meanwhile, the Anzacs on the peninsula are oblivious of the accolades being thrust upon their deeds. Should they have heard some of the things being said of them back home, elevating them up to the glory of gods, many would have laughed. Surely there is nothing noble about wearing the same pair of underpants for over 2 weeks, or sleeping in a hole in the ground, using your dirt-encrusted hands as a pillow, or spending your relief time, hours spent away from the death of the firing line, continually digging latrines, trench digging and sapping or carrying water and provisions up the hill, and of course then traipsing the waste of thousands of men back down again on your return journey. No, far from feeling heroic, many of the men are simply trying to cope, fighting for their lives, barely surviving this brutal environment. They're teaching themselves to adapt, to block the constant and infernal noise, to accept that every single day in this place of wrath and tears they will lose a mate. The heart is a stubborn thing, though, and as mates continue to be lost, the men turn to each other more and more to shoulder the burden that such loss leaves behind. And, with each man buried, the bond between the survivors thickens and grows more precious. In a hell so dark, even the faintest rays of light can be seen, simple, singular rays of delight. One being that a semblance of a routine is emerging for the men. Now that supplies are arriving and quartermasters' stores and kitchens are set up, they begin to have things, stuff they'd never known they held so dear. A fork, a toothbrush, tobacco. Tobacco Day is set for Tuesday, and it lifts the men to think of it. We each got half a tin of light capstan and 2 packets of cigarettes and a box of matches. They also get a daily issue of rum. It's a modest issue, yes, but it's better than a poke in the eye with a burned stick. As one digger later confides to his loved ones, "This rum is a godsend, because the throb of a man's life runs so low here just now. It is essential to give him some artificial stimulant to keep his heart out of his boots and somewhere above his stomach." Morning, 8th of May, 1915, Gallipoli Peninsula. An impossible task. At 10:30 a.m., the first of the forces at Cape Helles, including the soldiers of the New Zealand Brigade, move off. The Aucklanders are in the centre, flanked by Colonel William Malone's Wellington Infantry Battalion on the left and the Canterbury's on the right. They are among Anzac's finest, and they are simply cut to pieces. For what does any of their training count when they are sent into a trap of scything shrapnel and withering machine gun fire in which a bee would struggle to survive, let alone a soldier? Even those not killed on the instant must go to ground and then try to scrape shelter beneath it. Colonel Malone survives, but is devastated at what is happening to his men, of whom, as ever, he is fiercely protective. Damn Hunter Weston! For the other troops, it is even worse. And though the Pig Islanders, as they are also sometimes called, have claimed another few hundred yards, this is practically the only advance shown for the morning. For General Hunter Weston, there is only one thing to do, and he gives the order at 3 p.m. The survivors of the New Zealanders, who, as recorded by Malone, got forward about 1,200 yards and within 200 to 400 yards of the Turk trenches, must attack once more at 5:30 p.m. There is to be nothing different to the way it had to be done in the morning. Simply up and charge at the enemy trenches. Colonel Francis Johnson, commanding officer of the New Zealand Infantry, vigorously protests that such an order can only lead to the destruction of my force. But he receives no satisfaction. Orders are orders. Far from intervening to put a stop to it, General Hamilton, who has established headquarters above W Beach, gives an order of his own, commanding that the whole line, reinforced by the Australians, should, on the stroke of 5:30, fix bayonets and storm Krithia and Achababa. The 2,568 soldiers of the 2nd Brigade, who had been transported down to the Cape by sea and held in reserve, must move up on the right flank of the depleted New Zealanders, and together they will push through the British front line and attack Johnny Turk in his trench. The first that the Australian command in Brigade headquarters knows of it is at 4:55 p.m, when just before they are about to have a refreshing chai, a message is handed to Major Walter Cass from Albury, ordering the 2nd Brigade to attack at 5:30 p.m. The message is staggering. Charles Bean, recently having received his formal accreditation as a war correspondent, has scrambled to be given permission to come off with the 2nd Brigade, and would report, "This message, received at such short notice that it was doubtful whether it was humanly possible to comply with it, flung an infantry brigade of the AIF for the first and only time in the earlier years of the war into an ordered attack across open country." Major Cass immediately sends out runners to the battalions, advising that they must be ready to move on just 1 minute's notice, before going, message in hand, to find Colonel Mackay. An hour later, Mackay, Cass, and a handful of officers are sitting in their dusty trench, about to write the order for their brigade, when the field telephone rings. Mackay takes the phone in hand. Composite Division Commander General Paris has another request from General Hamilton. "Have you any bands with you?" inquires Paris hopefully. General Hamilton likes bands to help make a bit of a display as they attack, so as to encourage their French Senegalese brethren. "None." "Well, have you any colours?" "No." "You have bayonets at any rate," Paris asserts. noting again that Sir Ian Hamilton, after the soldiers have finished charging 2 miles across open country in the face of entrenched enemy armed with machine guns and artillery, would like them to use this weapon as much as they can. "I do not even know," Mackay replies, "if it will be possible to carry out the order in time." "It has got to be done," Paris says flatly, before hanging up. Colonel William Malone of the Wellingtons attempts to debate the sanity of the orders with his own commander. "You must push on," Colonel Francis Johnson responds, in the curiously clipped tones of one who, though born in New Zealand, had been educated in Britain, including at Sandhurst. Typical. Malone has no respect for Johnson, and it is not simply that Johnson is an alcoholic. It is that he is too cavalier with the lives of Malone's men. "He seems to resent my asking him for information," Malone records in his diary, "and for my not too readily allowing my men to be plunged ahead without reconnaissance and information. He says I am more bother to him than all 3 other commanding officers together. They say yes to everything and seem to blunder along, but I am not seeking popularity, only efficiency." For now, Malone has no choice but to obey his superior's orders. Within minutes, the New Zealanders are forming up at the front line. The Australians are also forming up in a natural undulation in the field, 1,000 yards behind the front line. The Anzacs know they will soon be down to tin tacks as the bullets and shrapnel fly. Up ahead, across flowery fields full of daisies and poppies, is open country with a sprinkling of trees and olive groves, which leads to a pleasant slope that terminates in the peak of Archibaba. At the base of this hill, at left, lies the small village of Krithia, surrounded by what appear to be windmills. Just as the ferocity of the sun is beginning to ebb for the first time, the big guns of the Allied ships offshore begin pounding Turkish positions, and, as described by General Hamilton, 15 minutes later the hourglass of eternity dropped a tiny grain labelled 5:30 p.m., 8th of the 5th, 1915, into the lap of time. The instant the barrage stops, amid the clarion call of bugles and the beat of martial drums, a whole crop of glittering bayonets suddenly sprouts from the ground, followed by wave after wave of men bursting forth in an upwards and onwards charge, through the palls of yellow, green and white smoke that cover the lower slopes of Archibaba. Down the line, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Gartside leads his own Australian soldiers of the 7th Battalion forward, calling, "Come on, boys! I know it's deadly, but we must get on!" only to be all but instantly riddled across his abdomen with machine-gun bullets. Onwards, Christian soldiers, marching as to war, and a real war it is. As Bean would describe it, "It was as if the universe was a tin-lined packing case, and squads of giants with sledgehammers were banging both ends of it, and we, tiny beings, were somewhere in between. The echoes were reverberating away to Archibaba and back again." To his amazement, Bean finds himself loping forward in the prow of the attack, near Colonel Mackay and some of his senior staff, together with 6 signallers. As they are tramping heavily up through the incline's low gauze bushes, the fire becomes so intense that one young Australian soldier on Bean's left holds his shovel up in front of his face. A trench filled with the Lancashire Fusiliers, them again, appears in front of the Australians, providing a place for a quick breather before the word comes once more, "Push forward." Suddenly, Bean sees a young man who has been shot just 20 yards or so in front of him, trying to crawl back. As soon as he makes to go out and save him, Mackay orders him to stop. "I must," Bean replies, his voice filled with Victorian virtue, before rushing forward and, with difficulty as great as the danger, dragging the soldier back to relative safety. "Look here, Bean, if you do any more of these damn fool actions," Mackay roars, "I'll send you straight back to headquarters." Still, perhaps it has inspired the colonel too, that this thin, bespectacled, and completely unsoldierly man has done such a heroic thing. For now, with a rueful smile, Colonel Mackay says, "Well, Bean, this is where I suppose I have to do the damned heroic act." "Now then, Australians!" Mackay yells to his soldiers as, clutching his revolver, he hurtles up and over the parapet like a man 20 years his junior. "Which of you men are Australians? Come on, Australians!" The Turkish defenders draw beads on them from their well-established trenches 600 yards ahead, and unleash such a fusillade of fury that the first ranks out are quickly cut to pieces. No matter, the next formation charges forward, and then another, and then another. Each time they charge forward, the cry of, "Come on, Australians!" rings out. It was great to watch them as they went, Bean would recount, absolutely unaffected by bullets. Their faces were set, their eyebrows bent, and they looked into it for a moment as men would into a dazzling flame. I never saw so many determined faces at once. On the left, men of the 29th Division are soon pinned down and able to progress no further than 200 yards from their starting point. And, of course, they too are decimated, just as they had been on the first day of the landing when, as Ashmead Bartlett would recount, General Hunter Weston had told them that they must occupy Achababa at all costs that afternoon. Apparently, he left the Turks out of his calculations. The New Zealanders fare a little better, as they are sent over broken ground that offers some cover. Yet, after taking one Turkish trench with bayonets, their advance too is halted by such heavy enfilading fire and shrapnel overhead that they are, exactly as Colonel Malone knew they would be, damn it, torn apart, and the survivors must dig in. General Hamilton, observing from a safe spot between W and X beaches, would later record that a young, wounded officer of the 29th Division said it was worth 10 years of tennis to see the Australians and New Zealanders go in. No matter their bravery, there can only be one result: death and devastation. All the survivors can do, like the others, is go to ground less than 1,000 yards ahead of their starting point. All that Hamilton can do as the sun falls is send a message to his men to dig in where they now find themselves, and hope that they will be able to hold off the counterattacks, which will inevitably come. Most devastated are the Senghalese, the French colonial troops. Referred to by General Hamilton as niggywigs and gollywogs, they are the Allies' equivalent of the Arab regiments fighting for the Ottoman Empire. There, by force, not faith, they are possessed of fear, not fight, and on this occasion they have to be practically lashed into position by officers of the French Foreign Legion pointing machine guns and flashing their bayonets at them from behind. Their blue uniforms, too, shine brightly in the sun, and the terrified Africans go forward to the inevitable result. They were getting mowed, one digger, Bill Greer, would recall years later. They were mowing them down. I never saw such slaughter. That was the native troops. The French couldn't care less. When darkness falls and the battle at last ebbs, Bean follows the signalling wire forward in search of Mackay. Passing many dead and dying men on the way, after 200 yards he does indeed find the colonel alive in a forward trench, along with one lone signaller. Though glad to see him, Mackay again calls the journalist a fool, before adding sadly, "They set us an impossible task." The soldiers of Victoria's 2nd Brigade, Fitzroy, Euroa, and Yarrawonga's finest sons, have been slaughtered. Of 2,500 soldiers, 182 are dead, 539 wounded, and 335 missing. Over 1,000 casualties in less than an hour, likely blown to bits with nary a body to bury. The New Zealanders have lost a third of their number, with 120 killed, 517 wounded, and 134 missing, the last of whom, experience had tragically proven, would soon be found to be dead. As to the 29th Division, they have lost 1,500 soldiers on the day, while the French have lost 812, most falling in front of a single Turkish trench. In the course of 3 days, Hunter Weston's forces have suffered 6,200 casualties, 3 times more than the Turks. And for what? Not even 950 yards of ground. Disappointed, Hamilton has dinner with his senior officers aboard Arcadian. What to do next? How to crack this Turkish nut that does not appear to want to be cracked? No one, least of all Hamilton, is quite sure. Nothing has worked so far. Pass the port. There's a chap. On the lower slopes of Achababa, hundreds of grievously wounded men lie among the dead, waiting for succour that never seems to come. Charles Bean, having once again judged his duty to help save lives as higher than his duty to merely chronicle events, is nothing if not busy. Moving around in the darkness at considerable personal risk, he assists in guiding what few stretcher-bearers there are to where they are most needed, and ferries water back and forth to the lips of men whose very souls are crying out for it. There are hundreds of them, all around, crying for help, for doctors, for their mothers. Out of the night, a feeble voice is heard asking for a stretcher-bearer. "You won't see them tonight, my boy," comes a rather cheerful reply from a passing messenger from HQ. "They're rarer than gold." There is a wounded pause, and then the faint voice from the dark comes back. "You might let us think we will." Bean keeps moving among the men, doling out the water and making each can he carries go as far as possible by asking each man not to have too much. Each fellow took about 2 sips and then handed it back, Bean would faithfully record. Really, you could have cried to see how unselfish they were. At one point, encountering a signaller shot through the stomach and groaning in agony, he reaches for the 2 tablets of morphia his brother Jack had given him in case of emergency. "We are now on our last legs," Hamilton records in his diary. "The beautiful battalions of the 25th April are wasted skeletons now, shadows of what they had been. The thought of the river of blood against which I painfully made my way when I met these multitudes of wounded coming down to the shore was unnerving. But every soldier has to fight down these pitiful sensations. The enemy may be harder hit than he. If we do not push them further back, the beaches will become untenable. To overdrive the willingest troops any general ever had under his command is a sin, but we must go on fighting tomorrow." As to General Hunter Weston, while it might be expected that he would be equally downcast at what has happened, not a bit of it. At a later point in the campaign, when he would be asked how many casualties he had suffered, his answer would come close to defining the butcher of Cape Helles, as he would also become known. "Casualties?" Hunter Weston snaps. "What do I care about casualties?" In the here and now, nigh everyone else does care, however. For the first time, Ashmead Bartlett records, an atmosphere of depression settled over the army at Cape Helles. Up to the evening of May the 8th, there still remained a slight ray of hope in the minds of the men that something definite might yet be accomplished. Now that hope had fled. Far from the Allies being able to take Krithia or Achibaba, things for them are now so bad that, as the disgusted Ashmead Bartlett notes, it is necessary to construct a defensive line to hold off the Turkish counterattacks until reinforcements could arrive. For the whole day after the battle, Ashmead Bartlett remains on board Implacable, trying to compose a cable that will capture the events of the last 3 days, and yet it is, as he would confide to his diary, heart-rending work having to write what I know to be untrue, and in the end having to confine myself to giving a descriptive account of the useless slaughter of thousands of my fellow countrymen for the benefit of the public at home, when what I wish to do is to tell the world the blunders that are being daily committed on this blood-stained peninsula. Yet I am helpless. Any word of criticism will be eliminated by the censor. For the moment, however, all he can do is write something that will pass the censor. 9th of May, 1915. Ober's Ridge. Hell in one day. Alas, things are no better on the Western Front, where on this day the forces of Sir John French launch a mass attack on heavily entrenched German positions at Ober's Ridge in the far north of France. Using defective intelligence and a complete lack of surprise against a numerically superior force who are armed to the teeth and with enough ammunition stockpiled to sink a battleship, the results are nothing short of catastrophic, with Great Britain suffering 11,000 casualties on this single day. Who is to take the blame? Sir John himself is convinced that it lies with his masters in London, who had not supplied him with sufficient high-explosive shells of the right type, capable of destroying the German machine gun positions, barbed wire entanglements and fortifications before the British advance. His anger is exacerbated when, only shortly after the battle is over, he is told he must send no fewer than 20,000 shells straight to Marseille, where fast ships are waiting to take them on to the Dardanelles for use in their campaign. In London, when he hears of it in his spacious and elegantly appointed office in Fleet Street's Carmelite House, Lord Northcliffe can stand it no longer. More than not having an adequate supply of the right kind of shells, it is obvious to him that Britain has the wrong kind of leaders. The Prime Minister, Herbert Asquith, and the Secretary for War, Lord Kitchener, are simply not up to it. And as for Winston Churchill, he is the one responsible for the Dardanelles debacle, draining much-needed munitions from France. Something must be done, and Lord Northcliffe is just the man to do it. Evening, 9th of May, 1915. Holding on at Quinn's Post, the hottest corner of Gallipoli. Men passing the fork in Monash Valley, Charles Bean would quote a soldier saying of Quinn's Post, used to glance at the place as a man looks at a haunted house. The problem is not only that the Turkish trenches are so close, but also that they are higher. It means that lobbing bombs on the Australians is de rigueur, and Australian heads that appear for even a moment above the parapet are fair game, good sport. As General Hamilton would write after an inspection, all the time from the fiery crest line which is Quinn's there comes a slow, constant trickle of wounded, some dragging themselves painfully along, others being carried along on stretchers. Bomb wounds all, a ceaseless, silent stream of bandages and blood. Yet 3 out of 4 of the boys have grit left for a gay smile or a cheery little nod to their comrades, waiting for their turn as they pass down on their way to the sea. Men live through more in 5 minutes on that crest than they do in 5 years of Bendigo or Ballarat. Despite repeated Turkish attacks against this vital position, the Australians cannot be moved, sticking to their guns even if for great sacrifice. How, then, to achieve the breakthrough? One Turkish officer has an idea, and on this evening his men start to dig, quickly, quietly. Evening, 9th of May, 1915. The news breaks in Mahdi Camp. At Mahdi Camp in Egypt, where the Australian Light Horse have been training since the 8th of February 1915, they call it the Stadium, a very glorified name for what is little more than a rough ring of sand surrounded by some ropes, where boxing matches are put on to entertain the men. On this evening they have got through the preliminary bouts and now moved to the main event, where, sadly, an ex-middleweight champion of Ireland by the name of Bonsall just manages to, with extraordinary luck, get the best of Private William Cameron from Queensland, winning on points over the regulation 10 rounds. Still, you know it is fair because the decision is given by the referee, who is none other than the 2nd Light Horse's Colonel Granville Ryrie. And now, through all the cheering, the Brigadier wishes to be heard. He is going to speak. Is he going to say what they all hope he is going to say? Confirm the rumours that have been swirling for the last few days? The stadium instantly falls silent, waiting to hear their beloved commanding officer. The old brig, an enormous man of no less than 15 stone 10 pounds, who sleeps beneath a dingo skin and keeps a boomerang under his bunk, pauses before he speaks. "Lads," he starts out, in his stentorian tones, "this is the first chance I've had of addressing you since our mates fixed bayonets in earnest over yonder, and I want you to join me in 3 cheers for our gallant comrades in the infantry, the men who made the world ring with their deeds on the 25th of April and who are now hanging on and in dire need of help. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!" "Now then," he resumes, when at last the tumult dies down, "I know that you're all anxious to give them all the help you can, and I can tell you tonight, on the best authority, that it won't be many days before we are alongside of them." This time, the noise near raises the canvas roof as the pent-up emotion of months of waiting pours out. The men throw their hats in the air, pound each other's backs, pump each other's hands, and roar themselves hoarse. You heard him. The old brig said it. We are going to Gallipoli. The cheering is so long and so strong that, as Trooper Bluegum would record it, the residents of Maddie, when they heard it, thought peace had been declared. Nothing could be further from the truth, and things move quickly from here. Just 36 hours later, the Light Horse received their formal orders, and on the morning of the 12th of May, Brigadier General Frederick Hughes of the 3rd Brigade posts a special brigade order detailing who will be going to Gallipoli and who will remain behind to look after the horses, some 10% of the brigade. And there really is a sting in the horse's tail. For the effete Brigadier Frederick Hughes and eternally rambunctious Brigade Major Jack Anthill, the opportunity is too good to miss. You see, who better to leave behind in charge of those who remain than the ever-troublesome Colonel Noel Brazier, who has been in all but open warfare with the Bullant since the day they had left Fremantle. It is with barely restrained glee, then, that the Bullant posts a special brigade order. Lieutenant Colonel N.M. Brazier will take up the duties of camp commandant and will superintend the instruction of the details remaining in camp and the care of the horses when the brigade moves out. Ah, the Bullant, a military man to the core of his being, obsessed with military hierarchy and his own rather high position in it. He has a chin like a clenched fist and a voice that would put a cracking whip to shame. He is born to be superior to underlings, and regards Colonel Noel Brazier as one of the more uppity of that breed, who must be put down for his own good. Had the two found themselves in any other situation than the military, they would likely have asked each other to step outside to settle this. But in the military there is no outside to go to. For the moment, at least, Brazier, notwithstanding that his eyes flash lightning, must bite his tongue. For the moment. Among those assisting Colonel Brazier will be Lieutenant Hugo Throssell, left in charge of 150 men and 550 horses, as the younger man would note in his diary, as he grinds his jaw, which has a slight underbite, back and forth and side to side, out of frustration and sheer disgust. Throssell does what he can to alter this bitter fate, up to and including badgering senior officers to change the orders and offering money to colleagues to swap with him, but nothing works. No amount of money would convince these men to forego the privilege of going to Gallipoli, and he finally realizes that, for the moment, he just must cop it. Hugo is, by the recollection of a comrade, the most disgusted man in Egypt. The one man who might argue the toss with him is Colonel Brazier, who also pours his angst into his diary, after everyone else is tired of hearing it. Oh, Lord, how rotten are things in general. Nothing looks right. Just 72 hours after receiving their orders, the 3rd Light Horse Regiment would head off without them, with the farewell words of Mr. Hopkins, President of the Citizens' Committee of Cairo, still ringing in the regiment's ears. "God bless you," he had said. "God help the Turks if you get at them with the bayonet." They just can't wait to get to Gallipoli. Think of the glory. Dawn, 11th of May, 1915, Anzac Cove. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning. Oh, the sheer bloody agony of it. The death, the destruction, the devastation of a once fine regiment. For, as the exhausted and bloodied sun struggles to get over the Sarabia range of the Gallipoli Peninsula this morning, it is witness to a typically catastrophic scene. There, in a god-forsaken trench, oh, yes, it is a small gathering of shattered soldiers, staring into the middle distance as they gather around a sergeant reading out a list of names in the roll call. Private Brockman? Private Byrne? Private Holdsworth? And again, as Ellis Silas would note, the reply is a deep silence, which can be felt, despite the noise of the incessant crackling of rifles and screaming of shrapnel. Pausing, the sergeant draws a line through each of those names with a quiet, sad sigh and moves on to the next. All that is left is a thin line of weary, ashen-faced men. Behind us a mass of silent forms, once our comrades. There they have been for some days. We have not had the time to bury them. Meanwhile, on this day, the Turks are welcoming a most distinguished guest at Camilleri. It is no less than General Enver, the Ottoman Minister of War, who has come to pay Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal a visit. For, just over a week earlier, in the midst of battle, Colonel Mustafa had gone over the heads of General Esat and most certainly General von Sanders, and penned a few, not only controversial but scathing, thoughts to his minister and ultimate commander about the situation at Anzac. I had earlier explained to you the special importance of this sector as compared with all other sectors, but Lehman von Sanders did not know either our army or our country, and did not have the time to study the situation properly. As a result, his disposition left the landing sites totally unguarded and facilitated the enemy landings. I urge you strongly not to rely on the mental ability of the Germans headed by von Sanders, whose hearts and souls are not engaged as ours in the defence of our country. I believe that you should come here in person and take over the command as the situation requires. And now General Enver is here, though only for a temporary visit. The two greet each other with the customary kisses as if nothing is amiss between them, as if Kemal has not laid a most serious charge against his commander Lehmann von Sanders, a plea that ultimately General Enver chooses to ignore. They soon retire and discuss other matters, such as how to push these enemy infidels back into the sea, over coffee and numerous cigarettes. 12th of May, 1915. Furphy's in Fleet Street. The news is good. Printed in London newspapers and indeed around the world, the cabled report of the fantastic success of the assaults on Krithia are devoured by millions in the Allied countries. Turks lose 45,000, defending straits. Allies capture heights. Lines of trenches on Krithia hills are carried at points of bayonets. May the 11th. The Allied troops on the Gallipoli peninsula are continuing their advance according to an Athens dispatch to the Exchange Telegraph Company. They are reported to have occupied important positions in spite of the desperate resistance offered by the Turks, whose total losses are estimated at 45,000 men. The hospitals in Constantinople are said to be so crowded that wounded are being sent to Konya in Asia Minor. Our troops, with conspicuous spirit and courage, carried at the point of the bayonet several lines of trenches on the heights in the neighbourhood of Krithia. Meanwhile, at Anzac, the 1,000-odd men of the Greenhorn 1st and 2nd Regiments of the 1st Light Horse Brigade have arrived, followed by the New Zealand Mounted Rifles the next day. The 2nd Light Horse will be stationed at Pope's Hill, a long, razor-backed hill forming an isolated post between two gullies which form the head of Monash Gully, while to the first falls the dubious honour of assisting in the defence of Quinn's Post. As the 2nd LHR climb in worried wonderment, wending towards their lofty post, they cross paths with the weary forms of the descending soldiers of the 15th, who are clearly so exhausted they can barely speak. "What was it like up there?" a goggle-eyed greenhorn asks. "You may," replies a vague veteran, "get a few bombs." 13th of May, 1915. Dardanelles and London. Too hot in the Kitchener. 1 minute, the 17-year-old battleship Goliath is there, moored just inside the mouth of the Dardanelles on the European side, and the next, after a Turkish destroyer creeps out of the straits in the wee hours and successfully launches 3 torpedoes straight at it, well, the next it is heading to the bottom, taking 570 sailors with it. Following the disaster, Sir John Fisher in London has an urgent meeting with Winston Churchill, where he expresses his very strong view that he is in total agreement with a request just received from Admiral de Robeck that Queen Elizabeth must come home, for the consequences of losing the pride of the fleet are unimaginable. To add to their worry, a German submarine has been spotted off Gibraltar heading east, and there is a strong suspicion it is on its way to the Dardanelles. As Churchill would recount, First Sea Lord Sir John Fisher wished at all costs to cut the loss and come away from the hated scene. I was bound not only by every conviction, but by every call of honour, to press the enterprise and sustain our struggling army to the full. And yet, outnumbered and outflanked, Churchill reluctantly agrees to bring the mighty warship back to British waters. After all, 2 14-inch gun monitors, shallow-draft armoured shore bombardment vessels, Stonewall Jackson and Admiral Farragut, have just been commissioned, and it is the view of the First Lord of the Admiralty that if they are sent with 2 other battleships out to the Dardanelles, they will be sufficient to replace Queen Elizabeth. But who is to tell Lord Kitchener? Churchill and Fisher decide to do it gently. The following evening at the Admiralty, Winston Churchill sits at one of the octagonal conference tables with Lord Kitchener on his right, Sir John Fisher on his left, and many other senior officers filling up the rest of the table. It's about Queen Elizabeth. The news does not go down well. Kitchener's habitual composure in trying ordeals left him, Churchill would later delicately recount, and he protested vehemently against what he considered the desertion of the army at its most critical moment. In response, however, Sir John Fisher, who has never seen a tantrum he does not want to throw, works himself to an even greater fury. "The Queen Elizabeth will come home," he says with great force, "and it will come home tonight, or I will walk out of the Admiralty here and now." But Kitchener does not appear to care what Fisher thinks, as his own fury flares. Ultimately, the decision on Queen Elizabeth does not rest with either Kitchener or Fisher, but with Churchill. It is soon clear that this pride of the fleet will indeed be coming home, and it is Kitchener who walks out in high dudgeon and heads back to the living quarters he shares with his aide-de-camp, Captain Oswald Fitzgerald, who can hopefully help to calm him. And he can do that. Sir George Arthur would write in his memoirs that Ozzy Fitzgerald had rooted himself deeper than anyone else in Kay's affections, a man to whom Kay opened all his heart, and from whom no secret, official or private, was at any time hid. 14th of May, 1915, London. Eggs thrown at Kitchener over shell shortage. This is not just another meeting of the War Council. This is a meeting, the first formal meeting of this body since the 19th of March, despite all the momentous happenings on the war front, where there is to be a reckoning of accounts. Yes, back in January, this same gathering had, in the main, been more than merely enthusiastic at Churchill's championed plan to outflank the enemy by sending the fleet up the Dardanelles. But now things are different. While success has many fathers and failure is an orphan, catastrophic failure can be an absolute bastard. And the entirely isolated Churchill is made to feel like one. Still, his humour on this morning may be said to be marginally better than that of Kitchener, who had realised he was under heavy attack from Northcliffe's principal, if not principled, newspaper, The Times. It takes direct aim at all those responsible for the organisation of this war, and no one answers more to that description than he does, the Secretary for War. Need for shells. British attacks checked. Limited supply the cause. A lesson from France. The want of an unlimited supply of high explosive was a fatal bar to our success. It is to this need that our military correspondent, in the message we print below, attributes largely the disappointing results of the British attacks in the districts of Fromelles and Richebourg on Sunday. On page 8 of the newspaper, military correspondent Lieutenant Colonel Charles Akour Reppington makes clear to the Times' well-heeled readers that there exists a shell crisis, and the editorial on page 9 leaves no doubt as to where the blame lies. British soldiers died in vain on the Ober Ridge on Sunday because more shells were needed. The government, who have so seriously failed to organise adequately our national resources, must bear their share of the grave responsibility. Even now, they will not fully face the situation. And you wish to say in our meeting of the War Council, Lord Kitchener? The Secretary for War's eyes glitter as he loads. Churchill will later note to Asquith he has never seen him in a queerer mood or more unreasonable. Kitchener fires. He wishes to begin his remarks to the War Council by savaging Churchill for the fact that he has acquiesced in the disgraceful request by Admiral de Robeck on the 12th of May to withdraw Queen Elizabeth because of fears that it would be torpedoed by the Germans. This has left his army without its most crucial support. When the Admiralty proposed to force the passage of the Dardanelles by means of the fleet alone, he thunders, I doubted whether the attempt would succeed, but was led to believe it possible by the First Lord's statements of the power of the Queen Elizabeth. Although I doubt whether the fleet alone could force the passage, I never for a moment thought it possible that, if the army were employed on the Gallipoli Peninsula to help them, the Admiralty would withdraw the principal naval unit on which they and we relied. I do not know what the proposed replacement of the Queen Elizabeth by monitors a month hence may enable our forces to achieve, but I greatly doubt whether they will be even as successful as the Queen Elizabeth was. His fury, in short, has not remotely abated overnight, nor has it improved since reading the Times, and he doesn't mind who knows it. He is still Lord Kitchener, and he is deeply aggrieved. And nor does he want to hear Churchill's brilliant, blathering blandishments now about how, in fact, the fleet on the Dardanelles would be bigger than ever. The effect of the withdrawal of the Queen Elizabeth on the Near East, the good Lord says, stabbing his finger in a manner that is uncharacteristic for the fact that usually just a quiet word from him on anything is enough to settle the matter, will be very bad. It will be taken as the first sign of the abandonment of the enterprise, and as the first of many withdrawals. I fear it might even involve the risk of a rising in Egypt. I would like to withdraw from the Dardanelles if it were practicable, but unfortunately we cannot afford to do this. Perish the thought. We have lost over 15,000 men, Churchill points out, and the French over 13,000. If the operation is not carried through, it could be said that a disaster has happened to this country. And yet, while Churchill might have expected some support from First Sea Lord Sir John Fisher, who has helped to bring this crisis to a head, it is not to be. No matter that he is not a member of the War Council, but only there as an adviser, Fisher feels no compunction in rounding on his nominal master, after at least noting that while the Dardanelles had been conceived first as a naval campaign, then a combined campaign, it is now mostly a military campaign, so it is right to withdraw Queen Elizabeth. Clearly, however, what Sir John Fisher really wants to say is this: I have been against the Dardanelles operations from the beginning, and the Prime Minister and Lord Kitchener know this fact. He clearly wishes to note to the entire gathering that he has always predicted it to be a disaster, and now, here you have it, it is. This remarkable interruption, Churchill would note, was received in silence. The mood is, in Churchill's words, sulphurous, and the gravity of the situation escapes no one. Should they pull out? Should they simply acknowledge the truth of it, that the Turks have put up a fight far greater than the Allies had ever imagined, that the soldiers of the British Empire are being slaughtered, and the whole plan was wrong-headed from the beginning? This is the tacit view of Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey, and the basis of the rather more outspoken demands of Lloyd George. But here Churchill is on stronger ground in vociferously arguing against that course of action. Having lost so many men already, to pull out now would make the country feel that a complete disaster had taken place, rather than embrace the current feeling that though there have been many sacrifices, it might still be worth it. This view receives support. Perhaps most cogently, to evacuate just 3 weeks after having landed 75,000 men would be an acknowledgement that the War Council had got the plan tragically wrong, and the enemy had got it right. And any such evacuation might see the Balkan nations turning to the newly powerful Germans as their true friends. Far better for the War Council to stand its ground and send reinforcements to replace those who had been lost. Around 5,000 men have been killed in this first 3 weeks and 12,000 wounded, and even send in more troops to achieve a critical mass to crack the nut. For the moment, no firm decision is taken, but that fact alone means that whatever small chance there is of evacuation is put back indefinitely. In the meantime, it is decided that what is most urgent is to get more information from their key man on the ground, General Ian Hamilton, and it is with this in mind that after the War Council meeting is over, Kitchener cables Hamilton. The War Council would like to know what force you consider would be necessary to carry through the operations upon which you are engaged. You should base this estimate on the supposition that I have adequate forces to be placed at your disposal. Upon receiving the cable, Hamilton is very quietly underwhelmed, as he would confide to his diary. For nothing in the problem he is now asked to solve has anything to do with the problem he was sent out to solve. At first, the fleet was to force its way through. We were to look on. Next, the fleet and the army were to go for the straits, side by side. Today, the whole problem may fairly be restated on a clean sheet of paper, so different is it from the problem originally put to me by Kay, when it was understood I would put him in an impossible position if I pressed for reinforcements. His response, nevertheless, is as clear as mud. On the one hand, there are at present on the peninsula as many troops as the available space and water supply can accommodate. On the other hand, to break through the strong opposition on my front will require more troops. I am therefore in a quandary. Moreover, the difficulty in answering your question is accentuated by the fact that my answer must depend on whether Turkey will continue to be left undisturbed in other parts. If, however, the present situation remains unchanged and the Turks are still able to devote so much exclusive attention to us, I shall want 2 army corps additional in all. I believe I could advance with half the loss of life that is now being reckoned upon if I had a liberal supply of gun ammunition, especially of high explosive. To make matters worse, the troops on the peninsula are quickly being stripped of more of their key naval support, as Admiral de Robeck continues to heed the sinking of the Goliath and the German sub heading east as portents of an attack. To escape this likelihood, he orders half of the fleet's battleships to go back to Lemnos and Tenedos. They are quickly followed by General Hamilton, who decides he and his senior staff would be much safer, not to mention more comfortable, on the island of Imbros rather than aboard Acadian off W Beach. Anzac Cove soon has only 2 battleships supporting it with artillery fire, instead of 4, while Cape Helles goes from 7 to 4. 15th of May, 1915, Gallipoli. Bridges crosses to the other side. With the objectives of the landing as far away as ever, just as it is in Cape Helles after the 2 battles of Krithia, the question arises, what is the next step? For General Birdwood, the answer is obvious. There must be a 3rd landing at Suvla Bay, to the north of Anzac. With this in mind, he now gives strict orders that no attacks should be made in that direction. I wanted, he would later recount, to let the Turks think that we entirely ignored it. They must focus meanwhile on holding on at Anzac Cove, and Birdwood remains impressed by the quality of his troops, and particularly the Australians, who embody, he will later exult, all the finest qualities with which man is endowed: tenacity of purpose, resource and initiative, indomitable valour, inherent and ardent patriotism and love of country. Everything, in short, bar the first blooming clue as to formality, and to their own position in the lower orders of the military hierarchy. Many years later, in a BBC interview, Birdwood will tell of how on one occasion at around this time he was confronted by an Australian soldier on the beach at Anzac Cove, who asks, "Are you Birdie?" "I am." "Good," says the digger. "I want to complain about inferior bloody material." With which he pulls out one of the admittedly highly problematic grenades the soldiers are issued with, pulls out the pin, and to General Birdwood's horror throws it down near him just a second before it explodes. Shrapnel flies past his ears and even cuts his leggings. No, none of it actually draws blood, but he remains stupefied at the inconceivable thing that has just happened. And yet, before he can react, the Australian soldier beats him to it. "Good, Birdie," says he, pushing his hat to the back of his head and putting his hands on his hips. "That's the first bastard that's gone off this month." This capacity of the young Australians to speak truth to power both shocks and awes General Birdwood. He would later tell a story to some fellow generals about the time he had been getting near a dangerous spot on the slopes of Gallipoli where there was no protection from the whizzing bullets, and a sentry had called out to him, "Duck, Birdie! You'd better bloody well duck!" "What did you do?" the generals, appalled at the sentry's presumption, asked. "What did I do?" Birdie replies. "Why, I bloody well ducked." Some officers, however, are simply not like that. It is a point of honour with them not to show fear, not to duck when other men duck, not to mind bullets buzzing around them like angry flies, but to demonstrate at all times as much contempt for the enemy's angry shots as they have for their own safety. And General William Bridges is very much in this mould. On this morning, Bridges is with Brudenell White and a medical officer, Captain Clive Thompson, heading up Monash Valley, when they come to a notably dangerous spot for snipers' bullets. A wall of sandbags provides some protection, but not enough. An officer who comes across them there tells them they must take extra care around the next corner, as, "I have lost 5 men there today." For once, General Bridges appears to take heed and, for the first time any of them can think of, actually breaks into a run to get past. At the next hotspot near Steele's Post, the General does the same and runs around a corner. Suddenly, Brudenell White and Thompson hear a commotion. They race ahead to find soldiers kneeling over someone. It is Bridges, and blood is gushing from the middle of his right thigh, where his femoral artery has been blown open. In an instant, Captain Thompson removes his belt, pulls it around the thigh just higher than the wound, and applies all his strength to stop the flow. Another 5 heartbeats, and he must have died there and then, Brudenell White will later tell Bean. But even with the bleeding now stemmed, it is obvious that Bridges' survival is going to be touch and go, and they must get medical help immediately. "Don't have me carried down," Bridges manages to gasp. "I don't want to endanger any of your stretcher-bearers." "Nonsense, sir," Thompson replies. "Of course, you've got to be carried down." Bridges is soon in the hands of the stretcher-bearers, accompanied by the deeply shocked Brudenell White and Captain Thompson. There are no more shots fired at them, and they have the impression the Turks have spared them. The Turk was a gentleman, would become one of the gentle Brudenell White's favourite observations. Down on the beach and then in the hospital ship, they really try to save him. But with such a wound, with so few facilities, and such potential for gangrene to set in, which is precisely what happens over the next 2 days, there is always going to be little chance. And Bridges knows it. But there is one positive thing despite it all. "Anyhow," he says to the doctor, dressing his wound, "anyhow, I have commanded an Australian division for 9 months." 3 days later, aboard the hospital ship Gascon, heading back to Egypt, Bridges dies. Only a short time after the news comes through that he has been knighted by George V. General Birdwood's Chief of Staff, Brigadier General Harold Hookie Walker, a British officer of the Indian Army, takes over temporary command of the Australian 1st Divvy, as it is known, until a replacement can be named. As it happens, a change of command is in the wind in many places. 15th of May, 1915, London. Fisher draws a line in the sand. Finally, Fisher can bear it no more, and on this day, the day after the heated War Council meeting, he sends Churchill a letter of resignation. First Lord, May the 15th, 1915. After further anxious reflection, I have come to the regretted conclusion I am unable to remain any longer as your colleague. I find it increasingly difficult to adjust myself to the increasing daily requirements of the Dardanelles to meet your views. As you truly said yesterday, I am in the position of continually vetoing your proposals. This is not fair to you, besides being extremely distasteful to me. I am off to Scotland at once, so as to avoid all questionings. And he really would have gone too, except that shortly afterwards Lloyd George runs into the grim-faced Fisher in the foyer of 10 Downing Street and is told of what he has just done. Why on earth? Our ships on other seas, Fisher tells him, are being sunk, while we have a fleet in the Dardanelles which is bigger than the German Navy. Both our Navy and Army are being bled for the benefit of the Dardanelles expedition. Lloyd George, of course, tries to change Fisher's mind, but all the munitions minister can get him to agree to is to delay making a public announcement for 48 hours, to allow the government the time it needs to organise itself to limit the political fallout. And Churchill, too, tries to talk him out of such drastic action, writing him a soothing note. But Sir John Fisher is over the whole thing, and Churchill in particular, and writes in his reply letter, "You are bent on forcing the Dardanelles, and nothing will turn you from it. Nothing. I know you so well. You will remain, and I shall go." And go he does. 15th of May, 1915, Australia. Some more reports with bayonets flashing. It has taken a long time to pass the censors, but at last, on this day, the report of the landing by the official war correspondent, Charles E. W. Bean, is published in the Sydney Morning Herald and around the country. It confirms the heroism already recorded by Ashmead Bartlett and is devoured across Australia, again, not least by Keith Murdoch. When all is said, the feat which will go down in history is that first Sunday's fighting, when 3 Australian brigades stormed in face of a heavy fire, tier after tier of cliffs and mountains, apparently as impregnable as Govet's Leap. The sailors who saw the 3rd Brigade go up those heights and over successive summits like a whirligig with wild cheers and with bayonets flashing, speak of it with tears of enthusiasm in their eyes. Australian infantry, and especially the 3rd Brigade, have made a name which will never die. True, the prose is not quite as florid as that of Ashmead Bartlett's account, but that is simply the nature of the man. Bean, the English journalist would note of his Australian contemporary's far more factual style. Oh, I think Bean actually counts the bullets. Evening, 17th of May, 1915, Anzac Cove. Anzacs feeling undermined. Quinn's post is holding on, but only just. Quinn's looked the most desolate spot on earth, Bean would record, no doubt while counting bullets. Not a blade of green is left there. The place is scorched to the bone. The pink and brown earth lies bare, tumbled this way and that with trenches with the desolation of a deserted mining camp. No mining camp, however, ever saw this many explosions, as Quinns continues to be blasted by artillery and bombs, causing variously plumes of dust, rivers of blood, small white bomb clouds hanging low like mist, or an ugly black puff going straight up like that of a railway engine. If it is a really big bomb, Bean notes, it sometimes emits black smoke like that of a small volcano. These explosions often lifted the earth, red, yellow, or black, in dense little clouds, shot fragments of wood, cloth, earth, 10 or 20 feet into the air. An intermittent stream of wounded came out, some with frightful wounds. Something is going on. While up there a few days back, before being relieved by the Light Horse, Private Joseph Slack of Australia's 15th Battalion was one of many who had been sure of it. For well over a week now, there have been rumours that the Turks are digging tunnels towards Quinns, perhaps to put a bomb under them and blow them out of their position. And the rumours have been so persistent among the Anzacs that New Zealand engineers have worked to sink 3 shafts some 15 feet deep so that men can go down there and listen for the sound of any tunnelling coming towards them. The 15th and 16th Australian battalions contain men with considerable mining experience, from places such as Charters Towers and Mount Morgan in Queensland, and the goldfields of South Australia and Western Australia. They are disinclined to depend on others for evidence on which their lives depend, so they carry out their own investigations. Lying on his stomach this night, in an extension of a small trench adjoining his own, Soldier Slack can hear exactly that. There it is again, the steady, persistent, muffled knocking of the enemy's picks. Slack calls for his sergeant major, who also hears it, as does his company commander and many men of his company. These men are in no doubt. Jacko is getting under us. And yet, what can they do? Seemingly, very little. 18th of May, 1915. Anzac Cove. Enough is enough. Something is wrong, and Ellis Silas knows it. 2 days earlier, he had written in his diary, "I think if I am here much longer, my reason will go. I do not seem able to get a grip of myself and feel utterly crushed and unmanned." And it has only got worse since. He cannot concentrate, has no desire to eat, is on the point of tears all the time, and his greatest fear is that in the heat of battle he will bungle a message and perhaps cause the loss of the lives of many of these brave fellows. He has hoped to get wounded, to take his own feelings out of the equation, but extraordinarily it has not happened. And last night he had gone quite off my head. Clearly his nerves are shattered, and his commanding officer, backed by the medical officer, insists that he must be evacuated to have a complete rest. There is no resentment. Colonel Pope tells him he is sorry to see him go, "as you have done some valuable work for us," while Captain Eliezer Magolan says, "Yes, Silas, old chap, it's about time too. You're not cut out for this kind of thing. I hope you'll get into the Army Medical Corps, as you always wanted to do." And with that, Silas is withdrawn, making his way from the front lines on a route that used to be just a dusty track exposed to snipers, but is now magically transformed into a road up to 12 feet deep, constructed over the last fortnight or so. It takes him to the clearing station, from where he is put on a hospital ship to take him back to Cairo. He is still compos mentis enough to help as an orderly on the ship, trying to keep the seriously wounded alive long enough to get to a hospital. And yet, upon his arrival at that hospital, he collapses completely, wandering into a delirium where he again imagines himself to be signalling in the horrors of Gallipoli. In the next bed, another soldier, in his own delirium, is singing a series of comic songs, which, while amusing other patients in the ward, drives Silas madder still. He nevertheless manages to record of his ward, "Here, as elsewhere, death stalked. 4 of my comrades passed out within a few hours of each other. An inert mass covered with a Union Jack is borne away. Thus, one by one, they passed into the infinite, leaving behind a name that shall ever ring glorious. As I look into the distant future, when the sound of guns is but an echo of the past, in grand array shall I see the spirits of these my comrades marching past, who, in the greatness of their souls, have handed to future generations a fuller, deeper meaning of the word patriotism." Some of the other men of Monesh's 4th Brigade are coping a little better than Ellis, and the hundreds of other men who have been carried down the hill and loaded onto steamboats. Instead of being shocked by the constant hail of shells that mar their new life in this alien place, they have made a game out of it, as Colonel Monash himself records. "We have been amusing ourselves by trying to discover the longest period of absolute quiet. We have been fighting now continuously for 22 days, all day and all night, and most of us think that absolutely the longest period during which there was absolutely no sound of gun or rifle fire throughout the whole of that time was 10 seconds. One man says he was able on one occasion to count 14, but none believed him. We are all of us certain that we shall no longer be able to sleep amid perfect quiet, and the only way to induce sleep will be to get someone to rattle an empty tin outside one's bedroom door. The noise is much greater at night than in the daytime." 18th of May, 1915. "Please, sir, I want some more." It is never difficult, the most celebrated English comic novelist of his day, P.G. Wodehouse, would famously write, to distinguish between a Scotsman with a grievance and a ray of sunshine. There is as little confusion when it comes to Kitchener when he is displeased, which is mostly, and it is rarely clearer than in his communications this morning with General Hamilton, who 2 days before has had the colossal temerity to ask for more troops, 2 more army corps at minimum to replace the men lost, to break the impasse. Kitchener tersely responds, "I am quite certain that you fully realize what a serious disappointment it has been to me to discover that my preconceived views as to the conquest of positions necessary to dominate the forts of the Straits with naval artillery to support our troops on land and with the active help of naval bombardment were miscalculated. A serious situation is created by the present check and the calls for large reinforcements and an additional amount of ammunition that we can ill spare from France. I know that I can rely upon you to do your utmost to bring the present unfortunate state of affairs in the Dardanelles to as early a conclusion as possible, so that any consideration of a withdrawal, with all its dangers in the East, may be prevented from entering the field of possible solutions." Chapter 13. The Turkish Offensive. The Australians at Anzac hold the most extraordinary position in which any army has ever found itself, clinging, as they are, to the face of the cliffs. Roughly, the position consists of 2 semicircles of hills, the outer higher than the inner. They are extremely well entrenched and cannot be driven from their position by artillery fire or frontal attacks. The Turks are entrenched up to their necks, all round them. Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, The Uncensored Dardanelles. Their beauty, for it really was heroic, should have been celebrated in hexameters, not headlines. There was not one of those glorious young men I saw that day who might not himself have been Ajax or Diomed, Hector or Achilles. Their almost complete nudity, their tallness and majestic simplicity of line, their rose-brown flesh burnt by the sun and purged of all grossness by the ordeal through which they were passing, all these united to create something as near to absolute beauty as I shall hope ever to see in this world. Compton Mackenzie, novelist and member of General Hamilton's staff at Gallipoli. 18th of May, 1915. From above Anzac Cove. Attack of the Wild Turks. Mustafa Kemal is restless, roaming. He has just received word that Brigadier General Asat, under order of General Enver and General Lehman von Sanders, will be taking more hands-on control of the recently formed Northern Group and moving into the headquarters at Camalieri. Yes, the name will remain, but Colonel Mustafa Kemal is to move his 19th Division headquarters to Battleship Hill, where he will command the northern sector of the Northern Group. And one more thing. General Enver has made clear after his visit to the peninsula that nothing less than the infidels being pushed off the Turkish homeland is acceptable to the government in Constantinople. The objective of the attack, regardless of losses, is really quite simple. Attack before daybreak, drive the Anzac troops from their trenches and follow them down to the sea. With 30,000 soldiers secretly amassed in the preceding days and suddenly on the charge, They should be able to dislodge the invaders, who cannot number more than 20,000. After all, they only need to break through at one strategic point, say Quinn's Post, and the rest of the Allied defences should fold in on themselves. God help the Anzacs, because Allah won't. Among the Anzacs, on this morning of the 18th of May, it is noted, for some reason the Turks are not firing at them today. No bullets, no constant explosions of shells all around. You can hear the birds singing. Well, mostly anyway. In the mid-morning, a flock of storks is unwise enough to fly over the Australian trenches, at which point furious firing skyward breaks out. 2 of them fall in positions where they can be recovered by the diggers, meaning a welcome change from bully beef tonight. But then the silence returns. And something else is odd. Walking around the trenches that afternoon, General Birdwood notices a lot of movement in the Turkish lines. Could they have something planned? His senior officers agree it is likely. Even though the Allies have only been on these shores for a little over 3 weeks, they already recognise that anything out of the ordinary is usually a prelude to an attack. And, as this is so out of the ordinary, perhaps it is a big attack. As a precaution, General Birdwood orders reserves to come forward and be in position to move quickly if required. Their suspicions are confirmed when a pilot of the Royal Naval Air Service flies over the peninsula at a safe height and sees 2 of the valleys east of the Anzac line are packed with Turkish troops, densely crowded upon the sheltered slopes. But it gets worse. When a second plane is sent up to confirm the report, its pilot not only sees the same masses of troops, but also spots 4 steamers unloading even more soldiers on the European shore of the Dardanelles. Reports roll in throughout the day, bringing news of considerable bodies of mounted troops and guns. Just what on earth are the Allies about to face? Against the 17,500 men the Anzacs can muster, it looks as though there must be 40,000 of the brutes about to come at them. Can it really be that bad? They are not long in finding out. On the Anzac perimeter, at 5 p.m., the air is suddenly filled with a distant boom, closely followed by a whistling sound, before a weird screeching comes in an ever higher crescendo, and then a massive explosion, and then another, and another, and another. More shells than ever before start falling, chiefly on the Australian line from the Pimple northwards to Courtenay's. And it is not just those at Anzac Cove who can hear it. Off the coast, the next contingent of the Australian Light Horse are arriving in their transports and crowd the decks, transfixed by the rumbling of heavy artillery that rolls over them. As they get closer, they can see the intermittent flashes of the guns in the gathering dusk. They won't be able to land tonight, but even this small glimpse of action is enough to stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favoured rage, then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Shakespeare, King Henry V, Act 3, Scene 1. They cannot wait to land. Just before 5:30 p.m, it happens. Behind the Turkish trenches, closest to Courtenay's Post, 3 Turkish soldiers load a howitzer and follow their strict routine, their sergeant shouting, "Huzurol," ready, and then "Atesh," fire. An instant later, the howitzer erupts and the shell heads skyward, a searing streak of flame, before lobbing towards the Australian lines. Of course, the Turks have no idea exactly where it will land, only that it will be right among those who had been raining exactly the same kind of devastation on them. Carter is organising the soldiers in his trench to get into better sniper positions, willing the barrage to stop. Even over the sound of so many other exploding shells, he now hears a whistling, getting louder, screeching now, squealing. Is this it? He involuntarily stiffens his whole body, as if that might save him. The shell lands just a few yards away and explodes. In his dugout, Bean records that the sound of Turkish fire is so overwhelming that it has grown to a roar like that of a great stream over a precipice. As his position is close to the signals office, the communications nerve centre for all of Anzac Cove, he heads over to seek more information. The office is doing exactly that as he arrives, checking with all the brigades and their battalions on the front line. all bar 2nd Battalion have reported that, despite the unprecedented barrage, everything is under control. Bean waits, as they all do, for an operator to track them down. Soon, a report comes crackling down the line. All is okay. "Tell him I wanted to know," Brigadier General Hookie Walker says, "whether in view of the firing there is anything to report." "He says it's only the Turks firing." Barely worth mentioning when you put it like that. Just after midnight, Bean goes back to bed. Nevertheless, because of the air intelligence that the Turkish troops are massing, all soldiers on the front line at Anzac are instructed to stand to arms at 3 a.m. instead of the usual 3:30 a.m. The strangest thing. Despite the horror of what the men are experiencing as still the barrage grows in intensity, more than a few soldiers are struck by the vivid wonder of what they are witnessing. "The scene during this shelling was a wild but beautiful sight," Archie Barwick would recount. "A mass of bursting shells, our own and the Turks', and as they burst they threw out different coloured flashes, some golden, some pink, yellow, blue, dark and light red, and all different shades from the different sorts of explosives they were using. It is all more spectacular than the fireworks on Empire Day back home." Suddenly, however, it stops, and there is a strong sense that something big is about to happen. Everyone ready? Among the 4 divisions of Turks, the soldiers crouch, waiting for the bugle to sound. Among the Anzacs, there is a last-minute check of ammunition, bayonets and rifles. Everyone knows that there will shortly be a rush at them. The only thing yet to be determined is just how big it will be. And suddenly a piercing bugle call cleaves the night. From the Turkish trenches come thousands of voices crying, "Allah! Allah! Allah!" And here they come, spectres rising from the ground in front, and then suddenly looming large as the first wave rushes towards the Anzac trenches. And now the shout goes up, the triggers are pulled, and the night is filled with the chattering roar of dozens of machine guns and thousands of rifles, together with the boom of the mountain guns, followed by the screams and groans of mown-down Turks. Bizarrely, even above such uproar and agony, the strangled sounds of Turkish bands playing martial tub-thumpers can also be heard as whole lines of Turkish soldiers continue to run forward with calls of "Allah!" It is slaughter, pure and simple. With such a mass of men coming at them at such a close range, the Anzacs in the front line simply cannot miss, and most bullets find a billet in a Turk. Soon the succeeding waves of attackers tumble over the bodies of the dead men who have gone before. So fearful is the damage being done by the Allied frontline soldiers that those behind plead, "Come on down and give us a go! I'm a miles better shot than you!" When that doesn't work, in one trench so crammed that not everyone can get up on the fire step, one bloke behind and below is heard to offer, "£5 to any of yous who'll give me your spot." As to Allah, no one has the least sympathy for either the deity or the men who are endlessly shouting his name. They continue to charge forward, "Allah! Allah! Muhammad! Allah!" Yes, an infantryman roars as he shoots the Turkish soldiers down, "You can bring them along too!" As the Turks continue to charge, the Australians can even sit on the parapets to make themselves more comfortable as they shoot. It is all just so dead easy, just like money from home. The heaviest of the Turkish attacks are around 400 Plateau, Quinn's and Courtney's Post. The last is held by the 14th Battalion, but, after throwing bombs into a trench bay, one mass of Turkish soldiers actually captures a part of it. For the Australians, for the whole of Anzac Cove, the situation is now critical. The trench must be recaptured, and quickly. The man on the spot is none other than Private Albert Jacker, the wiry 22-year-old timber worker from Wedderburn, Victoria, who is in a firing bay right where the Turks have broken through. As the emergency escalates, Lieutenant Keith Crabb from the 14th Battalion HQ rushes up, only to be shouted at by Jacker to stop. If he comes any further, he will be killed by the Turks around the corner. "If you are given support," Lieutenant Crabb shouts to Jacker over the continuing cacophony of fire, "will you charge the Turks?" "Yes!" Jacker shouts back. As confident as Lieutenant Crabb is of Jacker's abilities, he has always been a soldier who'd sooner a fight than a feed, a Donnybrook ahead of a drink. Still, he sends 4 Australian soldiers forward to support the Victorian in the zigzagging trenches. Jacka himself gives the call and then takes the lead. The 5 Australian soldiers rush forward and, through brutal use of their bayonets, put paid to the first lot of Turkish soldiers they come to, losing 2 of their own in the process. Regrouping, Jacka and Lieutenant Crabb decide on a new plan, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of exploding shells, their voices having to rise above the continuing onslaught. It will later be said of Jacka that he was strong, completely confident, entirely fearless, bluntly outspoken, not giving to hiding his light under a bushel, likely to be overlooked by his superiors until it astonished them in some emergency. And this is just such an occasion. For though of lower rank, it is Jacka who commands. At his suggestion, Crabb and the 2 surviving soldiers will feint an attack at one end, while he will try to get at the Turks from another angle, working his way through the maze of trenches to a point he and Crabb know. Then, at the time set, they will throw bombs where the Turks are thought to be. In the confusion and carnage, the waiting Jacka will climb up and over into no man's land, race across, and jump back among the Turks. Ready? Ready. Go! In an instant, Jacka is gone. Some 45 seconds later, at the agreed count, Crabb and his soldiers hurl their bombs and wait. Sure enough, an instant after their bombs have detonated, exploding close enough to the Turks to cause confusion and let carnage reign, they can hear the sounds of a furious struggle going on, with several shots and many screams. Among the Turks, Jacka is a blur of movement, a whirling dervish with a bayonet in the manner that the chief bayonet instructor at Broadmeadows, Captain Leopold McLaglen, had taught him so well. Alternating between using the tip of his bayonet to knock theirs out of the way and thrusting it forward, Jacka rips and tears, parries and thrusts, all the while expertly dodging their attempts to get him. First, one Turk goes down, and then another, and then another, and then... And then, for the other Australians who have been listening to the screams of the struggle, all is calm. When Crabb cautiously ventures forward 15 minutes later, just as the first glimmers of dawn appear around 5 a.m., it is to find Jacka surrounded by dead Turks, and the Australians those Turks have previously killed. The face of the Victorian is flushed, an unlit cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He has his gun trained on 3 terrified Turks, their shaking hands raised in surrender. "I managed to get the beggars, sir," he says, nodding towards the 7 Turkish soldiers he has shot and bayoneted. "I am going to recommend you for a Victoria Cross," the stunned Lieutenant Crabb replies. Elsewhere, the furious battle goes on as the Australians keep firing at the oncoming Turks, working the bolts of their rifles as fast as they can, while other lads feed endless canvas belts of bullets into the chattering machine guns. For no less than an hour, the waves of Turks keep coming, only to fall before the withering fire. "Saida, goodbye," one digger yells as he dispatches yet another Turk. "Play you again next Saturday." At last, the tide turns. Instead of rushing forward, the Turks begin to pull back to their own trenches, pursued by a furious fusillade of fire all the way. And what is this? From out of the Turkish trenches now leaps a Mohammedan priest, his white robes flying in the gentle breeze, calling on his men to charge in the name of Allah, God. No doubt this fellow is big on religious ceremony, but at least one Australian soldier does not stand on any ceremony at all. He simply lines up the priest and pulls the trigger, dropping him immediately. Still, Trooper Bluegum would report, "He was a brave man and rose twice, only to go down each time." Yes, a tragedy to have a non-combatant so slaughtered, but Colonel Mustafa Kemal realises the importance of such holy men among the common troops. Though not a man of religious conviction himself, most of his troops are habituated to kneeling to pray 5 times a day towards Mecca. Colonel Kemal would even write to a female friend, Corinne, that the soldiers' private beliefs make it easier to carry our orders which send them to their death. They see only 2 supernatural outcomes, victory for the faith or martyrdom. Do you know what the second means? It is to go straight to heaven. There, the Houris, God's most beautiful women, will meet them and will satisfy their desires for all eternity. What great happiness! Also shot on this morning is Turkish soldier Hasan Ethem, the law student who had written so lovingly to his mother the months before, expressing his confidence that Allah would prove his glorious name to the British and the French, now dead in a ditch. Offshore, the horseless horsemen of the 2nd Light Horse Regiment climb high into the rigging of their transport ships and gaze at the promised land, Anzac Cove. In this near darkness, it almost looks like a volcano that has received a great shotgun blast. It is now belching flame and fire from a dozen places at once. What look like toy ships offshore are firing back at the enraged mountain, drawing more high spurts of dust in the upper reaches. Before disembarking, Colonel Granville Ryrie gathers the men to give them one last collective talk. "My only fear," he begins, "is that you will be too impetuous. Your comrades who have gone before have made history. Their courage and dash and their invincible charge on a well-nigh impregnable position will be a theme for historians throughout the ages. Their only fault was they were too brave. They were ordered to take one strongly fortified line of trenches, and they actually took 3. Concluding, the colonel says, "If I get back to Australia, and some of you fellows don't, I know I shall be able to tell your people that you fought and died like heroes. If you get back, and I don't, I hope you'll be able to tell my countrymen that Colonel Ryrie played the game." And here they come again. In mid-morning, the Turks launch more attacks. Though, for the most part, these offensives seem to have a lot less force behind them, perhaps in part because, emotionally and physically, it is hard for a man to run powerfully at his enemy when the ground between is covered with the dead and still dying soldiers who have already tried to do exactly that. And all the harder still when, in broad daylight, the charging men present such easy targets. So now, instead of the men charging out and shouting, "Allah, Allah, Allah," most of the shouting is coming from the Turkish officers behind them, who are threatening to shoot their soldiers in the back if they don't face up to be shot from in front. It is pitiful. Sometimes the Turkish soldiers even emerge from their trenches without rifles, in just 2s and 3s, only to be immediately shot down. The heads of the next lot of reluctant Turks soon appear, the dust whipped up by the Australian and New Zealand machine-gun bullets following them in small clouds along the parapets. While the Turks are being slaughtered in devastating numbers, inevitably the Anzacs too are losing men. In rare pockets there is actually some penetration. In one area known as the Pimple, a bulging offshoot of the key Australian post of Lone Pine, the fighting is so fierce that Lance Corporal William Beach from the 2nd Battalion races away to get reinforcements. Elsewhere the calls go out, "Stretcher bearer, left! Stretcher bearer, right! Stretcher bearer, forward! Stretcher bearer!" And, of course, John Simpson Kirkpatrick and his donkey are right in the middle of it from the first, risking shot and shell to take wounded man after wounded man back down to the dressing station. As ever, when warned of the danger he is in, Simpson replies with a dismissive wave, "My troubles." As to his worthy donkey, the soldiers love him. These days there are no more jokes about Arab stallions. The sturdy little beasts are capable of traversing these cruel hills, carrying unimaginable burdens, and Simpson and his donkey are already legendary for getting to the spots where many others fear to tread. Usually Simpson would have breakfast about halfway up Shrapnel Gully, but with the huge attack on, there is none ready. "Never mind," Simpson calls out to the cook as he passes. "Get me a good dinner when I come back. I'll be back soon. Keep it hot for me." The battle grinds on, with the Turks' officers continuing to push their soldiers forward to entirely useless sacrifice, proving that military madness is not the privileged purview of the Allied commanders alone. By around 10 a.m., the worst of the fighting comes to an end, though a steady stream of wounded keeps coming down Shrapnel Gully. They include a man being carried by the donkey. But where is Simpson, a.k.a. Murphy? Where is Murphy? Quickly, a troop goes out to look for him, only to find him some 200 yards up Shrapnel Gully, lying on his back with a bullet in his heart. As subsequently recorded in the 3rd Australian Field Ambulance War Diary, owing to heavy machine-gun fire in Shrapnel Gully, 3 patients were re-wounded in transit, and 3 casualties occurred amongst Bearer Division, Number 202, Private J. Simpson, shot through heart, killed while escorting patient. The troops who know him are devastated. "Where's Murphy?" a soldier of the 1st Battalion asks shortly afterwards. "Murphy's at Heaven's Gate," the sergeant replies, helping the soldiers through. Up at the Pimple, Lance Corporal William Beach returns and is horrified to find 5 of his comrades shot through the head. One of them, Sergeant Higgins, has obviously died because he had risen above the parapet to have a quick shot. Taking a periscope to sneak a quick peek, the Lance Corporal and Private John Adams are shocked to see hundreds of Turks massing. Obviously, if they lift their own heads and rifles to shoot at them, they will last no longer than a couple of seconds. Crying out with anger, Beach spits out the words, "To think we can see so many Turks and we're unable to fire at them!" And it is in such an extreme circumstance as this that the gentle muse of inspiration alights on Beach's shoulders, prompting him to think out loud. "I could attach a periscope to a rifle and fire it from under cover." Though on the Anzac side there are 160 dead and 468 wounded from this battle, those figures pale in comparison to their enemy's losses. Of the 42,000 Ottoman soldiers who have engaged in the attack, no fewer than 3,400 dead lie in no man's land, while a devastating 6,700 have been wounded. Inevitably, in death and wounds, the two sides come together. Just offshore aboard Sicilia, Nurse Lydia King, infinitely relieved not to see Gordon among those being offloaded from yet another bloody stretcher, will shortly write in her diary, "Anchored off Anzac near Cabo Tepe, where our Australians are. Another busy day, but it is just great being with our own again. I have 2 wounded Turks in my ward. They are very dirty and smelly." Seeking to capitalize on the devastating loss, the Anzacs arranged for interpreters to call out in Turkish that the best thing the Turks could do now would be to surrender, something that achieves no result whatsoever. It clearly takes more than 10,000 casualties over just a few hours to make these Turks lose faith. Later, when a message asking the Turks to surrender is thrown into the nearest trenches, the reply is all but instantaneous. "You think there are no Turks left, but there are Turks, and Turks' sons. And you know what, Cobber? Maybe they aren't such bad bastards after all." As Charles Bean would note, after the terrible punishment inflicted upon the brave but futile assaults, all bitterness faded. Moreover, seeing the dreadful nature of the wounds inflicted by their own bullets at short range, the troops were less ready to believe, as they had done previously, that the wounds of their own men were caused by explosive bullets. The Turks had displayed an admirable manliness. When, by order of the intelligence authorities, interpreters called out to them that they would be kindly treated if they surrendered, the invitation was frequently answered by a bomb or a bullet. The diggers like that attitude, and recognized in the Turks' aggressive obstinacy themselves. And something else while we're at it. It has become clear that the Turks are careful not to send artillery shells onto hospital ships marked conspicuously in white and green paint with the Red Cross, and brilliantly lit at night. And they oft do the same for stretcher-bearers. It is thought more likely that poor Simpson was felled by a stray bullet or piece of shrapnel rather than specifically targeted. From this morning onwards, Bean would note, the attitude of the Anzac troops towards the individual Turks was rather that of opponents in a friendly game. One Anzac would recall, "They tried to drive us into the sea. They were a very brave enemy." From this morning on, in London, Lord Kitchener knows that he, specifically, is the target of a campaign being mounted by Lord Northcliffe to have him removed from the position of Secretary of State for War. On this morning, the editorial of the Daily Mail could not put it more clearly. "Men died in heaps upon the Obers Ridge 10 days ago because the field guns were short and gravely short of high explosive shells. Lord Kitchener must bear his share of the responsibility, because, against much wise advice, he insisted upon keeping in his own hands the control of questions with which the War Office was far too preoccupied to deal. Shrapnel has great and valuable uses, but for smashing up the formidable entrenchments of the enemy it is not much more use than sprinkling them with a watering can. Among all parties there is a feeling that the government requires to be reconstructed and strengthened. Back at the Pimple on this morning, a different kind of man from Beach might have just accepted that there was nothing he could do about Turks killing his comrades, but, being a very practical man, he is determined to do something about it. Now. Living out the Australian axiom that there is no problem so great that enough elbow grease and fencing wire can't fix it in the short term, Beach quickly sets about constructing something he has just thought of, an invention that just might give the advantage back to the diggers. Taking a .303 caliber Lee-Enfield rifle, he constructs a timber frame made of broken boxwood, fencing wire and elbow grease, then reconnects them in the shape of a right angle, with angled pocket mirrors at the top and bottom. The top mirror looks directly along the sights of the rifle, while the bottom mirror is positioned to catch its reflection. Later, to those nosy Parkers who will wonder what the hell the contraption is, he will have a standard reply. "I'm tired of fighting Turks. I'm going to play them at cricket." Now, by putting the end of the frame that holds the rifle to his shoulder below the parapet, by virtue of the mirrors he can still aim along the sights. With a string on the trigger, the whole thing can be operated in comparative safety. In the late morning of that same day, after the firing has calmed down, Major Thomas Blamey, the 1st Division Intelligence Officer, accompanied by Charles Bean, is visiting the front trenches of the Pimple when he notices an amazing thing. There, in a trench, 2 diggers are working away, engrossed with a framework of broken boxwood and wire attached to a rifle. But what is it? "An arrangement so that you can hit without being hit," Beach explains, with more deference than he has mustered for others. It is one thing to mouth off at a nosy Parker, and quite another to mouth off at Major Nosy Parker. And it works. When Beach puts his shoulder to the stock of the rifle, he is able to stay well below the level of the parapet, take careful aim, and fire. Major Blamey is seriously impressed, and all the more so when, after testing, the contraption is found to be accurate at up to 300 yards. That evening, in that twilight hour, where there is oft a tacit agreement between the 2 sides to stop for tucker, John Simpson Kirkpatrick is laid beneath the sod, a simple cross put above his grave. If ever a man deserved a Victoria Cross, Padre George Green, the army chaplain who conducted the funeral, would later say, "It was Simpson. I often remember now the scene I saw frequently in Shrapnel Gully, of that cheerful soul calmly walking down the gully with a Red Cross armlet tied around the donkey's head. That gully was under direct fire from the enemy almost all the time." The truth? There have been many brave stretcher-bearers at Gallipoli to this point, perhaps many as brave as Simpson, but none of them will come close to capturing the imagination the way Simpson and his donkey have. While Simpson is deeply respected by the diggers at Gallipoli, by the time the story gets back to Australia and is endlessly repeated, it takes on a grandeur that on a good day can put the rising sun to shame. And his donkey? At least as legend would have it, the worthy animal is taken over by an Indian officer who, from the first and ever after, looks after it like a silkworm. In the meantime, after this major battle of 19th of May, things really are different at Anzac Cove. Bean is not far away from the front lines at 8:30 one morning when, from one particular section at Quinn's, something suddenly comes sailing from the Turkish trenches and lands just beyond the Australian parapet. "Get down!" From long experience, the Australian soldiers know that it is most likely some kind of bomb. Yet, strangely, there is no explosion. Very carefully, the sergeant closest to it takes a close look through his telescope. It seems to be some kind of package. In fact, waving hands appear from the Turkish trenches, and then even a head pops up. It seems the Turks are inviting them to have a closer look at the package. And now an Australian head goes up, and then another Turkish head, and soon many Turkish and Australian heads are lined up above the parapets. Suddenly, even before the sergeant can give permission, the soldier next to him has jumped over the parapet, round the rolls of barbed wire, and darted out to bring back the package. No shot is fired, just grinning Turks waving Go on, you Australians! Open it! Oh, so carefully the soldier does exactly that as his mates crowd around. Inside is a small packet of cigarettes, together with a penciled note scrawled in bad French, "A notre héros ennemi." For their part, the diggers have enough schoolboy French between them to translate, "To our heroic enemies." Who would have thought it? Those kind bastards. And a quick smoke reveals them to be slightly better than the camel dung cigarettes, as the Anzacs called them, that they'd been reduced to smoking in Cairo. What can the diggers send them in return? Perhaps a couple of cans of bully beef. And so the 2 cans go sailing over the parapets and are quickly gathered up by the Turkish soldiers. What, the diggers wondered, will they make of it? It does not take long before they have an answer. Another message comes from the Turks, wrapped around a stone. Bully beef? Non. No to the awful bully beef. Do the Australians have anything else? The diggers throw some sweet biscuits and a tin of jam, which are soon replied to with more cigarettes, more kind notes. Notre cher ennemi. Faites à vie plaisir. Bush French for take at your pleasure. Finally, though, after 45 minutes of such pleasantries, it is time for the day's work to begin, trying to kill each other. And after one of them waves with both hands and shouts, "Fini!" Finish, they all know they must get back to it. Quickly, heads on both sides go back down, and the bombs start sailing back and forth once more. 20th of May, 1915. An ill wind. Typically, it is Ellis Ashmead Bartlett who gets wind of it first among the correspondents. With both Cape Helles and Anzac Cove at an effective stalemate, all either side can do is pour in even more men to hold what terrain they possess. General Hamilton is planning some kind of fresh breakout, something to definitively break the stalemate, using what Ashmead Bartlett describes as the old army reinforced by 2 fresh divisions. The idea is preposterous and can only lead to a fresh massacre of the innocents. How strange this attitude of mind, namely to risk your army and endanger your country rather than worry Kitchener for the right number of troops and guns. And the truth is, even with those reinforcements, Ashmead Bartlett has no confidence that the Allies can make headway. For him, so far, the whole affair has been a debacle, and, as he had confided to his diary the night before, "I feel certain the military authorities out here are concealing the truth from the authorities at home, and that they will not tell them the real facts about the situation because they are afraid they will be withdrawn altogether, and then goodbye to KCBs, KCMG, and all the other damned Gs and peerages they have in mind. But this is only playing with a great question when the whole safety of your country is at stake. But our leaders in the field are very little men. That is the trouble. And now they want to have a breakout and attack the Turks. It is sure to lead to disaster. I went to bed in despair. Morning, 21st of May, 1915, London. Some mail for you, Lord Kitchener. Another day, another attack on Lord Kitchener, this time written by Lord Northcliffe himself, and put in the mass circulation Daily Mail beneath a headline, "The Tragedy of the Shells, Lord Kitchener's Grave Error." Lord Kitchener has starved the army in France of high-explosive shells. The admitted fact is that Lord Kitchener ordered the wrong kind of shell. The same kind of shell which he used largely against the Boers in 1900. He persisted in sending shrapnel, a useless weapon in trench warfare. The kind of shell our poor soldiers have had has caused the death of thousands of them. This proves to be merely Lord Northcliffe's opening remarks. Yes, there is a reaction, a strong one. Many people are outraged at such an attack on such a national icon as Lord Kitchener, a servant of the people who has risked his life for the Empire on so many occasions. And there is significant fallout. Copies of the Times and the Daily Mail are burned on the floor of the London Stock Exchange. Several important advertisers flee, and, practically overnight, circulation of the Daily Mail falls from 1,386,000 to 238,000. But Lord Northcliffe simply does not blink. "I mean to tell the people the truth," he tells his chauffeur, "and I don't care what it costs." He says much the same to his panicked staff. "I don't care. What I wrote was true. Our men out there are being killed because there are no shells to smash the German defences. I'm determined that they shall have them." 23rd of May, 1915, Constantinople. Von Mucke's return from hell. Kapitän-Leutnant Helmut von Mucke can barely believe it. Their staggering journey over 6 months has taken them all the way from Cocos Islands on Ayesha, the yacht they had stolen from the Clunies-Ross family, across the perilous Indian Ocean, dodging British ships all the way, through to the Dutch East Indies and into the Middle East. The angel of death stalked them closely, flapping her wings in their faces when they had been attacked by 300 Bedouins as they approached Jeddah in the kingdom of Hejaz. By charging, they had managed to scatter the natives, killing 15 of them, with only one of their own men wounded in the process. And now, after another 7 weeks of perilous trekking through the furthest reaches of the Ottoman Empire, they are at last approaching its heart, Constantinople. Their train is even now pulling into the ancient city, where the chief of the Mediterranean Division, Admiral Wilhelm Souchon, has honoured them by arriving at this station with his senior staff. On catching sight of the Admiral, von Mucke barks a few brief commands, at which point his men instantly line up, snap to attention, and salute, proving to their Kapitän-Leutnant that the brigand existence we had led for months had not destroyed our military trim. Lowering his sword before his superior officer, Kapitän-Leutnant von Mucke stares straight ahead in the best military fashion and says, "I report the landing squad from the Emden, 5 officers, 7 petty officers, and 37 men strong." He then takes their war flag, complete with its stunning red, white, and black colours, with iron cross and eagle, which they have brought with them all this way, clicks his heels, bows, and presents it to the Admiral. "Reporting for duty, Herr Admiral." As later noted by German writer R.K. Lochner back in the fatherland, the safe return of this part of Emden crew aroused a storm of joy. Mucke was the hero of the day. He was enthusiastic, and his men were welcomed everywhere. The onward journey from Turkey via the Balkans and Austria to Germany became a triumphal procession. Not far away at the same station, and indeed at many stations all over Constantinople, yet more soldiers are readying to head south to the Gallipoli Peninsula, via a trip to a nearby port. "All of us who left Constantinople for Gallipoli," one Turkish soldier would later reminisce, "had already heard of the hellish fighting that destroyed thousands of lives in a matter of hours. Because most of those who went were reported dead almost immediately, those getting ready to leave kissed and embraced their families with great affection. They showed their love and care for each other, probably for the last time. I kissed my mother the same way, and she cried constantly as I left her. I didn't want to upset her more, so I didn't tell her we were going to the front line at Halles." 24th of May, 1915, at Anzac Cove. "Smiling may you go, and smiling come again." It has taken some time to organise, with negotiations begun after the 1st Brigade's Colonel Owen had waved the flag of the Red Cross, but on this day it happens. A truce has been negotiated. From 7:30 a.m. onwards, soldiers on both sides are instructed to stand down. No guns fired, no bombs thrown, no grenades, no artillery. An amazing silence falls upon the trenches. Colonel Fahrettin, the Chief of Staff of 3rd Corps and the Turkish officer who led the negotiations for the ceasefire, would recall, "There was a deep silence, and the enemy's ships were all of a sudden out of sight. For the first time in weeks, men can hear the lapping of the Aegean Sea, even after the dawn. After some heavy rain overnight, a soft mist slowly rises from the gullies and settles over the trenches. On the beach at Kaba Tepe, right by the tangle of barbed wire that marks the beginning of the path of no man's land that winds its way for 2 miles all the way around Anzac Cove, up valleys, through gullies, across plateaus, and back down through bluffs before coming out on the beach again, 2 groups of Turkish and Anzac officers, each accompanied by 50 soldiers, carrying sticks bearing white flags, assemble. All of the Anzac soldiers are given 2 packets of cigarettes, of which one is designated to be given to their Turkish counterpart. The officers shake hands while the bristling soldiers survey each other warily, though at least the gift of cigarettes helps warm things a little. And then they start off before, as described by journalist Compton Mackenzie, the smell of death floated over the ridge above and settled down upon us, tangible it seemed, and clammy as the membrane of a bat's wing. At least a light, almost cleansing rain begins to fall. Heading up the second ridge, the group keeps going till it comes to the first lot of corpses. A pairing of white flagmen are left there to mark the middle line of no man's land, while the rest of the group moves on. According to the terms of the truce, the soldiers from each side are to come out of the trenches and bury their men on their side of the line, while taking enemy corpses to the middle line for the other side to bury. Enemy rifles are also to be returned, albeit with their bolts removed. And so it begins, progressively, through all of no man's land. Tentatively at first, and then with growing confidence, the Anzacs and Turks rise from their trenches and slowly walk towards each other, scarcely believing that this is possible, that they could really be upright in no man's land without being shot to pieces. These men from countries on opposite sides of the planet continue to walk towards each other, over the corpses of their fallen friends, their brothers, the enemies who they have shot, until they are face to face. This is Johnny Turk up close. He looks, well, frankly, a bit like we do. Darker, certainly, and smaller, sure, but instead of the sneering half-humans the Allies had been expecting, the image they have conjured up over the weeks, they are men, just like them. And the Turks clearly feel much the same. They had been led to believe that the Anzacs are cannibals and have started to call them white Gurkhas. But they don't look so much like cannibals as, well, young, fair-faced, wide-eyed boys. As for the newly arrived light horsemen, though, the Turks are quite surprised by their get-up and have already started to make them the butt of a few jokes. It seems they are quickly coming to the consensus that the men with the fur round their hats are not as good fighters as the Australians. The first thing is to quickly look for any signs of life among the thousands of bodies, and occasionally there actually are some, with those survivors rushed away by the stretcher-bearers. But before long, both sides are heavily engaged in the real task at hand, burying their dead. Not all join in, to be sure, with one Australian soldier exclaiming, "I don't mind killing, but I bar burying the cows." While the smell of the dead in the trenches has been awful, here it is overpowering, gut-wrenching, nauseating, and more than a few men on both sides sink to their knees and throw up. There are only 2 basic ways of coping with the stench. One is to take some of the wool soaked in antiseptic proffered by the Turkish Red Crescent men, the equivalent of the Red Cross, with the symbol changed for religious reasons, and stuff it up your nostrils, though this method needs to be constantly renewed. The other way is to smoke, and on this day even non-smokers are seen puffing away while burying soldier after soldier beneath the sod. One Australian digger looks down to see, squelching up from the ground on either side of my boot like a rotten mangold, the deliquescent green and black flesh of a Turk's head. He sees an entire parapet made out of dead bodies. Despite the gravity of the situation, however, there is still some levity, when at one point some Turkish soldiers burst into laughter as their Australian counterparts hold up cigarettes and call out, "Bakshish!" Before long, they are all exchanging cigarettes with their enemies, and even exchanging pleasantries. One Turkish soldier offers his considered and clearly heartfelt view to his Australian counterpart. English good, German no good. But back to work. The bodies that have been lying there for 4 weeks are the worst. They are black and bloated, and mostly only identifiable by the identification discs around their necks. The major problem with these bodies is that they tend to break up as you move them. You can be left holding an arm or a leg as the tissues burst apart and the gases escape, emitting a stench that can bring even a strong man low. But at least the lack of identification helps hide the horror of what you are doing. When it comes to the more recent corpses, there is no hiding it. These are clearly men, mates, whom you'd often known for months, whom you'd joined up with, trained with, travelled with and fought alongside. And many a man is seen to weep as he finds a beloved friend, a brother-in-arms, whom he had last seen charging forward, only to finish here as this decomposing mess with an agonized expression on what remains of his face, his death grimace. On their side, the Turks are doing it even tougher. To begin with, there are so many more of their dead, as many as 10,000 by one likely, exaggerated count. In the words of a Turkish captain talking with British intelligence officer Captain Aubrey Herbert, a speaker of the Turkish language who had been instrumental in arranging the truce, "At this spectacle, even the most gentle must feel savage, and the most savage must weep." Inevitably, the middle line soon proves to be very blurred, as neither army particularly cares where it is. They just concentrate on getting the bodies buried, usually under about only half a foot of soil. Yes, there might be a problem should the rain become heavy and wash that soil away, but for now they have no choice. There are simply too many bodies to worry about burying them deeper. Soon enough, there is even more fraternizing. After lunch, Farreton would recall, it started to get more crowded, and the men of the Australian-New Zealand Corps started to teach our soldiers English words. One of the first words they taught us was Anzac, which was the name given to their group of soldiers, and it was at that time that we first really met these charming and good-humoured people. "Are you English?" one Turkish soldier asked. "No, we aren't English. We are Australian and New Zealanders." When we asked, "Why are you in this war?" they answered, "The English are our brothers. Our religion and our culture are one and the same." At every opportunity, the Anzacs showed that they liked our soldiers' attitudes and actions. Within a short amount of time, sympathy grew up between the two sides. The Anzacs would rip buttons and badges off their uniforms and give it to our soldiers as a memento, and would ask for something in return. Because the buttons on our uniforms were hidden, our soldiers looked for something else to give them, one soldier finding a small coin which he handed to the man across from him. They gave each other chocolate and sweets and began to talk with each other using sign language. One Australian soldier, amazed at the sheer contours of a particularly gigantic Turkish soldier, pulls out a tape measure and asks if he can measure him. The Turk laughs and graciously concedes to the request. "He was a bloody giant, I tell you." In many areas where the Turkish dead are thick and the Australian dead more scattered and quickly buried, the Australians take advantage of the lull and go down to the ocean. By 2 p.m, one soldier would record in his diary, "The sandy stretch of beach reminded one of Cronulla or Maroubra. So numerous were the bathers, and as the day advanced it became so thick I had grave fears of the trenches in case of treachery." Charles Bean takes the opportunity to visit the most dangerous place at Anzac, the most forward exposed position, Quinn's Post, and is shocked not just by the obvious precariousness of the position and that his tall figure has to bend particularly low to stay safe. In one trench there is an archway, such as you often find, left to avoid enfilading fire, I suppose. It is not 4 foot, scarcely 3 foot thick, but in it is a dead Turk. His boot and his fingers of one hand stick out from the roof as you squeeze your way under. And Bean is not the only one taking advantage of the truce to have a sticky beak at things he would not otherwise get close to. A number of the Turkish soldiers edging close to Anzac lines are in fact Turkish officers in the uniforms of their men, and one of the Australian privates is none other than General Birdwood. By 4 p.m, most of the men are back to their posts, as the time is drawing close for the truce to be over. By 4:17 p.m, the white flag men are retired, after first shaking hands with their counterparts. Captain Aubrey Herbert chaffs the Turks he is with, saying, "You will shoot me tomorrow." "God forbid," they cry back in chorus, laughing and cheering. "We will never shoot you." And now a group of Australians go to shake hands with the Turks. "Goodbye, old chap. Good luck." "Ola, ola, gully gully guriceksinez. Gully gully guriceksinez," the Turks reply. "Smiling may you go, and smiling come again." It is with some regret, then, that the two sides take their leave of each other, shaking hands and waving goodbye as one by one they climb back into their trenches, all on the strict understanding that it will be 25 minutes before the battle resumes. A strange kind of hush now falls over Anzac Cove. There is wonder at what has happened on this day, and even exuberance at this breakthrough of humanity that they have all been privileged to be a part of. There is desperate sadness at the things they have seen, the once cherished friends they have buried, and there is real melancholy. Now that the armistice is over, they must once again take up arms and kill or be killed by the very men with whom they had been sharing cigarettes just a few minutes earlier. At 4:45 p.m., a single shot rings out, followed shortly afterwards by another, and then a burst of a machine gun, and then another, and then a bomb explodes. It is on again. 25th of May, 1915, off Cape Helles. For Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, different day, same old story. I went ashore at 10 a.m. to visit Hunter Weston. He told me there would be another attack in a few days' time, and once again he was quite confident of taking Achababa. I am getting tired of this old story. 25th of May, 1915, a political crisis in London. With the extent of the debacle in the Dardanelles now becoming ever more apparent to both the public and the political class, it is inevitable that someone will have to pay the piper. And who better than the man who has championed the campaign all along? Winston Churchill. That certainly is the view taken by the shaken Prime Minister Asquith. On this day, he does a deal with the Conservative opposition whereby they will form part of a coalition government that retains him as PM but sees the end of Churchill. A one-time Conservative himself before defecting to the Liberals in 1904, so he has it coming, as the First Lord of the Admiralty. "I am finished," Churchill tells the Prime Minister when advised that he will have to leave the Admiralty. "Finished in respect of all I care for, the waging of war." Asquith would have liked to rid himself of the troublesome Kitchener too, but while it is one thing for Lord Northcliffe to have shed 3/4 of his readership by attacking the Secretary of State for war, the newly formed coalition cannot yet afford to lose the same number of votes by doing the same. So, for the moment, it is Churchill who suffers alone. "I'm finished," he repeats to his great friend Herbert Asquith's daughter, Violet Bonham Carter. Standing alone by the edge of a manicured lawn by a river, he appears to her like Napoleon on St. Helena. There can surely be no way back from here. And yet he will prove to be not the only one with a sinking feeling on the day. 25th of May, 1915, off Cabo Tepe. Sehr frohe Ausfahren! Up Periscope. In the German submarine U-21, Kapitänleutnant Otto Hersing can barely believe his luck. Only just arrived off the Dardanelles, he has no sooner passed at a depth of 70 feet beneath the steady humming of the many patrol craft on the surface and put up his periscope than he catches sight of the old 12,000-ton British battleship Triumph, firing broadside after broadside on Turkish positions on Cabo Tepe. In fact, it is trying to wipe out a gun known as Beachy Bill, which has been playing hell with the troops lately. Entirely untroubled by the attention, Beachy Bill is in turn trying to lob shells onto the English battleship. Clearly, the gunnery officer in Triumph's tower is aided by an observation balloon floated from the deck of nearby HMS Manica, with 2 officers in the basket able to correct the fall of shot. Yeah, there is a protective ring of destroyers around Triumph, but that is not an insurmountable problem. The most promising thing is that to improve its accuracy on the Turkish positions, Triumph is at anchor, presenting a stationary target. Oh, so carefully, Kapitänleutnant Hersing at his command station in the conning tower with his watch officer by his side, both of them tingling with anticipation, gives out order after order down the voice tube in his crisp, cool manner as he tries to manoeuvre the submarine into the perfect position. Down below in the submarine proper, no one else speaks apart from those relaying his orders forward. "We were groping," as Hersing would later recount, "towards a deadly position. Deadly for the magnificent giant of war on the surface above." Finally, at 12:25 p.m. on this gorgeous day, he feels they are there. "Sehr frohen Ausfahren! Up Periscope," he commands. And there it is, only 300 yards away, easy prey. Never had an undersea craft such a target. They have a clear line of sight to Triumph's midships, which means that, barring torpedo nets that may be in place, there is also a clear way through for at least 2 of the 6 torpedoes he is carrying. The key now will be speed of action, to get the torpedoes away before their periscope is spotted. Erster Torpedo fertig! Zweiter Torpedo fertig! First torpedo ready, second torpedo ready. Time stands suspended. No one breathes. No one moves. All eyes, all ears are on Kapitän-Leutnant Hersing. The word comes back from the torpedo gunner's mate that all is in readiness. Ruhe, eins, Laus! Hersing commands, his heart leaping to hear his own words. Torpedo 1, launch! An instant later, by the subsequent German account, Das Boot wie ein nasser Hund. The boat shakes itself like a wet dog, as the 6-yard-long torpedo bursts forth with a sudden rush of expelled air and tears along at the rate of 35 knots. It is with great satisfaction that he sees the telltale streak of white foam darting through the water, and he's so enthralled that he leaves the periscope up. The torpedo continues to roar towards its target. On its front is a tiny brass screw that winds down as the torpedo passes through the water, arming it some 100 yards from the moment of expulsion, far enough away that it cannot detonate close to the submarine that has launched it. Now Hersing consults his stopwatch. In 18 to 20 seconds there will be an explosion or nothing, in which case he will know the torpedo has hit one of the heavy steel mesh torpedo nets the Allies have been using to try to protect their ship, or missed entirely. Still, no one speaks. All wait with him in the tight, closed atmosphere. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, through the periscope, he sees a huge cloud of smoke leap out of the sea amidships on Triumph. Then the sub is hit with the sound and vibration of first a dry, metallic concussion and then a terrible reverberating explosion. Wham! As if Neptune has hit the hull with a huge trident. At this close range, at a speed of 35 knots, the torpedo has gone straight through the torpedo nets and hit Triumph's hull, igniting the switch on its activated tip and detonating the 350 pounds of TNT instantly. As it happens, General Birdwood is right on the spot at the time aboard the minesweeper Newmarket and has his glass trained on Triumph at that very moment. To his horror, a huge column of water suddenly bursts up from her side. "By God, she's hit!" he calls to the skipper beside him. And badly at that. On U-21 there is the beginning of a cheer, which Hersing instantly stifles, and then the entire crew clearly hears the sound of the Triumph's internal bulkhead collapsing. Dreadful cracking and creaking noises as air and seawater fight for entry and escape through the same jagged hole. The stricken Triumph begins to list heavily to starboard. "Down periscope!" Kapitän-Leutnant Hersing orders. Mission accomplished, U-21 immediately glides down to the depths while, topside, both the thrilled Turkish and horrified Anzac soldiers watch, mesmerized, as the list on Triumph becomes even more pronounced, going all the way to 45 degrees from horizontal after 8 minutes. Crew members fall or jump into the sea, and small boats race to gather them in. The Turkish artillery, which had initially been shelling the stricken ship, now stops to allow the rescuers to do their best. After 12 minutes, the ship capsizes. Her green bottom upwards in the sunlight, the crews on the neighbouring ship stood to attention as she made her last plunge down to the bottom through clouds of smoke and steam. 71 men go to the bottom with her. With Triumph's sinking, the complexities of keeping the soldiers on the Gallipoli Peninsula suddenly multiply. In an urgent crisis meeting held that afternoon on HMT Acadian between General Hamilton and Admiral de Robeck, the thrust for the overall commander is obvious. Our nicely worked-out system for supplying the troops has, in a moment, been tangled up into 100 knotty problems. The major fear for the Allies, of course, is that the German submarine is still lurking in their waters, about to strike at any moment. And it is for this reason that Acadian has 2 old merchantman ships lashed to each side as torpedo buffers. After the meeting is over, Admiral de Robeck appears to take the view that discretion is the better part of valour, and, aboard Lord Nelson, with 3 French battleships in close attendance, zigzags his way back to the safe port of Mudros. 26th of May, 1915, Anzac Cove. From revelation to revolution, once more unto the beach, dear friends, once more. Major Blamey has moved quickly. So quickly that on this day the inventor of the periscope rifle, Lance Corporal William Beach, leaves the trenches and comes down to the beach so he can convert a workshop already producing periscopes into a veritable factory for producing periscope rifles en masse. All the looking glasses have been taken off the ships, Percival Fenwick notes in his diary, and are being cut up into small squares to make periscopes. And within days of starting the factory, Beach is promoted to the rank of sergeant. It is all so successful that Birdie will soon write to the Governor-General of Australia affirming, "Our complete moral superiority over the Turk is partly due to the very clever invention of a man named Beach, who produced a periscope rifle. When we got here, we denuded the whole of our transports of their looking-glasses and made up some 2,000 periscopes on our little beach. This man then made a very simple device. The result is the Turk only sees the muzzle of a rifle coming over the parapet without anything behind it to shoot at, and we understand from prisoners that he dislikes it intensely." Mind you, it does take some getting used to. On one occasion, a well-loved soldier by the name of Bill Blankson has his first go at using a periscope rifle after a notably hard fortnight of digging trenches without rest. In that time he had neither washed nor shaved, so perhaps he is far from his best when he looks through the scope. And what does he see? What does he see, our Bill, with his first look? It would kill a brown dog. His first vision is of a filthy big Turk staring back at him, glaring at him right through the other end of the periscope. With a cry, Bill leaps back, grabs his rifle, and prepares to jump the parapet and fight the brute to the death. The others grab him. "Settle, Bill, settle. You haven't been holding the periscope close enough to your eye, you silly coot, and instead of seeing the landscape ahead, you've just seen your own ugly mug in the lower mirror." The problem with the upper mirror, as it turns out, is that it would flash with the sunlight and they'd fire and smash the mirror. Others, however, go better at it, and none better than an Australian from the Queensland Light Horse by the name of Billy Singh, a fellow with a Chinese father and an English mother. See, there's just something about Billy and his powers of concentration. His passion for killing Turks is extraordinary. Grabbing a steel plate with a small loophole in it from one of the ships, he builds it into the parapet of one of the high trenches. Now, with the bloke beside him acting as a spotter, they wait for hours if necessary. There. The spotter has seen movement at a weak point in the Turkish defences, where the hat of a tall Turk or the top of a bayonet can be seen moving along at a steady pace. He alerts Billy, who has his own periscope rifle aimed on the Turkish loophole that the soldier will pass in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Billy squeezes the trigger and a crack rings out. From the enemy trenches, a cry, a death rattle, the sign of the rifle being flung into the air. And that is another notch on Billy's rifle. At other times, he sees a Turkish head bob up for a sneak peek, and he knows that a man who would do that once will inevitably do it again. Billy just waits and waits and waits for hours. There, crack, another notch. In response, of course, the Turks bring down furious artillery fire, but Billy and his mate just move on, going to another loophole, and do the same thing. Over time, they will claim to have killed no fewer than 100 enemy soldiers. Not that everyone believes that claim, mind. One day, General Birdwood is doing his rounds, and, after chatting with Singh, asks a man in another sniper's post, "How many Turks have you got so far?" "Oh, I've never even seen a Turk, far less shot one," the soldier replies gruffly. "And what do you think of the 63 currently claimed by Singh?" "Some fellows are better liars than others." General Birdwood agrees, but adds, "If every man would really take the same interest as Singh and get even 1/10 of his successors, we should be in Constantinople next week." So successful is the periscope rifle factory that another factory producing jam tin bombs is soon established beside it. Those diggers, too crook to take their place in the front line, sit in a circle and carefully pack the old jam tins, which are in plentiful supply, with as much explosive as they can fit, before jamming in every bit of hard metal they can find. Old cartridge cases, bits of barbed wire, finely cut up scrap metal, and even pebbles. With a short fuse added and a ciggy in your mouth or a slow match by your side, a sandbag rolled up and tied tightly with twine and lit at one end to smoulder, ready to flare when blown upon. Those in the trenches have a new weapon for their arsenal to supplement the scanty and rather ineffective grenades with which they have been supplied. On average, you have 4.5 seconds between lighting the fuse to explosion, and the skill is to be able to time your throw so it explodes as it lands. Though the jam tin bomb is considered something of a joke at first, it is soon obvious the Turks don't find it funny at all, as many of their soldiers are killed and maimed. The Anzacs start to take the device more seriously. The factory, which at one point keeps 54 soldiers busy, is soon producing 200 bombs a day. In fact, it is so successful that up at Pope's the diggers again improvise and build a massive catapult, with arms, as one digger would describe it, 6 feet high, shaped like a V, and the arms had very strong elastic, and it was wound back by a winch and had a leather sack at the end, in which one of our jam tin bombs was put in. That thing could hurl bombs so far that you had no idea who they hurt or maimed, but gee, it could be fun to send them hurtling in all directions. The Turks or bombs, do I mean? Both. The Turkish bombs are exclusively thrown by hand. About the size and shape of a cricket ball, and so-called cricket ball bombs by the diggers, their fuses come out the top, and the Turks are able to light them simply by rubbing the fuses on their trousers or on some phosphorus pinned to their tunics. In truth, it is extraordinary how blasé both sides could get, hurling such things back and forth, with Trooper Bluegum noting that before throwing their own grenades or bombs, the diggers would often cry, "Are you there, Abdul? Well, here's baksheesh," or maybe, "Here you are, Mohammed, here's a Christmas box." And when a Turkish grenade would come back in reply, or even to open their own innings, the Australians would nod sagely in the manner of vendors in Jippo markets and say, "Malish, very good, very nice." On a good day, they can love it. On a bad day, they die. Apart from devising bomb contraptions and attending to the relentless chores attendant to the upkeep, watering, feeding and cleaning of thousands and thousands of men, the diggers in Monash Valley and all over the peninsula are trying to carve out and cosy up their bivouacs so they have a place to call home. As Colonel Monash notes, "The allusion is to the wonderful sticking properties of this corps. The Turks have been trying to scrape us off for over 4 weeks, but we still stick fast." They live in noisy, crowded, and increasingly filthy conditions, and under the constant hail of fire. A man needs, after all, a small patch to lay his slouch hat and call his own. Colonel Monash himself writes, "We manage to make ourselves fairly comfortable in our bivouacs. My home is a hole in the side of the hill about 6 foot by 7 foot and 4 feet deep. The sides are built up with sandbags, and the roof consists of 3 waterproof sheets lashed together. Biscuit boxes serve as tables, chairs, cupboards, and other furniture. I have my valise to sleep on and get a daily bath out of a canvas bucket with a sponge, and at rarer intervals a dip in the sea." But he, brigade commander no less, is of course staying in the royal suite of dugouts, and most men survive in even smaller and far more rudimentary hovels. One man later writes home, "I've laid out my bed, 1 oil sheet, 2 blankets, and an overcoat for a pillow. I haven't many oil paintings on the wall, but I'll tell you what is there. First, a dirty towel. Dinkum dirty. None of your half and half business about it. Then a haversack containing 2 razors, 3 toothbrushes, toothpaste, nil, use salt instead, a housewife, I think they call it, but it's certainly not the kind of housewife I sometimes dream of, a hairbrush, tin of dog, packet of biscuits. Above my head, like a beautiful chandelier, hang a pair of boots." It may not be much, but for the diggers who have been here a month now with scant news from their loved ones, fretting in their true home of homes, this little patch is their castle. Evening to early morning, 26th to the 27th of May, 1915. Bottoms up. There is trouble brewing, and Ellis Ashmead Bartlett knows it. With the sinking of Triumph the day before, everyone is on edge, and for good reason. If a German submarine can sink such a battleship, it can likely bring ruin to any ship, and, in all likelihood, it will be Ashmead Bartlett's own HMS Majestic, anchored 500 yards off W Beach at Cape Helles. It is for this reason that he decides to do two things on this evening. The first is to help the captain drain the ship of the last of its champagne reserves. It is better that they, rather than the fish, drink it. And the second is to sleep on the deck that night on a comfortable mattress he has brought up from below. Ashmead Bartlett wakes suddenly at sunup the following morning. Something is just not right. "What time is it?" he asks the sentry nearest him on the deck of Majestic. 6:15, sir," the sentry replies. That is way too early for a gentleman of the press to be awake, so he goes back to sleep. 25 minutes later, however, England's finest war correspondent is awoken by heavy, running footsteps, on his chest, among other things. "What's the matter?" he calls after the departing figure. "There's a torpedo coming!" So he had been right. With a massive whump, the torpedo hits Majestic on the port side, and the ship all but immediately starts to list in that direction. It obviously does not have long to stay afloat. Then, Ashmead Bartlett would later write, there came a sound as if the contents of every pantry in the world had fallen at the same moment, a clattering such as I had never heard, as everything loose in her tumbled about. Ashmead Bartlett is not shocked, despite Majestic threatening to turn turtle at any moment. More than anything, he admires his own prescience at suspecting this was going to happen all along. Still a little hungover from all the champagne, so wisely consumed the night before, he now hangs over the side and soon drops down, bouncing off a part of the failed torpedo net and into the water. Within minutes, he is able to swim with many of the other sailors to clamber aboard one of the many boats that have been sent to their aid. The journalist is mercifully clear when, in full view of thousands of cheering Turks in the hills and shocked Allied soldiers on the toe of Cape Helles, Majestic gives up the ghost. With a final shake of her upturned stern, she heads to the bottom of the Aegean Sea, taking 40 souls with her. The Majestic is the third Allied ship sunk in the Dardanelles in the past 2 weeks. Within a day, Ashmead Bartlett is heading to London to have a quick break and replace all the wardrobe and writing materials that he has lost in the sunken ship. Still a little shocked by his narrow escape the day before, he steals the biggest lifebelt he can find from Fauvettes, and, clutching it tightly as his only piece of luggage, heads up the gangplank of the cargo ship Baron Adrossen, which is to depart shortly. "What are you carrying that belt for?" the captain asks wryly. "So I don't sink to the bottom of the Mediterranean if we get hit," the journalist explains. "Don't you worry about it," the captain says, waving a dismissive hand. "I've got 1,100 rounds of 12-inch ammunition on board as ballast, and if anything strikes us, we shall go up so high that the only thing which could help you would be an aeroplane." With a sigh, Ashmead Bartlett abandons the belt and makes his way to his quarters. Commodore Roger Keyes, for one, is not sorry to see him go. "He is a most unpleasant person," Keyes writes to his wife, "but an able writer. All his reports go through me, and they are accurate, but he takes a most pessimistic view, and has tried to send 2 or 3 impossible telegrams which we in GHQ stopped." Though Ashmead Bartlett has gone, Keyes has ensured that others will strictly censor his stuff. Yes, even in London, he won't be allowed to publish anything about the Dardanelles uncensored. In the wake of the twin sinkings, Admiral de Robeck institutes quick measures to prevent another disaster, including removing the last of the big battleships and supply ships from the Dardanelles. The former will now only return to provide artillery cover for special operations, and will be meantime based in Mudros, protected from submarines by a boom across the harbour entrance. So too the supply ships. From now on, their supplies must be placed on smaller, insignificant ships in Mudros and sent to Anzac Cove and Cape Helles. From there, those crafts making trips of 60 miles instead of the previous 3,000 yards. For his part, de Robeck now bases himself on the yacht Triad, something so small that surely no sub would bother to torpedo it. "What a change since the War Office sent us packing with a bag full of hallucinations," Hamilton soon writes morosely in his diary. Naval guns sweeping the Turks off the peninsula, The Ottoman army legging it from a British submarine waving the Union Jack. Russian help in hand, Greek help on the Tapis. Now it is our fleet which has to leg it from the German submarine. There is no ammunition for the guns, no drafts to keep my divisions up to strength. Things are grim and getting grimmer. In the absence of the big ships, all that is left are light cruisers and destroyers. What had started as a joint operation now appears to be army alone. It is hard not to feel abandoned. As General Birdwood would later recall, not one of us failed to realize how absolutely dependent on the Navy we were, day and night, for everything. Our many landings, our covering fire, supplies. For all these the Navy was indeed, as an Indian would say, Mabap, or our mother and father. 28th of May, 1915, Imbros. Back to front. It had been a close-run thing. The howitzer shell that had landed just a few yards from Captain Carter nearly killed him. Luckily, however, it has fallen into the soft earth of the parapet, which absorbed much of its impact, and Carter had come back to consciousness with no feeling in his legs and no ability to see. A few more seconds and he realized that his legs were merely buried, and the lack of vision was caused by the smoke. His men had dug him out and the smoke had cleared. He was hurt, yes. The shell had landed so close that the right side of his face had been burned, his right ear deafened, and his right leg badly bruised, while the blast had also removed much of his clothing. And he had to be evacuated here to the hospital at Imbros to recover. But now, after just a few days, he feels stronger and is eager to get back to Anzac. His only regret is that in his brief time in hospital he has been unable to see or even track down Nurse King. In the wee hours of the following morning he rejoins his men back in the old trench, and finds his nerves are very shaky. But after an hour or so he settles down, and is even able to snatch some sleep before dawn. "From looks of things here," he writes in his diary, "I anticipate that this job should be through in about a month from today." 3:30 a.m., 29th of May, 1915, Anzac Cove, a bad blow-up. All is in readiness. After weeks of preparation, of carefully digging tunnels out from the Turkish trenches towards the Australian positions at Quinn's Post, the soldiers of Turkey's 14th Regiment have reached a spot right under their enemy. Despite the fact that the Anzacs have recently woken up to it, the Turkish engineers have been able to lay one of the tunnels with charges. And now it is time. With all of the soldiers of the 14th Regiment in the front line opposite Quinn's not only forewarned, but with their rifles and bayonets at the ready and their front foot on the fire step ready to launch, the Turkish captain takes the two wires in his hands and with some satisfaction slowly brings them together, gazing resolutely forward at the enemy trenches bathed in the ethereal light of the full moon. In an instant, the ground at Quinn's simply erupts with a muffled roar from the bowels of the earth, and a searing flame shoots so far skyward that the low clouds above glow red. Turkish soldiers and artillery unleash a blizzard of bullets and shrapnel on the front trench in an attempt to kill any number of the 350 men of Australia's 13th Battalion, together with 100 10th Light Horse Regiment troopers currently stationed there and not taken out by the initial blast. The Turkish soldiers charge forward, eager to capitalise on the chaos and take over the position. For the Australians in nearby trenches and below in Monash Valley, the air is filled with the screams of their comrades in the darkness, and a red glow coming from the direction of Quinn's Post. All they can do is push towards it in the darkness, dodging the body parts as best they can and hoping to stem the breach. Meanwhile, the Turks are charging towards what used to be the Australian positions, throwing bombs ahead of them and using their bayonets to finish off dazed survivors. The first thing that some of the stunned Australians on the flank of the explosion heard on coming to themselves, Charles Bean would recount, was the sound of gruff voices close to them speaking in an unknown language. Australian it ain't. And those who try to go beyond it are soon cut down by the Anzac defence in depth, just as, once the confusion has lessened a little and the first streaks of dawn allow the Australians in adjoining trenches to see clearly, they are able to bring devastating fire on those Turks now trying to cross no man's land to support their pals. Shortly after the explosion, the 15th Battalion prepared to counterattack and retake Anzac's most precarious post. Meantime, Lieutenant Terence McSharry of Brisbane, who had been just back from Quins when it blew up, is taking action of his own. After racing to a dugout where he knows a supply of jam-tin bombs is kept, he grabs a dozen and lights a candle, which he places inside a tin to keep it from blowing out. As some of the survivors come staggering back, he calls, "Come on, Australia!" which rallies them. He sallies forth with 2 men to get into a position where he can throw the bombs at the advancing Turks. They get there just in time to see a Turkish officer heading down a trench to his right, leading a dozen soldiers. The leader was advancing confidently, Charles Bean would report, but those behind him seemed to be without enthusiasm, peering through the half-dark. The instant the Turkish soldiers see the dim figures of McSharry and his men, they duck their heads. But their officer is made of sterner stuff, and instantly brings his pistol to bear, firing off a shot before McSharry can duck and blows his hat off. And now it is the Australians' return of serve. McSharry and his men light their bombs and lob them over to where the Turkish heads have ducked down. Screams shatter the night. In all of the confusion, the Turks in the main trenches higher up the hill throw their own bombs in the same direction, not realizing they are killing their own men. Just one of those Turkish soldiers makes it out alive. It is the beginning of an intense battle that lives up to Quins Post's reputation as the most dangerous location at Anzac. The fight rages for 5 hours, and by the time Quins Post is finally retaken, 33 Australians have been killed. Another day, another brutal fight, where they have lost many good men and suffered many terrible casualties. And yet, on this day, there is something both impressive and different under the sun. The first thing Colonel John Monash notes is how well his men perform under the severe pressure of bombardment and a full-blown attack. "To a stranger," he writes to a friend, "it would probably look like a disturbed ant-heap with everybody running a different way, but the thing is really a triumph of organization. There are orderlies carrying messages, staff officers with orders, lines of ammunition carriers, water carriers, bomb carriers, stretcher bearers, burial parties, first aid men, reserves, supports, signallers, telephonists, engineers, digging parties, sandbag parties, periscope hands, pioneers, quartermasters' parties, and reinforcing troops running about all over the place, apparently in confusion, but yet everything works as smoothly as on a peace parade. Although the air is thick with clamour and bullets and bursting shells and bombs and flares." What touches him amid it all is something he would later describe as being to the eternal credit of Australian soldiers. For after they had retaken some temporarily lost trenches, it was only to find 17 Turks left behind. Under the circumstances, for the Australians had lost many of their own on this day to these men, and their blood is up, Monash would not have been surprised to see all the Turks killed on the spot. Instead, an interpreter was sent for, and these enemy soldiers were persuaded to surrender. Still, to the general's amazement, there is more. No sooner had the Turks been disarmed than our boys crowded around them with water bottles and biscuits which they devoured ravenously, and then gave them cigarettes. And all the while lines of stretcher-bearers were carrying past our dead and wounded. Gallantry can surely touch no higher pinnacle. Yes, Gallipoli is an inhuman bastard of a place, but, despite it all, from both sides there are stunning moments of humanity that shine through. At least for the Turks and the Anzacs, as no such rapprochement occurs with the Germans. One is even heard to shout across the trenches in his thick accent, "Come on, you kangaroo shooters!" Nor are German aviators seen to be any more likeable all of a sudden. While the Turkish artillery seems always to be mindful of hospital ships, one day a German plane flies right over a hospital ship and drops an enormous bomb that only misses by 50 yards or so. The medical officer of the 6th Light Horse Regiment is so outraged, he knows better than anyone just how many desperate cases there are aboard that ship, that he momentarily loses his equanimity. He hurls a brick at the enemy lines, just on principle, before explaining himself to the bemused soldiers. "I wear the Red Cross, so I cannot fire at them, and they are not supposed to fire on me." How they long to kill Germans. 31st of May, 1915, Anzac Cove. A fate that splits the difference. Despite this newfound warmth between the two sides, there is no relenting in the ongoing danger. On this hot morning, Trooper Ernie Wiggins is in his dugout when two of his mates call for him to come outside and join them. Ernie, an English-born Queenslander, ain't interested. Okay, you coves? A more careful man than the other two, he just momentarily puts his head out and calls back, "Not yet, the shrapnel hasn't stopped." At that very instant, a shell explodes and a piece of shrapnel screams precisely between the other two and neatly bisects Ernie's head. Kills poor old Ernie stone motherless dead, it does. Too right, it does. Just another day in the life and many deaths of those making war at Gallipoli. Chapter 14. Summer sets in. During June and July, the strength of the troops visibly declines. The great frames which had impressed beholders in Egypt now stood out gauntly. Faces became lined, cheeks sunken. You could spot new reinforcements by their sleek complexion, new clothes, and fat on the ribs. Sergeant Ken Stevens, 11th Squadron, Auckland Mounted Rifles. To let. Nice dugout on the skyline. Owner leaving for Field Hospital. Advertisement appearing in the June edition of the Diggers' hand-drawn newspaper circulated on Gallipoli, the Dinkum Oil. Cover with earth just after you rise to keep down disease and lessen the flies. Notice over latrine at W Beach, Cape Helles. Early June 1915. Mercury rising on Gallipoli Peninsula. In western Turkey in summer, the sun does not shine so much as beat. The breeze falls away, the clouds disappear, and, for those fighting in the trenches below, there is no respite. What little greenery on the hills that has survived the battle so far turns brown, and every exploding shell brings clouds of dust that linger and choke, as do the endless bullets. Dead bodies, and since the armistice, hundreds more have by now gathered in no man's land, fester within hours, bringing a stench that overwhelms both armies. In the heat, they tend to bloat like whales, and soldiers from both sides fire at them to release the gases. Those bodies in the open latrine trenches provide the perfect breeding ground for the flies that are already there in their billions. From the size of a pin's head to great blue bottles that are so bloated they can't fly. They get in your mouth, under your arms, into every opened wound they can find. And, as one digger sums it up in a letter home, they are far worse than the Turks. On the plus side, the flies do add a touch of much-needed protein to the soldier's diet, as God knows, you could not eat without eating flies. Bully beef with a crunchy fly crust, strawberry and fly jam on hard oatmeal biscuits, salty fly-studded bacon, washed down with sweet fly-swilling tea. They are simply everywhere in swarms. Maggots are falling into the trench now, one digger, Ion Idris, would recount of his experiences. They are not the squashy yellow ones, they are the big brown hairy ones. They tumble out of the sun-dried cracks in the posse walls. A lot of the flies flew into my mouth and beat about inside. I nearly howled with rage. All of the bastards of places, this is the greatest bastard in the world. The horrors never stop. A dead man's boot in the firing posse had been dripping grease on my overcoat, and the coat will stink forever. Now installed on Imbros in the largest tent, General Hamilton has problems of his own with the flies, as he would soon record in his diary. These Imbros flies actually drink my fountain pen dry. Lice and fleas are also a scourge. The men call them greybacks and movies, and they infest their clothes and sheets. Just like the damn flies, they are impossible to get rid of. It is not uncommon to see men sitting outside their dugouts with nothing on, hunting through their clothes for these, and having louse competitions to see who can catch the most. It is not just the diggers on the peninsula who are affected. Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, taking a break from the front on the island of Lesbos, would complain that he had not slept a wink all night for the fleas. "Strange," replies Bean, "he had not been troubled by them." "Ah, but you see, Bean," replies the suave English journalist, "even a flea cannot bite a bone." On the Gallipoli Peninsula, simple scratches don't heal, quickly turning into festering, suppurating ulcers that remind some of the Australian scourge known as Baku rot. These ulcers, warm and wet, are the perfect place for flies to lay their eggs. Diarrhoea, caused by dysentery spread by the flies and fleas, known by the diggers as the Gallipoli gallop or turkey trot, runs rife. By the second week of June, with the mercury rising, it is so bad that, for the first time, more men a day are evacuated from Anzac Cove for sickness, around 80 to increase to 140 by the end of the month, than for battle wounds. As one man notes, "We let the louse do what the Turks could not." The overflowing latrines? As ever, they are just shallow trenches, 3 feet by 1 foot and 2 feet in depth, which the men straddle. According to one digger, the stench was indescribable, and the flies, the toilets were just a trench dug in the ground with a piece of timber across it and 2 biscuit tins at the end. The resultant scenes are appalling, with one digger, Joe Murray, recounting in a letter, "My old pal, a couple of weeks ago, he was as smart and upright as a guardsman. After about 10 days, to see him crawling about, his trousers round his feet, his backside hanging out, all soiled, his shirt, everything was soiled. He couldn't walk. My pal got a hold of him by one arm, I got a hold of him by the other. We lowered him down next to the latrine. I don't know what happened, but he simply rolled into this foot-wide trench, half sideways, head first into the slime. We couldn't pull him out. We didn't have any strength, and he couldn't help himself at all. We did eventually get him out, but he was dead. He'd drowned in his own excrement." Of course, dysentery's bedfellow is dehydration, and, under such conditions, plentiful water would have been most helpful, but there is little. The vast majority of it has to come in by ship from as far away as Egypt and Malta, and the Anzacs are limited to just half a gallon per man per day, a tenth of the natural need of a soldier in the field. What can you do with it? Most use it for drinking, for just staying alive, expending no more than a thimble's worth for anything else such as shaving and washing, let alone washing out the dixies, large oval cooking pots, or one's mess tin in which the disease-spreading flies feed and breed. As to washing their clothes, some men use a thimble of fennel, usually used as a drain cleaner, while others have systematic hunts for foreign bodies in clothing. As summer starts to blister, water becomes an ever greater issue. At least the way the story would go, when one particular soldier is seen to be staring glumly at the water in the bottom of his pannikin just doled out by his sergeant, the senior man growls at him, "Well, what the hell are you looking at?" "Nothing," replies the private. "Just wishing I was a bloody canary." Back at Broadmeadows Camp in Melbourne, there had been a man named Furphy, who emptied the sanitary cans and carted away the waste. According to one Anzac, Furphy always had some rumour as to the date of the sailing or destination, and Furphy was always wrong. But his name lived on, as it had quickly become shorthand for the wild rumours that he started. Rumours and gossip were such a part of the Anzac's daily life that there were even Furphys about Furphy. One rumour was that the term originated at the Mena camp in Egypt, where the most popular place in camp to meet and exchange news and gossip had always been around the water carts branded J. Furphy and Sons. The men are exhausted. Exacerbating the exhaustion is the fact that every morning now, from 3 a.m. till 5 a.m., every man has to stand to arms ready for an attack, and even when they do sleep, it is with their clothes and boots on. In fact, active duty is welcomed by most, as once relieved from the front lines, the fatigue work begins, trudging water and other supplies up hills under the heat of the sun and the maelstrom of constant shelling. As one soldier writes in his diary, "I can tell you, it's no joke climbing the hills with a load. It takes the stuffing out of one, but there's no stuffing to take out." And another notes, "It's like stopping work to carry bricks." By now, the days of having your puttees done up are long gone, and the soldiers are frequently shirtless, protected from the sun only by the shadow thrown by their slouch hats, while their once long pants have been cut down to shorts that are now little more than rags, all too often with holes in the back so the dysentric discharge has somewhere to go. In fact, men walking around in shorts, which are naturally to become an iconic Australian male fashion item, are displaying something of a cutting-edge invention, born to be worn in the trenches at Anzac. Colonel John Monash claims his own part in sparking the new vogue in a letter to his wife. "We allow the men great freedom in dress. I started it and the others followed. You know what shorts are? They are khaki overalls cut down so as to finish 4 inches above the knee, like a Scotsman's trews. These worn with short underpants. Look really well. The legs showing from 2 inches below to 4 inches above the knee, and soon getting as brown as the face and hands. I have dressed like that for some weeks, with khaki shirt and no collar or tie. Even Godley dresses the same now, and all the other brigadiers also. It is a very comfortable kit, especially for climbing hills. As to the men, well, they wear the same kit as the above, but no shirts, no puttees, and no socks. So you see, there is nothing left but the boots and trews, and so they go about in the sun all day and are already blacker in the skin than our Turks or Hindu muleteers." Despite the heat, the flies, the sickness, and the general exhaustion, there is more hard physical work being done at Anzac Cove than ever. For, in the immediate wake of the Turkish tunnelling beneath Quinn's Post to blow it up, of course General Birdwood has ordered the Anzacs to reply in kind. The call has gone out for soldiers and officers experienced in mining to come forward, and a posse of them is soon formed up into a special unit with a specific task of tunnelling towards the Turkish trenches. Most of the work is proceeding from Quinn's, Pope's and Courtney's, with 260 soldiers in all slaving like demented moles. Beyond that, there is a continuous programme of trench improvement as the Anzacs continue to dig as if their lives depend upon it. Because they do. The sun beats down, the bullets fly, the shells burst, the boats filled with sick and wounded soldiers continue to head away, and the diggers dig. For it remains a triumph of the human spirit that, no matter how agonizing the circumstance, how hell-like one's place on earth, an ability to adapt can still manifest itself. So it is with many of the soldiers at Gallipoli at this time, who, unaccustomed as they were, are now world authorities in things they never previously imagined. Most have developed the golden ear of an orchestra conductor, as one digger writes with wonder to a friend. "The different sounds of bullets, shells, etc., we are now experts in." He advises, "There is the sharp crack of the bullet overhead, with a ping when it hits anything. There is the nasty, unfriendly swish of the one that passes close to your ear. Then there is the crackle of a machine gun, changing to a mournful, disappointed wisp, wisp when the bullets get closer. Lastly, there is the cheerful whistle of the shrapnel shell well overhead, and at which we all used to duck. We don't now, we know they're safe. It's the vicious brute that is just past you as you hear it that makes you take cover in case there's another following it." Oh, and that whiz-bang? That, my friend, is the shell fire from a Krupp's field gun. There. Can you hear it? Whiz-bang. It sounds just like that. Only a short time after landing, the men had even been able to recognize the individual booms of the major Turkish cannons and given them names. Beachy Bill comes from somewhere up on Kaba Tepe, and it focuses its fragments mostly on the landing beaches, while the roar of Farting Annie and High-Velocity Archibald rolls to them from the Suvla Plain a couple of miles to the north, and Lonely Liz appears to be coming from a gully to the south. Playing havoc with the men at Hales from across the way near Kumkale is Asiatic Annie, and then there's a most vicious little gun called Pipsqueaker. This is one of the many disadvantages of the Anzacs. All their land artillery fire comes from very clearly defined places, easily visible to observers, whereas the Turks can, with impunity, position their own artillery anywhere within range and usually on the lee side of the hills facing the Allies, making them nigh impossible to hit. Under such circumstances, it is never difficult to tell who the new blokes are, the reinforcements who intermittently arrive from Cairo, as, apart from having recognisable uniforms and even some flesh on their bones, they tend to throw themselves to the ground at the first sound of attack, to the roars of laughter from the others. And there is also the matter of the local lingo and their lack of comprehension. For even though the veterans have only been here a short time, already their experience has been so intense and unique that new words have appeared in their vocabulary that nigh on everyone understands. See, the Turkish enemy is not just that, he is more colloquially known as Abdul, Jacko, and Johnny Turk. The highly ranked officers who sometimes, but not often, visit from Imbros are base wallers. Of these, none are worse than the brass hats. So highly ranked they have red tags on their lapel and around their caps, and they are ever and always impeccably turned out and accompanied by their bum brushers, otherwise known as batmen. The diggers, meanwhile, must hold up their trousers with an Anzac button, otherwise known as a nail, while most men enjoy the distraction of coffin nails, otherwise known as ciggies. They all hate Anzac soup, which is a massive hole formed by the explosion of a shell now polluted by a corpse, but they'll take a tin of dog, that's bully beef, if you've got one. Those who have been merely wounded sometimes get an Aussie, an injury bad enough to be sent back to Australia, and a blighty if you're packed off back to a hospital in the old Dart. The truth? In the horror of it all, such a wound is so coveted by some men, suffering the trauma of war, that they do it to themselves, generally gunshot wounds to the left hand. The penalty for being found to have done this is to be court-martialed and sentenced to several months' imprisonment, usually on hard labour. The killing on both sides goes on. The Third Battle of Krithia on the 4th of June delivers the same result as the first two, with little ground gained for another 6,500 British and French soldiers killed and wounded. The Turkish counterattack to recover a few hundred yards of ground on a short front sees 6,000 Turks killed and wounded. 7th of June, 1915. London. A committee of its very own. A pall of devastation hangs over the entire peninsula, and for General Hamilton at this time, the only good news is that back in London it appears the Easterners are winning their own war for control of the levels of power. For, despite having been stood down from his position as First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill has remained busy and has circulated a treatise to fellow cabinet ministers, pointing out that while no number of extra divisions added to the 24 already in France will affect the profound stalemate on that front, just 3 new army divisions, raised in large part by adherence to Lord Kitchener's famous poster, added to General Hamilton's forces of 8 divisions already on the Gallipoli Peninsula, would make all the difference. It seems most urgent, he insists, to try to obtain a decision here and wind up the enterprise in a satisfactory manner as soon as possible. Quite. And at the first meeting of the Dardanelles Committee, the name given to the reorganised and enlarged War Council, on the 7th of June, Churchill so pushes his plan, backed by Kitchener all the way, that the committee agrees. So it is that, on this same day that General Hamilton surveys the vast human wreckage of Hunter Weston's latest disastrous effort, he also receives a cable from Lord Kitchener. "We are sending you 3 divisions of the new army. The first of these will leave about the end of this week, and the other 2 will be sent as transport is available. The last of the 3 divisions should reach you not later than first fortnight in July." 3 fresh divisions, another 50,000 soldiers. And this to go with a division of Kitchener's new army that has just arrived in Cape Helles. True, the latest arrivals are less soldiers than badly undertrained civilians, wearing the uniforms of soldiers, led by officers who either went to the right school or are of the old school and have been recalled from retirement. But at least they provide some of the manpower that Hamilton so desperately needs. All up, Kitchener's cable means Hamilton will have 140,000 fighting men in the Dardanelles. With that kind of manpower, it really should be possible to crack the Turkish nut, and discussion among Hamilton and his senior officers in their new quarters at Imbros immediately refocuses on how best to do this, how best to break out of their confines at Cape Helles and Anzac Cove, crush the Turks, and push to Constantinople. Mid-June 1915, in Cairo. A bob-in and the winner shouts. It's been a month now, and still there is no sign for Lieutenant Hugo Throssell and Colonel Noel Brazier, or for the detachment left behind of the 10th Light Horse, that they will be required to rejoin the regiment in Gallipoli, and they can barely stand it. Are they really to suffer the humiliation of being stuck in Cairo when all the fighting is going on? When will they get the cable calling for them? Here at the Mahdi camp it is a very dull, tedious existence waiting for news. To break that tedium, sometimes Hugo goes into town with fellow soldiers, where, as ever, they make an enormous impression on the locals, who regard the emu plumes on their hats with awe and call them the kings of the feathers, though they don't always believe the claim that they are kangaroo feathers. In town, the Australians frequently play a betting drinking game once called selling a horse for a dish of eggs and herrings, which starts when the cry goes up, "A bob in," the winner shouts. Every man then puts a bob, a shilling, into the middle of the table, and whoever wins a simple game of chance, with everyone taking a number and trying to sell a pony, has to buy a round of drinks for everyone at the table before pocketing anything left over. It all helps pass the time until they can get to Gallipoli, which is where they all desperately want to be. Mid-June 1915, London. The journalist raises a storm. Back in London, Ellis Ashmead Bartlett is nothing if not busy. After arriving on the 6th of June, he has spent the time writing up the Dardanelles campaign to date, buying the supplies he needs to return to Gallipoli: pads, pens, a typewriter, leather shoes, fine clothes and toiletries, and fending off the many, many people who wish to see him to discuss what on earth is going on out east and how it has all gone so wrong. There are, in fact, so many people that Ashmead Bartlett decides to restrict himself to seeing cabinet members only, and the officials of the War Office and the Admiralty. They include Winston Churchill, with whom he dines on the 10th of June in the company of Winston's mother, Lady Randolph Churchill, as well as the Duchess of Marlborough and several others. And yet this is not the Winston that the journalist had known so well. The old Winston had been glowing, garrulous, brilliant, oratorical, and above all, confident that he had all the answers. This Winston is bruised, battered, hurt, harried, vulnerable, pasty white, much older and sombre. There is only one thing that fires him up, and even then it is only nearing the end of the dinner: the lack of resolution displayed by the Navy to see his Dardanelles plan through. The words tumble out, the fury rises, along with the sense of abandonment, of waste. And to whom is he addressing his remarks? Why, to Ashmead Bartlett's amazement, they are directed across the table to his aged mother. Assuming what is clearly a familiar position for her, she sits quietly with an interested expression as her brilliant and adored son lectures her on just where the Dardanelles campaign had all gone wrong, and how it was everyone else's fault. For you must understand, Mother, that the Battle of March 18th had never been fought to a finish, and had it been, the fleet must have got through the Narrows. Ashmead Bartlett listens attentively, knowing it to be the most appalling nonsense, as he records in his diary. This is still the great obsession of his mind, one which he will never get rid of. He seemed to feel little or nothing for the brave fellows who had lost their lives in his ill-starred enterprise. And yet, such is the way of things that, when the ladies retire, with rather unseemly haste, once Winston pauses for a moment, it is the English journalist himself who becomes the target. "You," he accuses, "have come home to run down the exhibition, and to crab it, and to talk about it before a lot of stupid society gossips. You have turned the whole thing to ridicule just for the sake of making a story out of it." While it is possible Ashmead Bartlett resembles this remark, he also resents it. "I was as keen as everybody to see it through," he insists, "if only it was handled in the right manner." With the journalist's tacit confirmation that he had no problem with Churchill's plan conceptually, and that the problem lies with those executing his plan, the wounded politician at last dismounts from his natural position atop his high horse and tells Ashmead Bartlett he will facilitate a meeting with the Prime Minister, so he can tell him that personally. And sure enough, at 1 p.m. the next day, Ashmead Bartlett receives a message from Winston to meet him at Downing Street. And shortly thereafter, this shining member of the Fourth Estate finds himself sucking deep on the rarefied air of the most sacred council chamber in the land, where, for 200 years, all great decisions which have made or marred us have been taken, the Cabinet Room. For over an hour, the two of them see Prime Minister Asquith together with Winston laying out the maps he has brought with him, so that he and Ashmead Bartlett can present the plan they had worked out the previous evening. Their passionate view is that the best way forward is to land a major force north of Bouleir. Yes, that's it. Cut the peninsula off at its very neck, and you are in a position to emplace guns and block all the supply lines, sea and land, to the 140,000 Turkish soldiers in the south. The key for Ashmead Bartlett is that by doing so you force the Turks to leave their carefully prepared positions in the south and meet us on ground of our own choosing. Impressed, Asquith reaches out towards the map with his elegant finger and places it over Bulair, blotting out the peninsula's neck. He nods, saying, "It seems to be the only natural thing to do." Clearly, both the Prime Minister and Churchill have learned more from talking truth with Ashmead Bartlett about what is actually going on over there than they have through reading all of the reports of General Hamilton put together. "I wish you would draw me up a short and concise memorandum on the whole situation," the Prime Minister tells Ashmead Bartlett as the younger man takes his leave, "and let me have it sometime this evening. There is a Cabinet Council tomorrow, and I would like to have it by me. I would also like you to be present to answer any questions which may be put to you." How quickly things have moved. From being unable to tell the truth of what is happening at the Dardanelles to being invited to Cabinet. He even dines that evening with Winston's replacement as First Lord of the Admiralty, Arthur Balfour, who questions him closely on the whole campaign with a particular view to naval operations. When Ashmead Bartlett tells Balfour that the military men on the ground often fail to tell the truth to their masters at home, Balfour sighs and says, "Yes, I find the greatest difficulty in getting all the information I require. I hope you will tell them out there that they need not be afraid of me. But I do not know about my predecessor." The following day, at the Cabinet meeting at 10 Downing Street, the war correspondent's memo is presented as he waits outside. After detailing how the rest of the positions are stalemated with no prospects of breaking out, the memo comes to the key point, which is that with all the Turkish defences of the Dardanelles now strengthened, it is a fundamental error to assume any longer that, if we are able to occupy the southern extremity of the peninsula so as to embrace Kulud Bar and the European shore of the Narrows, we have opened the gate to Constantinople for the fleet. Further, the situation at both Cape Helles and Anzac is a stalemate. Therefore, Ashmead Bartlett proposes that a force of 5 divisions could do the job. Once firmly established and entrenched across the neck of the peninsula, the campaign is at an end. The Turkish armies in Gallipoli could not hold out for 10 days. They have no reserve of supplies on the peninsula. And who could be put at the prow of the attack? Ashmead Bartlett is clear. "I would not advocate using troops now at Cape Helles and Anzac for this new movement, but it might be desirable to take off the Australian brigades and place new formations in their trenches. These Australians, who have been brought up to strength, are now experienced and extremely good in enterprises which require dash and initiative." But all of this is details. What is important is that the thrust be well directed and supported. In conclusion, once you get astride the peninsula, the campaign is won. You have only then to clear the minefield and get your fleet through to Constantinople. After 90 minutes of deliberations, a leading Liberal comes out to ask Ashmead Bartlett a few questions, followed by none other than Lord Kitchener. The war correspondent is a little shocked, expecting someone of stature, of grandeur, of either menacing or magnificent presence. But no, the man in person evinces nothing to inspire either fear or awe, and the correspondent's primary impression is of a man whose skin is red and rough. The Secretary for War asks a few questions, mostly concerning the route of Turkish supplies onto the Gallipoli Peninsula, which Ashmead Bartlett is happy to answer. Then the mustachioed one questions the correspondent closely about the position of the troops at Anzac and Cape Helles. The younger man is insistent in pressing the point that it is out of the question to hope to storm either Krithia or Achababa, and would only lead to useless slaughter. I would back my opinion on this point against all the generals on the spot. At Anzac, the Dominion troops are in the position of an army holding a closely invested fortress from which they could not even make a successful sortie, owing to the nature of the ground, and the fact that everywhere our lines are commanded by the higher hills occupied by the Turks. Yes, the Secretary for War replies. They seem to be absolutely held up at Anzac, and lost very heavily in the last attack, but don't you think they might get on a bit and seize that hill? Too risky, Ashmead Bartlett replies, as the approaches to the heavily defended hill are so steep and bare and so lacking in any kind of cover. Could the Anzacs not then move south of their position and take Achababa in reverse? Ashmead Bartlett is stupefied. Any such move is out of the question until Kaba Tepe is taken to allow the Australian right to push forward. He replies, trying to hide his amazement at the sheer, numbing ignorance of the question. And it would also be necessary for our left flank at Hales to advance considerably. But why did they give up Cabo Tepe? Kitchener asks. They never held it. Can this be possible? After 6 weeks of reports from the Dardanelles, most of them from General Hamilton, Kitchener clearly does not have the first clue about key aspects of the campaign. To avoid the difficulties of the Boulay landing, Lord Kitchener goes on, is there no other point between Anzac and Boulay where we might get across? I have never heard any other spoken of, Ashmead Bartlett replies, except, of course, Suvla Bay. Mid-June 1915, Eastern Anatolia, like jackals on rabbits. It is the tramp of the dead. As the Ottoman Empire's war on those who would attack it externally continues, so too does it continue to destroy those it perceives as its internal enemies, most particularly the Armenians. On the orders of Talat, not just leaders, but now mere members of the Armenian community are led away, never to be seen again. On this day, some 25,000 of them have been expelled from their town of Ezinkan and marched to the south to a destination unknown. All they are told is they can take with them only what they can carry. In the middle of one grief-stricken group tramping along, escorted by gendarmes holding guns and some soldiers, is an 18-year-old youth, Sogomon Telerian. When the war had begun, he had been studying engineering at the German university in Constantinople, only to be first conscripted into the army and then expelled back to the family home he has now been expelled from. As he plods forward with his crying mother, 2 sisters and brother, there would seem to be no worse hell than this. And they can only hope that the father of the family who has been taken away is still alive. When it happens. Suddenly, the gendarmes turn their guns on them and start robbing them, soon joined by a mob of Turks. One of his sisters is pulled down and raped, and after his mother cries, "May I go blind?" she is shot dead before him, even as his other sister is also raped. All is madness and mayhem, screams and grunting. When his brother tries to help his sister, a soldier cleaves his head open with an axe. Telerian rushes forward only to be smashed in the side of the head himself. Much later, he comes to consciousness in the darkness, beneath the body of his brother and surrounded by the bodies of everyone else in the group, including his family. The corpse of his mother is lying face down, just a little way away. He has been left for dead. Even in Gallipoli, something of such atrocities is heard of by the Anzacs, with Percival Fenwick noting in his diary, General Enver paid a hurried visit to Anzac and advised the Turks to blow our trenches up. He then hurried back to Constantinople and, we are told, shot a lot of Armenians, as he could not shoot Australians. There must be some excitement in being head man in Turkey. One can shoot anyone you happen to dislike. Mid-June 1915, Anzac Cove. Beans full of 'em. All right for some. While Ashmead Bartlett is swanning around London and the like, Charles Bean continues to count bullets and gather the information he needs for both his articles and the official history. I was sniped at twice today looking over the parapets, he faithfully records in his diary, adding to his bullet tally. When not wandering the trenches or fighting the flies in his tent, or racing to the latrines to outrun the inevitable results of having a bad case of the Gallipoli gallop, Bean is also working on a project called Dinkum Oil, a new trench newspaper that has won wide acclaim and popularity after just one issue. News. A wounded sniper captured the other night proved to be a lady from a Turkish general's harem. Since this occurred, many men have been anxious to go out looking for snipers. The advertisement. Full private wishes to buy guidebook to London. Places safe from Zeppelin to be marked with a cross. Lance Sergeant would exchange a grand dugout piano for 3 tins of McConaughey's rations. Man with good memory would like the job of taking messages from the troops to friends in Cairo. Wanted, some nice girl to stroll with on the engineer's new pier. Section commander requires pair of good field glasses to find his men when there is shrapnel about. Bean is also thrilled to receive a couple of letters from his brother, Jack, now recovering in Alexandria, dated over a month before. It is crazy and deeply frustrating how long it takes for mail to arrive, and it is the cause of widespread angst at Anzac Cove. Charles Bean gets back to work, sorting through his notes and trying to understand the whole situation as completely as he can. It is not as if, however, he and even the troops themselves don't get some respite. For now that summer has hit and there is torpor in the air, even the Mohammedans on the other side sometimes take a break from mounting attacks, and occasionally things fall so quiet that all you can hear is the endless buzzing of flies. The most interesting activity for the Anzacs is swimming in the Aegean Sea, and one Sunday morning at this time Charles Bean counts no fewer than 404 men bathing, while there are a lot more than that just quietly sitting on the beach half-dressed and basking in the sun, enjoying the tiny let-offs from being in the front lines or doing fatigue duty. By now, a lot of them, he notes, as Monash had, are much darker than the Turks. For all that, there is still a great deal of risk, as inevitably the Turks start to fire shots and shells at the distant bathers now so tightly packed in the waters. Back home on sunny Australian beaches, the call would often go up, "'Ware shark!' Here it is, "'Ware shell!' Bean is down at the shore a couple of days later when a shell explodes and a man emerges from the water with his arm hanging by a thread. He wears a stunned expression, not screaming or shouting, but simply holding the near-severed arm with his other hand. In a similar situation in, say, Bondi, with a man emerging from the sea from a shark attack, the waters would have been instantly cleared. But this is Gallipoli. Everything is different here. So he lost his arm. So what? They all see worse on a daily basis, and as there is nowhere on Anzac Cove that is free from the shells, they may as well be here as anywhere. So, yes, a few blokes get out of the water after this fellow loses his arm, but not everyone, and there is no panic. Some men swim further out than Bean has seen before and watch uninterested as machine gun bullets drop into the water between them and the shore. One officer, Major Henry Tiddy, finds the scene slightly amusing, noting in his diary one day after the beach had been shelled yet again, "Fun of the world to see hundreds of naked men making for cover." And so the men continue to swim day by day, even initiating some Turkish prisoners into the joys of surf bathing, all of it with the full support of General Birdwood, who often has a dip himself. Yes, he is urged to stop the men bathing, but he refuses outright. "I felt," he later explained, "that their spirits would suffer if, in all that heat, they could never get a wash, and I myself was bound to admit that I would rather be knocked out clean than live dirty." In fact, Birdie is garnering a lot of respect from the Anzacs for his continued presence on the front lines. As a young private writes home to his family, "General Birdwood was round here the other day. He's a cheery, smart little man with a pleasant word for everyone. 'Well, lad,' he said, 'have you shot any Turks this morning?' Of course, saluting is all done away with." And despite his rocky start with the men, so too is Charles Bean. As one soldier writes home of the man once thought widely to be little more than a prudish wowser, "He may have made mistakes, but he's quite the most conscientious man on Gallipoli. Lots of the war correspondents are getting their tales from the hospitals, but Bean is up on the firing line all the time." 18th of June, 1915. Battleship Hill. Reading The Lie of the Land. Another man who has not left the front lines since the beginning is the newly promoted Colonel Mustafa Kemal. Exhausted, with the sparkle in his blue eyes now turned a dull grey, he stands atop Battleship Hill on this hot afternoon, gazing over the rough and rugged terrain of the peninsula, from Suvla Bay, just out of sight to the north, down towards Cape Helles in the south. He is ruminating on the growing tension he is experiencing with the commander of the Northern Group, General Asat, who was just about to arrive with his Chief of Staff, Colonel Farreton. Just that morning, Mustafa Kemal had received a new order from his worthy commander. Lieutenant Colonel Wilhelm Wilmer has been appointed commander of the Anafata region, which will extend from Ajelma Bay as far as Suzla Gully and Rhododendron Ridge. When necessary, your division is to help them. To Mustafa's eyes, the order is sloppy, leaving a very blurred line between what should be two very distinct areas of command, his area to the south and Wilmer's to the north. This makes them all vulnerable to an offensive at the obvious point of Rhododendron Ridge, a spur on the west side of Chunuk Bair leading right to its summit. And yet, When Aysat and Faretin join him, they do not see what he sees. With the peninsula now sitting like a map before them, so intricately bumpy, so complex that features of the terrain are easily confused with shadows, Colonel Faretin quips. This terrain could only be navigated by guerrillas. General Aysat turns to his younger, self-assured colleague, Colonel Mustafa, and asks, "Where will the enemy come from?" Without hesitation, Mustafa points in the direction of Anzac Cove and traces a line north along the coast all the way towards Suvla Bay, saying as he does, "From here." "All right," General Aysat responds. "For the sake of argument, what if they do come from there? From where will they then make their move?" Without hesitation once more, Mustafa Kemal lifts his arm and traces a line from the northern end of Anzac Cove inland along the Sazla Gully all the way up Rhododendron Ridge to the highest point of the Sara Bear Range at Hill 971, saying, "They will advance through here." General Aysat laughs and pats the earnest Colonel Mustafa on the shoulder. "Don't worry, they will not come through there." Mustafa Kemal realizes that he will not have his position taken into practical consideration by command and sees no reason to prolong the debate. Instead, he defers to General Aysat, saying, "Allah willing, it will occur according to your estimations, sir." Just 2,000 yards away, effectively at the bottom of the hill on which they stand, General Birdwood and his Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Skene, have continued to refine the draft of a plan that General Hamilton has already shown a great deal of interest in, what Birdie describes as a sweep around my left flank. With just one more division, he has told Hamilton he will be able to seize and hold the high crest which dominates his own left, the hills of the Sara Bear Range. By sending 2 forces out beyond the perimeter on its poorly defended northern section at night, they could push along the beach and then turn east, to come at Sara Bear's high points of Chanak Bear and Hill 971 from behind. If they could seize them in the night, they would not only be able to see the Narrows at last, but also enfilade the Turkish trenches opposite the Anzac trenches. With those positions held, there would be few spots on the peninsula that they could not shell, and, in fact, any strong force of Turks guarding the European side of the Narrows can then be starved out. 20th of June, 1915, Malta. Nurse Lydia King. Dear Diary, arrived Malta 11 a.m. Started unloading patients at 2 p.m. I have such a nice boy, too sick to be moved. We have given him subcutaneous saline and everything. Finished unloading 6 p.m. and stayed with my patient. And instead of dinner, I relieved my feelings in my room. My patient died at 10:10 p.m. My 19th death in a fortnight, and such lovely boys. I'm just heartily sick of the whole of the war.